We're going for the sad mood lighting for this one because this is legitimately a funeral for over $100,000. Alpha Magic the Gathering. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, I'll tell you. It's like the most expensive thing to buy, like a sealed Alpha starter deck. It's up there with like a first edition Pokemon, like Shadowless base set, that kind of stuff. It is like holy grail for collecting. Last year, we opened one, and it was a really like kind of juiced pack. Like we got some good hits from it. It was a lot of fun. So we wanted to do it again this year, and thus I had another Alpha starter deck. We brought out Pay Money Wubby again, the boy wonder himself. And I'm just going to spoil it now. It's already spoiled in the video title. This is perhaps the worst recorded Alpha starter deck opening ever without it being a scam. Everything in this seems legitimate. It doesn't seem like it was repacked or anything. There's nothing like super fishy about it. I think it is just statistically the worst possible box you could ever open of an Alpha starter deck. And we got to capture this tragedy on camera. And I'm happy to share it with all of you. One of these goes for like $100,000. If not more, depending on who you're buying it from. So this is legitimately the biggest possible waste of money imaginable. Hey, it's the Alpha Box. We're back. It's been a year and some change. We brought in the magic guy himself.
I'm the magic guy?
The magic guy, Wubby. He's back.
Hey guys, we're back.
We got this box from him a year and a half ago.
It's the same box?
Yeah. When we just started playing this goofy little card game.
We pulled nice cards and we had no idea what to be excited about.
Yeah.
You were shaking and we were like, whoopee!
I want you to know times have changed. I'm a colder man now, and I'm not going to shake.
That's good.
I'm excited for whatever happens.
We now know what's in there. Still probably will be like, whoopee!
Yeah. I've also lost knowledge since then. I was way more prepared the first time, and now I kind of don't remember shit.
I didn't want to say anything, but it did feel like that when you came in.
Yeah.
This guy got stupider.
This guy doesn't know shit anymore.
This isn't the same guy from last year.
All right, so you brought this last time too. This was the second one that Charlie decided he wanted both then and there.
Yeah, he's even dated May 2024.
May 2024.
You can't just print those either. That's like official.
That's true. Yeah, it's laser etched on the bag. All right, open her up.
Wait. While exploring their barn, can I say that?
Yeah.
While exploring their barn, I found smelling salts, which I've never done, and I'm gonna make everybody do it before. We need to lock in.
We gotta get excited.
Go ahead.
Me first. Well, you've never done them. You go first.
I need to see how deep to put my nose in.
Oh no, just guess.
Well, that's crazy.
There's no wrong answer with smelling salts.
Ooh, and now nobody else do it.
These are not that strong as far as smelling salts.
I could get in there.
You could.
You smelled stinky instead of pain.
Yeah, it felt
stimulation.
Is it not supposed to smell stinky?
It's supposed to like stimulate you. You do it from like a big lift or like he said on hockey shifts.
Oh God!
That one hit harder. They're activating. No, it's not bad. It's not bad. Legitimately hockey.
It feels like I shouldn't breathe that. I want more.
Yeah, see, he's already getting used to it.
Ooh, hold on.
It locks you in though, right?
It's opening his fucking.
How much can I
neurons
do
again.
before I start to die?
It says 2.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
I want to do one more. Should I not? Is this crazy?
No, you can do smelling salts. You can smell till the cows come home.
It's making my eye twitch.
It kills some brain cells, not too many. Isn't that funny how that's the reaction though? Like,
it's good though. Ooh. Go again.
Let me
open this pack.
They're a little skunks.
Maybe we could see if somebody can go pick up some high-end ones for the next video.
Yeah.
Because you'll fucking snap your
What
head
if you
back.
do like a line of it?
Ooh, that last one.
That might kill you.
Yeah.
Oh God.
So
that last one was
smelling
not
salts are just ammonia.
Oh,
so it
like
smells.
happy.
Yes. So your brain goes, you shouldn't be fucking smelling this.
Yeah. I didn't want to breathe it.
Hey, what do you do with cat pee? That was a really fast
You
association.
smell it, but no, like the really good ones.
Oh, yeah,
you'll
they'll
feel like there's like
fucking punch
fire
you.
going
Yeah.
into your head. We'll get some for you.
we'll get some
We
of
will
them.
not let you leave here.
Thank
without
you.
that.
Every single thing we do while you guys are here, we're gonna start with some smelling salts.
Everything we filmed, just keep.
Oh man, charades later is gonna go.
Everyone has a bottle.
All right, let's get into this now.
We've got the fresh sealed alpha starter deck. It doesn't look tampered, right? I think
Let's
we can all
take
agree.
Oh, I don't want to.
Don't. He's on a magic card
he
right
is
now.
magic
Yeah, no,
pilled
don't
right
be
now.
careful because this could be a sleight of hand thing.
Oh, well, you know tricks now and shit?
Oh, yeah.
You should do some with this.
That's a good idea. I know a trick.
I'm going to be real, okay? This looks good to me, but I don't like saying that because some nerd will tell me I'm wrong. I'm just going to make sure it's filmed from every angle so when this goes terribly, someone can
We
tell
have
us.
proof.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's very important. I learned that the hard way. It looks good, though. I mean, one thing to look for, if you want to be real for a second, any kind of scuffing where someone's thumb would go right here, and this looks clean, I think. You want to take a look at that?
That light gave me.
Looks clean.
Oh no, that does look clean. It was
Yeah.
the light playing tricks.
The one, I've got many fakes in the past, and almost always the fakes have some kind of like someone's nail went there, they bent it a little bit. Do you want to look?
Yeah, I would love to.
Take a
Sorry, I was just admiring your technique.
They're addicted
I develop a light addiction to smelling stuff.
to cat piss.
Bro, take a look.
Does that smell like cat
Rip that shit!
How do you want to open it?
Yeah, no, we're prepared this time.
all the tools out for
brought
you.
all
Well,
the
you don't need a
utensils.
tool for this part.
Oh, right.
okay.
Well,
There
could
should be a pull tab. Well, you can go that way. Yep. No, yeah, fuck it.
You don't need a tool.
Oh, we're so back, aren't we? It's the same thing.
You're like I'm a lot less high
I'm not.
this time.
No,
you know?
as
Oh, right, there's literally a pull tab right there.
wow.
He wasn't lying. He was not lying.
I'd like to take back what I said. I'm super high strung immediately.
Here, pass the rock. I'll open the top.
He said throw it. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
I truly thought he was going to throw it.
No.
There
were
looks
scratches,
like there's
right?
like a scratch going up.
Okay, so yeah, that looks like that's bad. No, that can. We should have lined this up with the plastic. That is.
when I looked, I did see the scratches through the plastic.
Scratches? Are we sure?
It's
There were
like
two.
So there's dents on the cardboard, and you want to see that there's also dents on here. But it is possible to dent the cardboard without denting
That's
this.
fair.
That's a yellow flag to me.
Yellow flag.
He's going in. He's going. Wait. Did we look up the order? Did anyone do this?
Oh, that'd be.
Last time
There's
you
like
just
12
knew it.
people in this room right now, and everyone just went.
Hey,
Should we look this up or do we not?
Yeah, here.
Yeah, look up the.
I believe. Well, because I believe it can be different. It can be. It can be right here. I believe it can be below the instruction booklet. It can be above the instruction booklet, and there's a low chance, I believe, of being on the top.
Let's see.
like a year ago, there's a Charlie video that probably has the.
Pull that
order
up.
we
Pull
could
it. There's a guy in it who probably knew.
You probably actually explained it.
I do think I'm right, and I do think it can be in a lot of places, especially with alpha. These things were not quality controlled at all. They're kind of everywhere. But be careful with the bottom. That's where
Sick.
you could see it.
I've got some
kind
crazy
of an
developments
idiot.
here.
Could you look it
It's already open. By the
Oh
way.
yeah, look at that.
Yeah, the whole ass end of it down there is open.
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's.
Someone did the job for us.
Opened is generous. It's like splitting.
Yeah.
It's damaged.
I will say these look like alpha cards based on the corners, which is always the first. Wait, are they?
Uh-oh.
They look rounder, right? Get a normal magic card. These corners should be more rounded, and they look like they are more rounded.
I would say like a wider.
yeah,
range.
Alpha is the
Wide berth.
only card printing where they
Good
have
save, Matt.
okay.
Good save.
Okay,
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah, this is important. Yellow flags galore on this one.
That's good. I just took a peek at the bottom by accident.
Did you see?
I can tell you it's not. I can promise you.
Tell you what it's not.
I can promise you we don't want that to be the rare. I'm hoping.
Is it? Can you flash it to me?
Oh.
We don't want that to be the rare. That can be, and that's a disaster.
I think we've seen it now. Might as well just.
I can also explain why that's really bad potentially. So that is an island,
Wow.
and
That's what I thought.
the issue with that is you can get an island in the rare slot in cases. It's not even a misprint. It was part of the rare sheet.
You would say that's the worst possible thing you could get in there.
Where did we get this again?
Yeah, well, there are some people who value those rares, and they consider them island rares, and they do buy those at a premium, but I still wouldn't say that's a good hit, because it's not a Lotus.
That's a good
It's
point.
pretty much nothing, actually, is
Yeah.
what I would say.
There is one grading company, I believe, that grades those as rares if you have proof that you pulled it in the rare slot, which does put a nice label on it, which can be...
Does it look like the plastic is pulling so tight it's almost bowing, or am I crazy?
Yeah, but I mean, this is what, 30-some
That's
years
true.
old or something?
Yeah,
So
it's just
this-
old.
The thing, like, there are real Magic savants who I want them to see this wrapping right now because they will, in a
They'll be
glance,
able to
they'll tell
tell
right
us.
now. That's why I love doing this live because it'll get to them while it's live.
Yeah.
But we'll find out. I just want the whole thing documented. Listen, I've been scammed so many times. I'm not the authority on this. It looks fine. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
I trust you.
This source is about as reliable as you can.
It
get.
literally is. Well, at the very least, we know he would never do anything.
Yeah. You're gonna try and open it with that?
Oh my
I
god.
got it. Would you guys like to? He talked a big game before
Yeah,
he sat down.
do you want me to?
Yeah.
There was
We
a
already dumped smelling salts
The
on it.
precision of a surgeon.
We got a
I'm
rare
glad you guys
island.
are here for this one. You were off camera last time.
Well, we're gonna filter in some more friends. We have a ton of people here. Gonna
That's
watch
okay. They're good, I think.
Yeah, they're fine.
You guys are good, right?
Did you get it?
I'm very
I
confident.
don't see it.
Here,
I got most of that side.
thank
Be
you.
sure to spill this.
Yep.
The fucking vacuum is nowhere. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's just doing it.
This one copy. Okay, careful now. We don't want to spoil.
I will say, top of that card is shit.
But that's understandable.
Let's get it
And
out.
remind me what we're looking for in commons.
Llanowar elves. We're looking for lightning bolt. We're looking
bolt
for
is where-
sinkhole. Sinkhole. Dark ritual.
I thought Dark Ritual was no, Demonic Tutor.
Demonic Tutor, yeah.
Okay.
All
right.
Here's Lightning Bolt.
Wow.
We are
That's
not
like-
looking for tap symbols, which we don't have.
All right.
That says tap.
That's
good.
great.
That's very
That's
good.
great.
That is good. All right.
Do you want to do 3 and then pass?
There's a lot
All
of
right.
commons.
Yeah, no. Let's do one each to get it heated up.
There we go. And in I believe in one card, the audience at home will be able to tell the entire common.
Real quick. You also have a bunch of smelling salts on your side.
Oh, look at that. Thank you.
It's weird. There's 1/4 of this table without smelling salts on it.
That is odd.
Do you want to fix that?
And it's a boring corner.
Yeah, that corner doesn't have fun.
Go ahead.
Okay. Did you get the? There's a little salts over there.
No, it's fine.
Swamp. Garbage. Okay. All right. That's normal.
Yeah. We can
okay.
use this as a coaster too for the rest of the good cards.
All right.
Rip it.
All right, give us our first something.
lightning bolt.
Sorry, that was really bad.
This is looking good so
All
far.
right, wait.
Yeah.
Talking a big game over here.
I am. And I'm gonna rip this lightning bolt now. You ready? See how
Oh.
these look. Okay, only the top card was damaged.
Perfect.
This top card is quite fucked.
And haboom.
I have a question.
Pestilence. What?
Would you say that corner is like cut off?
Where?
This one?
Uh-oh.
No, that's normal.
Oh,
That's okay. These cards look homemade because they almost essentially were.
If you are from BGS, these look wonderful.
That's
Our
good.
grizzly bears.
That's so good.
That's cool to see. I mean, these look nice though. That's it. We're holding alpha cards, guys.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Hopefully alpha cards.
They don't look as nice as the Avatar cards.
No, I know. Where's Aang?
Yeah,
Okay, this is a little weird.
That's weird.
That's strange.
Keep doing it.
Okay.
We'll keep going one for one. All right.
That's a good card on the bottom.
I picked it
no,
up while
we
I
know
slid it.
We know what it is.
So we don't mind.
We know
can-
what it is.
It's
The
impossible.
Black Lotus could be this card, or it could now be sandwiched on the.
All right, so bottom card is now fine to rub
Bottom
to our
card
heart's
should be an
content.
uncommon.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't rub it, though.
Yeah, I won't.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Maybe rub it a little.
That's a forest.
the forest with a pathway.
I feel like we're playing.
That's basically a
shitty
Llanowar
board
Elves.
game.
Haboom.
Wow.
I'm going black. Ray's dead.
If he pulls a grizzly bears, I'm question marking.
Oh yeah, that'd be crazy.
No, it's
Okay,
okay.
okay,
Okay,
okay.
we're good. We're off.
All right. Anyone else want to filter in here? This is a
Yeah.
rough
Yeah,
start.
we're not
We
doing
need
so
a fresh
hot.
set of hands.
This is okay though.
Yeah.
We're okay still. It's commons.
I remember when we
switching-
did the last one,
are we
we had
switching
some cool
lobs?
stuff right now.
If you pull swamp, you gotta hit the salts.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I think that's fair.
I think I have to hit the salts and then pull the swamp, I thought.
Should we make him hit the salts or?
He did just sit at the table.
Where is it?
Give it to We're very careful. Please don't get them on the
We don't,
table.
it damages the.
Did someone get smelling
It's
salts on the
really
table?
bad.
Could have been
for the
anyone.
table,
It
yeah.
could have been anyone.
It smells like a cat pee.
Oh yeah. That smells like cat piss.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't hit that hard, though. You see how you just tanked it?
It just
There's your
stinks.
toy
Yeah,
bag.
It just
stinky.
smells bad.
It's just stinky.
Oh, an island.
bro.
Fantastic.
Well, we're getting all the lands out of the way early.
There's lots of lands. I hear that this is a rare. Oh,
If that's a land, I squeal.
Fog.
Okay, fog's good.
Fog's better.
We like fog.
Playable
a beautiful card.
You
Yeah.
can use fog.
Ryan beat me with fog once.
Fog.
I love
Fog is
fog.
Ryan's go-to and everything.
Boom.
yeah.
A swamp.
You took my card.
I'm sorry.
Oh, God.
I got a black theme
bastard.
going here though.
It's okay. We're gonna turn it around right here.
Yeah, this is where we start to get serious. Well, that's not bad. It's a fur. What the hell am I reading?
He's a guy.
The furloon.
Yeah. Furloon Minotaur. Or Herloon?
Herloon Minotaur.
He's got it.
It's a Herloon Minotaur.
There's a jacket with him on it. How
Nice.
cool is that, guys?
Awesome.
It's like $300.
Is that more or less than the card?
Ooh, I didn't even announce the card because it's bad.
Yeah.
So here you go.
What was it?
That doesn't matter. Phantasmal
Danny.
Terrain.
Yeah, Danny, we need your...
Mono blue enchant land.
Danny boy.
Denny.
Give him the salts.
I'll do salts.
Based on how we are, I think we're both doing salts.
Speed
Yeah,
at which
yeah,
you're
I'm good,
dealing
I'm good.
salt.
Now you're good.
That's
You want
my,
Thank
that's
you.
my
No, I get
right
it.
there.
Yeah, I've done those occasionally.
Yep. Yep.
Oh,
Oh, thanks. Do one more. Do one more. Right
more.
here.
Yeah, you got it.
I
Right
rolled
here.
this over.
You
That
got
was
it.
technically
Okay.
my
We have
card.
to break the loop.
Yep.
Yeah, we need to change something.
Fix it up.
Yeah, it's like a coffee bean forest.
Yeah.
This is a big one. This is a big one.
Boom. It wasn't, guys.
Wow.
Yikes.
We're getting real close to those cool knives.
I'm gonna give up. Should we?
I'm gonna give up.
As are we all.
Please don't give up.
It's okay, guys. This is very normal. The commons are boring normally.
Yeah.
We got shit. Disintegrate.
That's new.
It's new for us.
We haven't had him yet.
This is like any other magic
To
pack.
us.
Okay, here's the Phantasm or Blue Elemental Blast.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
playable.
that's a
That's
very fun
playable.
card.
That's a card.
It is playable.
And look, nobody's here for the comments.
No one's here.
No one's here for the comments.
I like the comments.
Someone shoot that guy.
Bro, boo. Ooh.
Nope.
Nope. That's a worm.
Brawl worm.
Yep.
But
He's ugly.
you warmed it up
Yep.
for my
warmed
lightning
it.
bolt.
Lightning bolt.
That could cast lightning bolt.
Could
I
cast
could.
lightning bolt.
Wait, maybe that's a sign.
You and I work together.
Now watch. I'll rip it. Ready?
You rip it, I'll cast it.
Okay, here we go. Tap. Can you tap it?
Yeah.
Tap for lightning bolt.
I'm gonna play lightning bolt.
Oh, I saw
We
the
could
right.
play-
Saw the right.
Wait.
Tap it.
We could play
play a
multiple
lot now.
lightning
Yeah.
bolts.
Yes.
Tap yours.
Yep, tap it,
I'm
tap it,
tapping,
tap
okay.
it, and lightning bolt.
Oh, it's an island.
Wait, now we can play
Tap
something
it.
else.
Lightning bolt.
We've got
I'm gonna
everything we
float
need.
the blue.
Yeah.
All right, I've tapped it.
We're crafting the worst card in all of history. Yep, it's a forest. We are ramping.
Maybe we're casting a commander.
We're ramping as hell.
Are we not doing enough?
I don't. We need to filter in more.
Yeah.
people.
Let's
These
get a
hands
flip
are-
out.
Chase.
And Zach, come on. in.
given up a spot. Someone should.
Yeah. Someone come take my spot ASAP.
Come here, sit here. I warmed it up. Now, if you reach into here, there's smelling salts. So.
Yeah. They've been really, really lucky for us so
Zach.
far.
Zach, come to my seat.
Okay. Brittany, bitch. Ooh yeah. Careful on the table.
That was an inhale.
You ever been to Corpus Christi? That's what the water smells like.
Oh, Jesus.
Shouts out.
It's just piss.
That's really it. That's really it.
Yeah. All right.
Give
And he's flipping
commentary.
and. Hot hands! Hot hands!
Holy shit!
Oh my God.
Guys, it was because his mountain was tapped.
Truing. That's. I think that's the best common you can
Yeah,
pull.
yeah, I think
One
so.
of them, I think. Yeah.
That's not a real lightning bolt.
No.
It's either bolt or red.
You gotta follow that up.
Yeah, well, this land's gonna be real nice.
Land
There we
or
go.
elves.
Regeneration.
Not bad.
That's bad. That's bad.
The smelling salts kind of fucked me up. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Pussy.
1, 2, 3. Let me hear you say, "Wayo." Ooh,
Weakness?
he's getting that good suck.
Oh. Hey, dude, he got that face. Samite Healer. Oh, this guy just chilling.
All right, I'm feeling an island on this one.
Who's coming in for
Back to back.
for me?
Yeah. I'm down to tag back in.
Danny, you want to flip a couple?
Rotators.
I'm summoning a Carlos for pulling some cards.
People over there.
All right.
Oh boy.
Felt like you thought I was setting up.
And I jumped on it.
Damn.
Two
It's a
forests.
forest, guys.
Oh, when do we break into uncommons?
Yep.
So, here, I'm gonna show you.
Yeah.
People on.
We're like
You're gonna love
there,
it.
right?
I'm gonna love it.
Yeah.
Or is it after
lied.
Dude.
It's the booklet.
Nice.
So be very. In fact, if we want to now, we're
They're,
not almost to uncommons, but I'm
Oh,
gonna
you're
right
gonna
now.
take out the
I'm gonna
possibilities?
move where 2 rares could be. These 2 could be
those
rares
two
as
could
well.
be rares, I think.
Put them.
And I'm gonna put them
Gonna put it in the middle.
yeah right there.
As well as I think after the booklet.
After the
Are these
booklet
also?
is
There's also
these also potential
possibility.
rares?
those are the bottom. Yes. Those could be rares. We really hope not. These are above the booklet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ha boom. Wow. His plans.
I think that's 4 lands in a row.
Yeah. So only good things.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
Flip one of those.
Giant spider.
Big spider.
He does not fly, but can block flying creatures.
Is that a common?
I think so.
I think so.
Why do I think he's an uncommon?
Already satisfied.
Okay, little dryads. Little dryads.
Yes.
Booty, I'm gonna show it to you.
Tap it.
I'm really happy to see just the lighting.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh no, but you made another Schuler. I'm getting a lot of Douglas Schuler actually.
Here we go.
Would anyone else like to get in? Back in?
Get Alex in, and it's just a full. It's just a Wubby video.
Circle of protection green.
Okay, a circle of protection.
Circle of protection green.
Well, there's almost playable cards here.
Hey, thank you.
This almost. This would be the most whack draft
Ever.
There is women here.
What?
Welcome
Since
to
when?
Mulligans.
Yeah.
Hi,
All right, guys.
I'm Alex, the token woman.
How do we do this? Rye, cut that. Thank you.
Now, Alex, flip over the card, look at it, and describe the card to us. Don't read the name.
What it does.
What are you hoping for?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm hoping for.
Tell us what it does based on the art.
Yeah. Unless it's a land, I guess.
But
then
what?
just-
But I can see the words. It'll tell me.
Just
But don't read. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
illiterate, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Very empty.
Oh, it's
It's plants. Yeah.
Very sad. Very empty.
All right, this will be my last one.
Okay. It's a
Oh my
pretty
god, it's a unicorn.
It's a Belisara.
Would a greedy person pull this?
Earthbind.
Oh! Hey! That's the kinky one.
I'm hard as fuck right now.
I'm so hard. I gotta rotate out. Anyone else?
Oh, but I never got salts, man.
Wait, come here.
Booty, why do you gotta bring it? Yeah.
Carlos almost got away with it. He did not do it.
I was trying to put it on her like she got away with it.
I'm full. I don't.
Are you trying to quit?
Is this monster? Yeah. I'm just.
It just stinks.
Oh. It's just.
It's not good.
Well, here
It smells like hair dye, actually. If you've ever been covered in bleach, you know, like the girl take. Yeah.
Salute, he says.
That's a good sign.
Oh, damn. I felt it.
You tried to sneak up on it, like I got it.
When we weren't paying attention.
Yeah, literally.
Hold on, ready?
Oh, let them both put one more.
Oh, okay. You're too kind. Yes.
Death Ward.
That's new.
Okay, we like new.
They're all gonna be new, by the way.
Yeah. I would hope they're all new or something's wrong. Okay, let's see.
Roll something big for the
Last
for
one.
our chair.
Rip it right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let me add to that.
Okay, yep.
Two more mana. Yeah.
We gotta tap a bunch. It's gonna be
Yeah.
good.
Gotta put all the energy into it.
All right, I'm all tapped out.
Shaboom. Oh.
No, that's fine.
You know what?
That's good.
Also,
okay,
remember when I said there's no doubles?
More resources. Hey, we did our spot proud.
Is this the last uncommon? I mean, last common?
Last couple, there's like 2, I think.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
right.
there's 2. So that means Charlie will start the uncommons. Okay.
That's good.
You big dog.
We love to see those.
And I think this is gonna be a Llanowar Elves. Nope, it's a snake.
Okay. Good.
Okay, I'm now gonna prep next for you. So these could be rare. This is the book, very rare. These sell for something.
Well, we need those because we really don't know.
Yeah,
how to
we gotta
play
read up.
it. Yeah.
These could be rare right here. And I'm gonna move them to the side.
So any of these packets can
So
be
we know
rare.
what this is an island.
Yep.
Could be a rare. Rares. We don't know. And these should be uncommon. We're gonna find out right now.
Here comes the demonic tutor. Well, good growth. That's not bad.
It is an uncommon, right? Somebody fact check it. You know?
A dragon whelp. Oh, yikes! Yikes!
No good. No good.
Yikes!
So what you're looking for, Ryan, when you're pulling?
Demonic tutor.
Yep.
There's a lot of uncommons that are rare.
Let me see the back of one of these.
Are you looking at the blue ink mark that's on every magic card?
Yeah. You look at the.
Yeah, you see that there?
Yeah.
It's on all of them.
I have a story about that. When I first started buying vintage cards, like very early, I got into it with a seller about the blue mark on it, and he educated me, and it was a very humbling experience. He's like, "That's how they're printed." All right, here we go. Demonic tutor.
Damn.
Boom. That's tough. You don't want lands in this section.
Agreed.
Yeah.
The good news was this was a free pack.
Yeah.
You know?
This was nothing. It's been sitting so long, it just doesn't register.
Well, remember, Wubby back then, Play the Clip, said, I'll cover this one for you.
Just get
All the good stuff's
me outta here.
concentrating towards the bottom.
Oh god.
All right, there's only one thing to do here. Danny, come flip this card for me.
Whoa! Calling in.
Didn't work so well last time.
It's all right. Talking to my pecs.
Well, I don't know if I need to talk to do this. I'm going to
Please
be
don't.
honest.
Narrate.
All right, I'm flipping the card right now. You ready? What do you want this to be?
What do we want this
Demonic
to be?
Tutor.
Demonic Tutor,
I
please.
think I pulled the last one.
You did.
Pull the
Do
last
it again.
one,
Yeah,
I
let's do it right
No
here.
way.
Oh, okay, wait. That's still good.
No, it's not.
It's trash.
Spoken like someone who's played against that before.
Yeah. It's tough because you recognize the card, you get excited, but it's like, I don't think there's value there.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Demonic Tutor. Boom. Gloom. Doom and gloom.
That's a really bad omen.
How we're all feeling.
That's a good omen.
Here, let me get in here real quick.
Get in. Please rip it.
It's not good.
Ooh, little J.
I summon Drew.
Okay.
Can you redeem this chair?
No, I can't, but I might on accident.
Demonic Tutor.
Is this the last one? Because I'm locked in for this
You're
one.
locked in. It's the last one.
I'm locked
It's
in.
a tutor. It's a tutor.
Do it, Matt.
This one.
Do it.
Please.
Man, this is less fun when you don't hit.
Wow. Maybe don't upload this one.
Well, here's the thing.
Oh
it's
my
about the rares.
God.
Okay, so
Yeah, we're here for the race.
It's about the rares.
I say, can I lead?
Yeah, please.
I don't have to
Please
flip,
do.
but
Do
let's just start by getting rid of what we know, which is the
Oh,
island.
Rare island.
So this, hopefully not. We're praying. I'm gonna leave this.
Sure.
We leave that for last?
We'll leave it. Well, we'll see. We're
Yeah,
gonna start these
that's
files and
true.
see where. Let's start. You want to start here?
Yeah, let's start there. I like
Do you want to
that.
start?
No, you start. It's
Okay, so
calling your name.
let's. If this is a rare, we hope it's good. If it's not a rare, that means we can flip the rest of these.
Yeah.
Or if it is a rare, we can flip the rest of these. All right, here we go. Wall of Air. Is that uncommon?
I think that's uncommon.
This is worth fact checking.
I heard
I think so
keyboard.
too.
This is worth
Zach is
Wall
We
of
have
Air.
clicking coming.
My boss just spent all of their money on
He's googling how to
Job
return
applications, Florida.
Uncommon.
Uncommon. Okay,
Uncommon.
good. So
Uncommon.
that means
which means that's a demonic tutor.
this is an uncommon if you
Yeah.
want to flip it.
Which means this is nothing. Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh God.
Uh-oh.
You did say nothing.
That's Siren's call. We said it was nothing.
So that brings us to these two.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to start.
I
I think that skill check gets to flip one together.
really hope this is a rare.
Me too, because
Actually, we need this to be a
We
rare now.
need this to be a rare.
Ready, go.
Well,
Unsummoned. That is an uncommon. I
think
believe.
so.
Which means we got a rare island.
no way.
that's good news though.
Unless it's one of
Someone had
those
to do it.
rare. All right,
had to do
I'll flip the last
Just get us out of
uncommon.
here,
Yeah.
boss.
Just take us out.
Really wipe that on the table.
No, that's this. Yeah. That's
no.
Good. This is good.
Charles.
This is where we want to be.
So that means here's one of our rares.
Now,
Everybody.
here's the thing. All of this is moot and is not hurtful if that's a Black Lotus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or if it's just anything.
That we recognize.
Okay, I'm not gonna
Anything-
look at it. I want good reactions.
Make sure it's on camera, bud.
Are we happy?
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
That may be the worst alpha booster that is possible to open.
Hey, when we were all here to share it together.
That's exactly right.
great time.
Gentlemen,
Yeah,
gentlemen, that's exactly
Gentlemen.
right.
That's
History was
happy to be
made.
here.
History was made.
Gentlemen,
It was the salts that got us there the whole time.
hey,
yeah.
the next person opening an alpha deck, you're lucky. We got this one out
You're
of the way.
talking to
before you.
us in a year.
Yeah, that's true. Us. Our next deck is going to be great.
You brought the other one with you, right?
Oh yeah, it's always with me. Yeah. Hey guys, this was really bad.
Yeah.
In case we didn't realize.
That was not
Yeah.
good, huh?
No.
No, that wasn't good.
We made $600 back.
Yeah.
Chipping away at the investment.
I think I'm just going to put that in a deck.
Yeah.
That was good. Hey, that
I would
was,
play this.
And we were here.
All right.
Let's just delete the footage.
Do we upload this? Or?
This does feel worse when you don't get anything.
Yeah.
Let's fake it.
Wait,
We've
is this
talked about this before in like esports and stuff. We've found scientifically we
Yeah.
have more fun when we do well
Yeah, you gotta win.
than
Yeah.
when
Winning
we don't.
is more fun,
Yeah.
usually.
All right, well done.
Hey, that's one less force field out in the world.
You're welcome. Your deck is worth more now because of us here today. So
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go cry.
That was good. Hey, thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Man, dude, the wind got sucked out of this room.
Oh yeah, you just got freaked off. All right, man. This new tactic that they're pulling out for the Epstein files that they're really digging in deep in the John Madden playbook for is unbelievably ridiculous, even by the standards the circus has already set. This is like if I pissed on your head, but didn't even try and call it rain. I just called it piss. I just say, hey, Buster, I'm urinating on you. And you're just supposed to, like, thank me for it. Last night, there was a big bombshell breaking. All Epstein files released. Pam Bondi announces DOJ has released all Epstein files under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, including justified redactions and a list of high-profile names appearing in these documents. When I saw that fresh little nugget drop there, I actually thought that there was a huge Epstein file dump where they actually did unredact everything. Maybe Pam Bondi getting biblically smacked down at that hearing the other day and embarrassing herself actually did lead to these files coming out, the remainder of them. But it turns out that's just a fucking lie. That's just a big-time, full-blown fib. And of course, it was a speed run to Community Note it as people went to check, only to learn there are no new files. What's being referred to here are the same files that came out a few weeks ago, the 3.5 million files from a couple weeks ago. And now the new thing here is, I guess after Pam Bondi got fucking farmed on Rust by anyone with even a single semblance of a brain at that hearing, she huffed and puffed and then farted out a giant list of names from anyone that was even mentioned anywhere, which includes people like Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17. So this has naturally been called out by a lot of people saying, to have Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17, in the same list as Larry Nassar, who went to prison for the sexual abuse of hundreds of young women and child pornography, with no clarification of how either was mentioned in the files, is absurd, which it is. It's done on purpose with the sole intent of confusing and muddying everything here. They combined the actual, real, evil child sex trafficking clients with just random people's names who appeared in emails like Janis Joplin. This is ridiculous, and it's just blatantly corrupt right in your face. There is no new files here. That is just a lie. Yet for some reason, it's being peddled by tons of people as if it's real. I guess they all got the call, so Alex Jones here preaching about how Pam Bondi just unleashed the full Epstein files. She dropped her trousers and took a shit on this whole narrative that the Epstein files implicate anyone in this administration. In fact, it backfired bigly on the left, on powerful Dems like Bill Clinton. And others busted while fake smears against Trump are bullshit. Vindication for Trump. It's crazy how Alex Jones, for years, was talking about this elite pedophile ring that was raping and torturing and killing children, and now he is finally proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be right. He was completely correct on that, and now he has to pussyfoot around the subject, just tiptoeing, walking on eggshells because some of his friends are in there. Dude went from secretly filming Bohemian Grove to being best buddies with its members. So now, we all know that this is correct. Alex Jones could have taken a victory lap on this shit, but instead he's been preoccupied with 6'7" Labubu and whatever other dog shit that is, and anytime he mentions the Epstein files, he has to do so with Trump's cock in his throat about it. He only focuses on those easy, low-hanging fruit of the Epstein files like Bill Clinton. Alex Jones explores the Epstein files like this, with his hands over his eyes, really scared, making sure to put on the blinders so he could block out all of his friends' names, so he can laser focus on easy shit like Bill Clinton, who everybody knows is guilty in all of this. Real groundbreaking stuff, goober. It's incredible what a paid shill this guy is. And I just saw he's doing like a press tour about how all of this is the result of Trump, by the way. He went in there and said, you gotta release this now. It's time we fucking release everything unredacted. No more, softball in it. As if Trump was the reason this happened. Even after, for a whole year, Trump has been saying it's a hoax. It's not real. Move on, move on, move on. We gotta stop caring about this Epstein stuff. Does anyone still care about this? No one in America cares about this. Yeah, Alex, I'm sure Trump is the one that went in there and really strong-armed the release of anything. And again, Alex Jones is saying all the files are released now. That is just provably false. That is not true. There are no new files that Pam Bondi just released, Alex. It should be obvious to anyone paying attention, or even just a smidgen of attention. You don't even have to, have your eyes glued to it or anything. Even just glancing should be pretty clear, painting an obvious picture that the powers that be are using Alex Jones as a very convenient mouthpiece to regurgitate their shit and defend them, and do a lot of sweeping for them. We are in an era where you have this information at your fingertips, and they are telling you, disregard what your eyes can see and listen to us and nothing else. It's so fucking scary, because people are willingly doing it. You can check yourself to see if there are new files that dropped, And it only takes a couple of seconds to get the real answer. No new files have dropped. You can find the truth yourself. And it takes seconds. And they know that, so they're relying on you just being too lazy and too blind and too much of a sheep so they can just feed you things and have you believe them without bothering to check. So they can just lie and say that Pam Bondi just unleashed the nuke on Epstein. All of it's right there, and it's only Democrats. Look at that. Backfired bigly. And you won't bother to check it yourself. It's craziness, and it sucks that it works so well. If you do bother to do any amount of actual research on the Epstein files, you'll find it's more than just Democrats. It's Democrats and it's Republicans. It's a ton of the world's most powerful people that have engaged in some of the most unthinkable, evil actions imaginable. And these monsters, these fucking worms, treat it like a joke. CoffeeZilla just made a video on it. Howard Lutnick in particular, he's always busting a gut laughing anytime Epstein's even brought up.
I am increasingly disgusted by the way this is all a big joke to liars like Howard Lutnick, who deceive the American public about the status of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
That guy was there. I wasn't going.
Now he testifies under oath that he actually went to the island of the creep and brought his kids.
We had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children.
Nevertheless, every time Epstein is brought up, this guy can't stop chuckling. Here's Lutnick laughing again when Trump is addressing a question about Epstein.
To talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation.
I don't know. I could ask you that question.
He thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever heard. And maybe it's because they really think we are buying it. Maybe it's because they think, hey, we're just going to get away with this. We can just keep, the lies are so brazen.
They are literally laughing in your face about it. They know they're getting away with it. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. It's just so brazen, like CoffeeZilla said. And then you have people like Alex Jones that are just parroting that same shit like, everyone's absolved except for the people we don't like. And also, by the way, even if it was only the people you don't like that are implicated here and guilty, why aren't they being arrested? Ask yourself that question. Why aren't the people like Bill Clinton being arrested? Why is nobody getting arrested for the Epstein files? I know I've already said this, but even if the only people that were guilty in here are the people you personally don't like, why wouldn't Trump and this administration be going fucking full throttle, whole hog at them, trying to throw them in the slammer? Food for thought, I suppose. Perhaps it's because they know if they went down, it would put them at risk too, because it's not just the people you don't like. You are just so focused on the ones you don't like that you'll block out all of the other shit. You will not use your own fucking brain. Now, another big thing that's come out that it seems like a lot of mainstream media and a lot of Twitter personalities refuse to speak on is Epstein's potential ties to Israel. It's very weird. Yet no one really seems to want to talk about that connection. Why is that? I just find it odd how you have so many Twitter patriots and mainstream outlets that just outright ignore this potential connection of Epstein and Israel. And Israel is a very important subject in American politics, it seems. Politicians can't stop praising them, glazing them, and Trump in particular, his mouth has become a glory hole for Netanyahu. So don't you think it would be something worth talking about and investigating if there is potentially a tie between Epstein and Israel? I mean, I feel like that would be something that a lot of people would want to know more information about to find out if it's true or not or what's going on there. Because again, every politician in this country, this administration and even previous administrations love to bend over for Israel.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. Right. And I've worked every day to do that.
We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel and bring home Israelis and make sure we stand by our number one ally in Israel.
That's right. What cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel. Defense of Israel.
What is number one?
I have said to people when they ask me if this Capitol crumbled to the ground, the one thing that would remain is our commitment to our aid, and I don't even call it aid, our cooperation with Israel. That's fundamental to fundamental.
Miriam Adelson is amazing. What she has done for Israel, for our country, and for this world is second to none. Thank you, my friend. The sad truth is, for way too long, anti-Semitism has been allowed to grow unchecked in this country. Too many institutions have abdicated their moral responsibility to speak up.
There's an additional 100 clips I probably could have pulled, but these were the ones that were top of mind, and I think it's pretty clear that Israel is an extremely important subject to the powerful politicians in this country. Fucking Ted Cruz goes as far as to say it's the sole reason he got into politics is to defend them. I've said it before, I'll say it again, I don't know how that's not treasonous. He is a representative in our country who is openly stating that his priorities are a foreign entity. Whatever, I guess. I suppose that's fine by today's standards. I don't really get how. And boy howdy, isn't that Nancy Pelosi statement quite the eye-opener. Even if everything crumbles over here, we will still find a way to honor our aid to Israel. We'll start botting in RuneScape if that's what it takes to make enough money to send it to Israel. Damn everything else here, that's the most important part. Pretty crazy shit, I would think. I feel like maybe I'm on the crack pipe here, but that should be a little concerning that the politicians that are supposed to be representing this country seem much more focused on the interests of another. But anyway, my point is, with the release of all of these Epstein files, even though hundreds of the files are just completely worthless garbage that are fully fucking redacted, just nothings, there is still a lot that remains that showcases a potential connection of Epstein and Israel. Now, of course, nothing's confirmed or anything, but shouldn't that at least warrant some kind of investigation, at least some kind of poking around? This administration is very blunt about how little they care about the Epstein files. They literally say that. Trump always talks about how no one should care about this and move on. And also, they're very open about, we're probably not going to look to investigate anything. There's nothing actionable in there. Whoops-a-daisy. Can't do anything about it. Sorry. And, of course, Perjury Patel just continues to lie about it. But anyone that actually takes a peek at it should at least find it odd that a lot of these outlets, like journalist outlets, a lot of politicians, and a lot of the paid shills online are not talking about the Epstein-Israel connection in any capacity whatsoever. And when they do talk about Epstein as a potential spy, they always make a mention of CIA, or, maybe not being a CIA spy, but never going as far as to talk about a potential connection to Israel. That should be very weird. Why is that something no one would talk about when Israel is such a huge piece of this country, apparently? Why wouldn't that be something that would be more discussed by the mainstream? It's all so blatantly corrupt. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this latest lie. That's really about it. See ya. I found a clown that I'd like to share with you all today. It's a fascinating little rabbit hole that I've stumbled upon here, and there's quite a few years of lore built up here, and it's pretty deep. I'm talking like Warhammer 40k levels here. And it's all revolving around one goober named AJ Thakor. However, he doesn't really like to go by that name. He wipes his ass with that nomenclature. He'd rather be referred to by his preferred Xbox gamer tag, Ace Rogers. I shit you not, I am not making this up. He prefers to be addressed as Ace Rogers. And the incident that put this on my radar is actually kind of old. I just saw it today, but it happened in 2024, which in internet years is basically ancient, prehistoric, really. But it has led to a discovery of one of the more fascinating losers I've seen.
I'll kill you. I will kill you. You know I'll kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. I got it. Ace Rogers, follow me. Find this place. I'll kill you. To your face.
There he is in all his glory. So he cruised up here on his Lamborghini yacht, this is more important to them than his own life. This boat means more to him than oxygen, really. And he was denied access to this private dock. A worker had turned him away, letting him know that he didn't have permission to dock there. And he just immediately had a fucking freak out. He blew a gasket right away. So he starts seeing red, and he starts threatening to kill this guy. And the worker doesn't even really seem to take him seriously. He just hits him with one of these and just lets it sit and linger there. And it just makes him even more upset. So as he is driving away, he gets so upset, the rage bubbles over so much that he takes his pants off and starts wiggling his wiener at him. He starts shaking his cock. He goes whole hog and just starts like helicopter dicking his flaccid cock around. You're witnessing a true alpha maneuver right here. Damn, that was hardcore. Holy shit. According to the worker, by the way, there were like women and children around here. They are just in public. You can see people walking around behind him. Like, it is just out in public. Then he has now just exposed his genitals in front of everyone there. I'm always so shocked to see that being like a common tactic used in like a heated argument where you just get naked. Like, checkmate! Look at this! This is my dick! I win! Like, I don't really understand, but, you know, maybe I'm just not, grandmaster level here like he is of being a top-tier yacht owner. But what I will tell you is, I went through and censored that myself, which is why you can see my handiwork there with the black bar. I had to go through and, like, frame by frame, try and censor his penis. And I truly think that I was wrong and was way too charitable saying he was helicopter dicking, because I don't think his penis even makes it into his hands. It was a very unimpressive size there. There were times where it didn't even look phallic. I thought for a second there I was watching him play with his clitoris like he was DJing himself. So, very interesting maneuver here. And it did land him in some hot water. He was charged with a few different things, which of course he pled not guilty to. I do think ultimately he was slapped with a misdemeanor charge of indecent exposure. I haven't found like the verdict on what that was or not, but what I did find is that he was interviewed 8 months ago, shortly after this, by CBS, and he is just genuinely one of the most unlikable guys you'll ever hear. He is so desperate to appear cool, and his whole personality is him being rich. But from what I can tell, he made his money a long time ago, and has since just kind of been belly up in every endeavor that he's tried to dip his toes into. Everything he's tried to fit his cock into, the condom's just been too big, biting off more than he can chew, so he hasn't really found success like he did over a decade ago. So he still rides that high and does clearly still have money, and he's made that his entire soul, is just having money and just trying to make himself appear cool for it.
What, let me get your name so I get it right later.
Ace Rogers.
Ace Rogers, is that what you prefer to go by as opposed to AJ?
Only the cops call me AJ Thagore, and we don't need anyone calling the cops.
Okay.
This guy actually looks like a Halloween costume for just the most insufferable douchebag imaginable. He is a cartoon character. And his whole personality is like it was written by like a really lazy writer to just make someone that everyone would hate. But this is actually him. So he does not like to be called AJ Thakor. He just wants to be known as Ace Rogers. It's like a name I'd see on Summoner's Rift or something. What the fuck? He is not a very young guy, by the way. And he is actually going around with this mentality. By the way, that briefcase of money that he puts there, that's his own prop that he brought. He wanted to make sure he could flex some money in this interview because he can't be seen without it. It's like makeup for this guy. It is all that he has. Without it, he is nothing. He is just a shell, a husk. So he brought this briefcase of money. I don't even know if the money's real, by the way. It could very well just be like fake prop bills, but he claims it was from Super Bowl betting. So he won $500K. He said it's $500K in the briefcase and called it poor people amount of money, but that he wanted to spend it anyway. It's so unbelievably embarrassing. It is so comical. And I'm honestly surprised he didn't put like a cigar in his mouth and light it when he said, "Only cops call me AJ Thakor, and we don't need cops being called here now, do we?" I bet he thought that line went so hard.
All right. Well, what's going on with the yacht?
Well, I'm selling my Lamborghini 63 yacht. It's definitely a prized possession of mine that I love more than anything, but circumstances have evolved where I want to sell my yacht. So
do you need the money, or why are you selling it?
I obviously don't need the money. I'm fucking rich. I'm not like all the common folk.
This is something the extremely wealthy like to do. Sell their most prized possession they love more than anything in the world in an urgent sale. Yeah, no, that's just something normal. It doesn't mean he's struggling for cash. It's just something everybody seems to like to do, right? Like, how dare you accuse him of needing the money? He's selling this purely because, according to him, he has something much better coming. I don't know if it ever arrived, because on his Twitter account, all the pathetic videos he posts that get actually zero engagement, except for occasionally one like this receiving a single like, which I imagine is probably from him on an alt account, a burner, still have him on this Lamborghini yacht. It is still what he has wet dreams about and what he thinks about every second of every day.
And tough to pull someone away from me, and I have a really good chance of pulling them away from you because I'm a great recruiter, I'm a great boss, I'm a great CEO, and people want to work for me. You know, the demand to work for this company is beyond belief. It's through the roof.
Yeah, I bet everyone's banging down the door to submit their job resume to work for the guy that pulls his fucking wiener out when things get a little too tense. Yeah, I bet he's an amazing boss to work for. But anyway, point is, this is a brand new video from him. This is only like 3 days old. It has a single like on it. And he is here in this AI cartoon filter on his Lamborghini yacht. It is literally the most important thing in his entire life. But he's been trying to sell it. Why, if you don't need the money? Why not keep it and then also just get the new thing that's coming that's so much better? If you got so much wealth, there's so much money flowing out your ass, why not have both? You know, it's crazy. What a weird concept. I don't know, man. I gotta be honest with you. I'm just getting a sneaking suspicion that you needed the money, which is why you're really trying so hard to sell this yacht. It's just a hunch, though. I don't know.
Bigger, better. I'm not downgrading. And, you know, people like me, you know, rich people, we always are looking for the next bigger and better thing. I don't move into smaller houses. I move into bigger mansions. So my next vessel will float and be the baddest fucking thing my next vessel will be the baddest thing this town's ever seen.
Chills. Literal chills. Whoa. I can't wait to see it, AJ. Excuse me, Ace. I truly cannot wait to see it.
Pick him up, and this guy's like, no, you can't do that. That's the equivalent of just pulling up to a red spot your car and letting someone get in. But unfortunately, this poor 17-year-old poor person took it upon himself to be like, no, you can't do that. Like, bro.
His retelling of the events here are truly insightful. When you hear it from his eyes, when you get his side of the story, he almost seems like a victim here. Oh, what do you mean the worker wasn't going to let him pull up to this dock here to pick up one of his salespeople? Why isn't he allowed to do that? Does he not understand that he's rich? This is Ace Rogers we're talking about here. Of the fucking Ace Rogers Pirates or whatever. Like, come on, of course he can do whatever he wants. He has money. What do you mean you're gonna stop him from doing what he wants? I'm starting to really see where Ace is coming from here.
I got pissed. I did a dick twister off my Lamborghini yacht, and nothing says you don't give an F like doing a dick twister off your Lamborghini yacht.
Amen to that, Ace. Preach. Yeah, you definitely don't give an F. Nothing says not giving an F quite like pulling out your cock when you're really mad after threatening to kill somebody. And also being completely unable to be seen without money in your person. He won't even do an interview without having money be visible. This is a guy who gives more fucks than anyone I've ever seen in my life. He cares so deeply and is so insecure. He is desperate for people to perceive him as cool because of his money. So his whole persona, his whole being has just become poor people that, plebeian this, poor that, I'm rich, money that there is just nothing left. There is no humanity left in this guy's body. He is just this embarrassing shell.
What happened with the case ultimately?
It's still going on. It's pending. Now it's 2 misdemeanors, man. I get 2 misdemeanors are like frickin' Tuesday around here.
Damn, mic drop. Yeah, those misdemeanors don't mean anything to a cool guy like Ace Roger. Like he said, that's just a Tuesday for him. He accumulates those indecent exposure charges like they're Pokemon cards, I guess. When looking up his name, there was a couple other things that came up as well. It seems like he's just been a public nuisance for quite a while now, and no one has a single positive thing to say about him or their experience with him. And it is embarrassing how someone can get like this, because he did make a lot of money. Like, he is, by all accounts, set. And yet he does everything in his power to showcase just how unhappy and miserable he is, and tries to put on this strong face, this facade that he's like happy. But meanwhile, he's melting down at 17-year-old workers when they tell him no to parking his yacht. It's just so crazy. What a pathetic loser. So yeah, I had to show you a little bit from AJ Thakor here. Very interesting little rabbit hole. And there is still some other stuff that I didn't really dive into here when I was looking him up. There's no point. This is by far his crowning achievement here. This is his legacy. This is what people will remember AJ Thakor for. This yacht meltdown that he had that led to him just going fucking wild and free with his cock out there in order to, I guess, win the dispute somehow. It's craziness. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Occasionally there's moments where an entire community bands together to accomplish a single goal, collaboratively working towards something truly wholesome, positive, and special. And this just happened in the most unlikely space, crypto. Yesterday a story blew up about a man who has cancer who was streaming to raise money so he could pay for his treatment to fight against it. And while streaming to raise money for his cancer treatment, someone convinced him to download a game called Block Blaster. And when he did, he lost all of the money in his wallet. It made like my nuts and drained it. It, like that, took away all the money he had raised for cancer treatment, approximately $32,000 or so. It turns out the game was malware that was disguised as a game. It had a ton of fake reviews. It had like hundreds of fake positive reviews, so it looked legitimate. Plus, no one expects a Steam game to have this kind of vulnerability in there where it could have some kind of malicious things go on in the background, but unfortunately, that's exactly what happened here. It is 100% confirmed. I made a video going deeper in this topic here if you want to see like the entirety of what happened. And that brings us to the latest chapter in this story here. Overnight, the community tirelessly worked to find those responsible and also prove that it was the game, because this is pretty unheard of for the most part. It was like fucking Batman trying to squeeze out the Riddler here. And they did. They confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt the game was responsible. They even identified apparently 907 victims. And not only did they prove that the game was causing all of these people to lose all of their crypto, they even unmasked some of the people responsible for it. Which means there could be real consequences for these fucking sick assholes here. Like, we even have snippets of conversations, like this one from David. The context here is these two are apparently involved in the theft with very little remorse, and David says, "I will, sure. I didn't want to do that one, to be honest, but once I was done pin testing and sent it off, it was already done, and I figured he would make it back in a day." This is talking about Rostaland, the individual with stage 4 cancer who was raising money to try and get treatment to survive that they stole all of the money from through this game, Block Blasters. He said, "Bro, it's fucking huge. Life is fucked up, I know." And that's apparently referring to his tumor. Rostaland has a sarcoma, and he has posted some pictures of it because obviously being a pump.fun streamer, there's a lot of distrust. So he has done everything he can to prove the legitimacy. And like I said in the last video, it seems like everything there he is being honest about. Like, he is telling the truth. He's not faking cancer, I don't believe. So this is him talking about it. He even says, "Dog, I will send it back, but he literally will make it back in a few hours. I checked how much he already made back." And then the other guy said he already made it back, to be honest. This is one of a few suspects. Now, Zach XBT actually reached out to me to give me even more information about this case because it is crazy. So real quick before getting into like more of the suspects, I would like to show you the evidence they compiled about all of the malicious files in Block Blasters that was leading to all of these people losing their money just from downloading a fucking Steam game. So if you check the Steam charts, it only ever had like a peak player count of 8, but it had 6.4 thousand downloads. So Steam charts are good to get a metric of like how alive a game is, but it doesn't tell you the whole story of how many people have played the game. And of that 6.4 thousand, it seems 907 victims were identified, people that maybe lost a lot of their crypto because they downloaded this. That's a lot of people. I really would wonder how much money they stole just from having this game on Steam. And mind you, this is not like a chart topper. This wasn't like a top seller game or anything like that. This was a pretty underground game. Like, even the name is as fucking generic and lame as it gets. Block Blasters? Sounds like one of those fake TV games where like the dad walks in and he says, "Hey son, what you playing there?" "Oh dad, it's just like the latest Block Blasters game." Like, oh my god, you're such a fucking fossil, dad. You don't know Block Blasters? Might as well just call it the pea that took a poop. Like, it's literally a nothing burger of a game. Yet because of the fake reviews, and because they were like spreading it around, I even saw evidence that they had like compromised Twitter accounts trying to do paid promotions to people to stream Block Blasters to get more people to download it. I'm unsure if anyone ever actually like took that bait or not, but they even tried to like get it exposed to more people like that, so that way more people would download it, they could steal more people's wallets. It is a crazy scheme that still had 6.4 thousand downloads. Imagine this on a bigger scale if this becomes a more widespread problem. They got 907 people, and we know in one case they got $32,000 from just one of those victims. This is a frightening prospect for like the future of Steam games if this is something that people have now identified an exploit for that they can use. It makes it very scary. This is a really insightful thread that kind of goes over all of the main stuff. So there was a batch-based stealer with a fizz install backdoor, steal C binary, various VBS scripts and zip archives, which had the password 121. Now, keep in mind, I am a fucking troglodyte when it comes to this kind of deep-level shit. I am a homunculus, so a lot of this falls on deaf ears for me, but it seems pretty irrefutable. Like, this evidence here seems pretty watertight. They also have the file paths, the files themselves. They literally have everything. It feels dead to rights. Like, this is a case closed. And if you want to see like a full breakdown of the files and how it works, there's a website called G-Data Software that posted a full write-up on everything. And actually, according to this site, there's been some other notable games that have had similar things happen. So, perhaps the most notable case is that of PirateFi, a free-to-play game that comes with an information-stealing malware. The most recent malware infection in a game was Kimia, an early access title on Steam which was compromised by a threat actor known as EncryptHub through the injection of malicious binaries. These threat actors bypassed initial security screenings from Valve, which allowed the deployment of malicious patches and infected multiple users of the platform. And then they talk about how they observed it with Block Blasters. So this was reported by G-Data Software, and I didn't know about the previous cases here. So it seems like this isn't an isolated incident. This just happens to be probably the biggest one so far. And this one, they actually did apparently unmask some of the main suspects. They stole from a person with cancer. It actually doesn't get lower to that. They are going straight to hell. 100%. And people were so outraged that they all worked together so they could try and bring justice and try and help him get his money back, which, as I reported in the last video, Rostaland did get reimbursed the money that was stolen from him, which I think is amazing. Someone named Alex Becker reached out and sent him the $32,000 back, which is great. It's really nice to see something positive happen in a community that's become synonymous with like dog shit and terrible things happening. But job's not finished here. We still haven't gotten the good ending here, the happily ever after. The people behind it aren't behind bars. They aren't sucking farts out of assholes or anything yet. But it looks like that might happen. It looks as though the people that have stolen from 907 victims, including someone with cancer, have been unmasked. Apparently, in their Telegram, which Telegram might even be worse than Pump.Fun when it comes to like nefarious activities. I have never heard Telegram in a sentence that wasn't preceded by some of the most foul shit you've ever heard of. It feels like that platform is exclusively used by criminals. But real quick, here's a nice TLDR from VX Underground, who directly was involved in reporting on this, and it's been quite an adventure. So here's like a lore recap in case you got lost here. So Rostaland had his crypto wallet drained because he downloaded Block Blasters. He has stage 4 cancer, and he was targeted specifically for the cancer treatment money. He lost $32,000. Alex Becker donated $30,000 to him. People came together. They found the drainer infrastructure, pulled all the victim data from it. They will be notifying the victims. The malware has been flagged. And then even more people came together. They found their info from Telegram IDs, and then found their info from their Steam IDs. So now that you're caught up, how they got the info on the main suspects is one of them had joined a Telegram that they were alerted to, and it turns out it was actually hard-coded with some signatures. They then had the names, and they were able to cross-reference that with things like Steam IDs, and they were pretty much able to pull the fucking Scooby-Doo mask off of these villains here. This post kind of lays it out step by step since a lot of people were very curious. So the shitty malware sent all the stolen data to a Telegram the scammers made. We connected to the Telegram channel using the same credentials that were inside of the shitty malware. Inside the channel was the scammers. We got their Telegram IDs, and then from there, they cross-referenced with like public-facing chat rooms, stuff like that, and they were able to just start connecting all of these dots and finding the main suspects. And the main one that's been getting clowned on is this guy, Valentine. Now, Valentine has gone dark. He is fucking going off the grid. He is moving himself into the back rooms right now. He's deleted all of his socials that I can find. Apparently, even his girlfriend has done the same. That I haven't confirmed myself. I haven't gone to, like, any of her pages or anything. But Valentine likes to think of himself as an influencer. So there are tons of posts with him flexing very expensive things, seemingly off the back of stealing so much money from so many victims through his malware block blasters on Steam. Now again, it's not like he did this alone. He wasn't the solo person responsible here, but he is one of a handful of suspects. He is kind of becoming the poster for it, though, the mascot, because he's such an insufferable douchebag, apparently. What a nice guy. When he's not stealing money from cancer patients, he loves hanging out with his girlfriend and doing cringe TikTok dances together. Look at how cool this guy is. This really was an extremely thorough and just crazy investigation the community banded together to conduct here, all for the sake of bringing down these fucking vile worms responsible for stealing money from over 900 people, including, of course, Rostaland. That was really the spark that ignited this. And VX Underground gave a list of like the most notable people who worked this, so you can see like the credits here. Huge hats off to all of them for their work on this, because if there can actually be like some justice here, not only with, of course, Rostaland getting the money back, that's amazing, but also the people that did this being held responsible and facing real punishment for it, that would be amazing. Now, apparently a lot more information was uncovered about the individuals seemingly behind this, but this is all I'll share publicly here. Apparently the people that conducted this investigation have already turned over all of their findings to authorities. So, there is a very real chance that these people will not get away with this. That's amazing. That's fucking incredible, because in crypto, there's a rug pull every minute. There's a scam every second. There's always someone losing their money in tragic ways in the crypto space, and very rarely does that go punished. And in this case, I thought for sure that was going to be the same song and dance here where they just delist the game and vanish. But the community did not let that happen. This is the result of a community motivated by a single goal of getting justice for someone that was wronged. They stooped to a level lower than you'll normally see. Stealing from someone with cancer. It ignited a spark in the community where they worked together to catch these evil people. And I think that is great. I can only now hope that the authorities will do their job and actually deliver some consequences to those responsible for this attack. And hopefully all of the other victims will get their money back as well somehow. I don't exactly know what that'll look like, but I'm really hoping the other 906 people that downloaded this game and perhaps lost a lot of money because of it will be made whole again too. Anyway, I had to give you the follow-up here. This has just been nuts. And I do think that this maybe needs to be some kind of wake-up call to Steam that there is something that needs to be changed, so that way this kind of thing can't happen again in the future. They need to like revamp their like screening protocols or something, and I understand that it's like just a complete open market where people can just dump their bowels on there willy-nilly, but having this kind of possibility on the table is very scary to anyone on the platform that might see a game from a small indie dev that looks interesting. They download it, all of a sudden they have some really harmful shit on their computer. That is something that needs to be explored and fixed. Hopefully this isn't like the first of many to come. And anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Good morning, butterflies. I hope you've put on your favorite smile, ready to grab the day, put it in a headlock, and ask it who its father is. I've recently found something to smile about too, thanks for asking. A passion that was once lost, but I have now found. 30-year-old man still has fun the old-fashioned way. I've talked about this a little bit, but I'm going so hog wild on it I can't help but yap about it one more time. Also, I'm going to talk about a couple other things like editing, that kind of thing, which has apparently become a bit of a big topic after yesterday's upload. But let's start with that first part, passion. I am a man with so much love to give. The cup runneth over on my capacity for love that it like loops back around to being neutral. It's that powerful. And my first love was gaming. Gaming. An integral part of my life. In fact, the first time I ever saw a mons pubis on a woman was in the game Backyard Wrestling for the Xbox. They had like a little section for videos they filmed while partying at backyard wrestling events, and a woman was drinking like a Bud Light and then like moved her bikini down a little bit, and you could see like the beginnings of a mons pubis, and my mind was blown. Where would I be without gaming? Who knows? Shooting up heroin somewhere behind a Walmart next to the dumpster, most likely, would be my guess. Gaming has always been a core part of my soul. Like, my whole internet presence stemmed from gaming, Gears of War. And it's always been, like, the bread and butter content of my channel. But as I've gotten older, morphing more and more into just some geezer, I haven't been playing as many games. Like, yeah, of course, I still stream every new game that comes out, like every big AAA title, but I haven't grinded games like I used to for Rainbow Six Siege or Apex Legends. I haven't played all of the wacky games that come out, like, you know, that no one's ever heard of like I used to, with all of these obscure titles and fucking really off-the-wall concepts. I've kind of stopped doing that. And about 2 weeks ago, it really started to dawn on me how much I missed it. So I started a whole channel just for it. And I think there's been a big misconception with this channel, the Moist Critical Gaming one. People just assumed it would be all edited stream VODs of games that I played on stream. But that's not the case. What I actually want the channel to be is a combination of course that, because I do still game on stream more so now than ever. But the big thing is, I've gone back to my roots, the old gameplay and commentary days where I would just play games off stream, record it, and post it because I wanted to play those games. So I've started doing that again too, and it has been such a breath of fresh air. So like on that channel right now, I have a Titanfall 2 video, Fly Night, Battlefield Bad Company 2, Max Payne 1, all these games that I wanted to just play on my own, and I recorded it to post on that channel, and it has been a joy. I feel like what must have happened without me even noticing is, as I was like a daily streamer for a while, which I do still stream almost every day, even though I consider myself more of a part-time streamer now, but as I was like grinding streaming for a while, gaming kind of just became like a chore almost, like something I felt I was expected to do as opposed to something I wanted to do. So it lost that spark for me. But setting the clock back, going back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass, it gets me excited again to game. Not only off stream, but even on stream. I know this all sounds like a tall glass of who gives a fuck, but I don't know. It feels like as you get older, some things that you used to love start to lose that charm. And that's a shitty feeling. And it happened, again, without me even really noticing, or even really giving a thought to it. And it wasn't until I, like, sat down and started paying attention to it that I realized how far away I drifted from, like, the old DNA of something that I used to love. And it's just been nice to find it again. Like I said, it makes the streams more fun too. Like, I started streaming Indigo Prophecy last night. David Cage Super Stinker Classic. One of the most entertainingly bad games that was infamous back in the day. And now I'm playing through that. And I've never finished that game, I don't think. Which is another thing. Even though I would be playing games over the last 5 or so years, most of the time I wouldn't even finish them. Like, I became notorious for not, like, starting Yakuza games and not finishing them. Like a real fucking goofball. I don't like that. It's embarrassing. So, another thing I've been doing is any game that I have started, I am finishing. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And that does include Death Stranding 2, which drops in 2 days, and I am not looking forward to it. A lot of Kojima fans just hit their keyboards real hard to say some mean stuff about my lack of palate, but I hate the gameplay loop of Death Stranding. I think it is the most mind-numbingly boring, tedious for the sake of tedium shit. I love the universe of Death Stranding, I love the writing, I love the characters, I love everything else about that game, except for the core gameplay loop of delivering packages while stumbling and pissing your pants. I hate that. I like the gunplay of it too. I also like some of the gameplay ideas of it, but since the core loop seems to be again that same shit from the first one of just fucking stumbling over pebbles while delivering heavy loads of packages, I am not excited. But I'm going to eat my vegetables and I will finish that game too, goddammit. Anyway, I got off on a tangent there. But yeah, I found the passion again for gaming. That's the point of that. Next thing is editing. Last night I posted a Silent Hill 2006 review as part of this big undertaking I'm doing that'll probably take like 3 or 4 years to finish, where I'm watching every single video game adaptation ever made. Movies, that is. Every video game movie ever made. I started with Silent Hill 2006 and posted that review last night to kick off that series. And a lot of people with astute peepers may have noticed there was more editing than usual in that video. A lot of editing, in fact. It wasn't edited by me, it was edited by Chase. I've talked about this before, but I edit like 98% of my videos. Pretty much everything that's not IRL or a big project is edited by me in Sony Vegas, the GOAT of editing software. I use 2 things to edit: the cutting tool and the moving mouse tool to push them together. Which isn't a tool, I just move it with my mouse. So I use 1 tool for editing, and it's just cutting. So that's the vast majority of my content, but the ones that are IRL or bigger projects I give to Aaron, Chase, or Edgar. And Chase edited that one, and I told him to just go hog wild with it. I told him to go absolutely ballistic with editing, because I wanted it to be very over the top, very fun, very silly, and I think he absolutely crushed it in that department. And a lot of people were taken by surprise, the big time jump scare of seeing like zany edits in a video I've posted. Which, by the way, this isn't the first time either. I've posted plenty of videos here that do have quite a bit of editing. Now this probably has the most though. For sure. Now, if it's not your cup of tea, it's not your cup of tea. There's no problem with that whatsoever. There's going to be different tastes. I hate cherries. Other people love cherries. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. I think that is totally fine. And it is very different. So I have no doubt that there's a lot of people that probably don't like that style all that much. And a lot of people had this idea that this was going to be every video going forward, this kind of editing style. Which blows my mind because I don't know how anyone gets that impression. Throughout the entire fucking 19 years or whatever that I've been on YouTube, this whole channel has been just a smorgasbord of a variety of different things. Like, so many different things that I don't know why anyone would think that one thing would now be everything going forward. Like, this one video is now going to be everything going forward in this style, when that has never once been the case for anything on this channel ever. So I don't know why that became like a prevalent concern from a lot of people seeing the editing here and thinking that now everything's going to be edited. Holy shit, it's ruined. I don't get how that thought crossed so many noodles. I've always dropped like experimental shit on this channel all the time. Like, I don't know why this one was such like a problem or something to be worried about. Like, oh no, the enshittification has begun. There's editing now. All because one video had a lot of editing. So here's me putting those fears to bed. The content's not changing. Still going to be me slapping the vast majority of it together in Sony Vegas, an archaic program only archaeologists fucking remember. That's still going to be almost all of it. Same way it always has. But this series, I'm gonna tell you, I like it being very over the top. I think it makes it very, very different, and I want that for it. So maybe going forward there won't be as many quick edits. I don't know. It's something that we'll tinker around and tweak with because, like I said, this is going to be like 3 or 4 years worth of watching video game adaptations. There's like 150 of these bitches out there, and I'm doing all of them. The ones from the 90s, the Uwe Boll dog shit ones. Uwe Boll, I don't know how many of you remember this. He made like, I think it was like 5 awful video game movies way back in the day, and he used to challenge his harshest critics to boxing matches. Like, literally fight me if you didn't like the movie. I'm doing all of them. So it's going to be a lot here to find definitively the best video game adaptation movie. And it's fun. And it will be edited a lot. But that doesn't mean everything will be. So I just wanted to talk about that briefly. Oh, and I guess I'll also mention this. In the Silent Hill review, I kept calling Sean Bean's character Harry, and I thought I had explained why I did that, but I clearly didn't. It wasn't in the review. In the movie, Sean Bean's character is not Harry, he's Christopher. I called him Harry because in the movie he looks exactly like Harry from the Silent Hill game that it is adapting loosely. Christopher gets absolutely nothing of value to do in that movie, and I thought it was pretty clear that that character was supposed to be like a subtle nod to the audience that it's, modeled after Harry. And since Christopher is kind of useless, gets absolutely nothing of value to do on screen, he just goes on his own side quest and leads to nothing, I just stuck with calling him Harry, because at least people know Harry from the Silent Hill game, whereas Christopher is very forgettable in this movie. Though, there's a kind of a spoiler going ahead, in the second Silent Hill film, Christopher does do more of what Harry did in Silent Hill 3. So, it's pretty clear it's supposed to be Harry. At least I thought. And so I just kept calling him Harry in that review. But I probably should have just called him by his actual character name, because it ended up being very confusing for people that have actually seen the movie. Anyway, that's enough yapping. Just wanted to talk about these few things. That's really about it. So yeah. Wow. I just learned about the Switzerland ski resort fire last night, and what a devastating tragedy. At a ski resort bar, a fire broke out that claimed the lives of 40 people, and over 100 have been injured. As of me making this video right now, those are the numbers that are reported. And it is just heartbreaking. And what made me want to talk about it is there's a lot of videos floating around of people that were filming the fire instead of prioritizing escaping it. So there's videos of people that were still actively partying while filming this fire. There's still music playing and everything, and people just not taking it seriously. They're busy filming it for social media. And I can't believe it. Social media has reached the point where it overrides people's basic survival instincts. To see people actively still partying as the entire building is being engulfed in a blazing inferno is unbelievable to me. There's multiple videos like this. So you can see tons of people's phones are out here. So you get like a whole 360-degree video of this fire building until it is completely out of control, which doesn't take long. That's how fire works. And then people panicking, scrambling to escape, but for some it was just way too late. 40 people died in this. It's fucking tragic. And I still just can't believe that people would be like filming and partying while something like this is happening instead of escaping or helping others to escape as well. Like maybe there were people that didn't know this was going on, and someone filming could have instead, let them know like, hey, we got to get the fuck out of here or something. It's so weird to me that we've reached a point where people would prioritize social media updates as opposed to their own life. You know what's a lot cooler than a few handful of likes on TikTok? Being alive. I urge anyone watching this to remember that at the end of the day, social media is not the most important thing in your life. Your life is the most important thing in your life. So anytime there's something like a fire going on, don't think of it as like a potential unique content opportunity. I feel like so much of the world has become incredibly geared towards like content brain 100% of the time, when it just shouldn't be that way. You should always be trying to prioritize your actual life as opposed to like your digital footprint and whatever you do online and all that kind of thing. It's just very, very sad to see this.
Celebration in the Swiss Alps shows the chaos as the deadly flames spread at a bar popular with young people and tourists. You can hear the screaming, people scrambling for the exit as the flames rip through the confined spaces of the bar Le Constellation. Swiss authorities say about 40 people were killed and more than 100 injured in the fire that began at 1:30 a.m. The cause of the blaze now under investigation.
It's extremely hard to watch that footage. It's gut-wrenching. Now, in the news segment, they mentioned that the cause of the fire was still under investigation. As of me making this now, it appears they have a lead on it. They believe that sparklers were what caused it. The sparklers appear to have led to what is referred to as a flashover incident where the fire spread very rapidly. Investigators would assess soundproofing foam used in the ceiling and whether anyone needs to be held criminally liable for the fire. The sparklers they're referring to are champagne bottle sparklers. Now, I've seen this picture floating around, which seems legitimate, but in the age of AI, I can never really be sure anymore. But I've seen this in quite a few different places, including actual publications. But even still, I always take everything with a whiff of uncertainty because, again, it could be, phony baloney AI. But in that picture, the soundproofing, the foam on the ceiling, that does match what appears to be catching on fire in the videos that were filmed. So, regardless, it seems like it was the champagne bottle sparklers that started this incident, and it spread the fire very rapidly. It immediately reminded me of the 2003 Station nightclub fire, which killed 100 people, and the fire started in a very similar fashion where the acoustic foam paneling caught on fire during pyrotechnics. Here, the sparklers caught that foam on fire. Now, I believe the venue should be held liable. I do. Now, of course, I'm not a Switzerland authority, nor am I a fucking fire marshal or anything like that. I am a 5'6" homunculus layman. But I feel like if you are going to be selling champagne with sparklers on top, you probably also shouldn't have exposed, highly flammable foam paneling, where if a sparkler is raised a little too high, it can just cause all of it to ignite. That's clearly a huge problem and a big oversight to be combining these two things. It is a recipe for disaster. Now, I don't know if this was like the first year this bar did the sparklers and champagne thing or not, because if they were doing it previously, I'm surprised it wouldn't have happened sooner if the layout and the materials have stayed exactly the same. Like, that does seem to just be a glaring issue to have that there while also selling sparklers. But anyway, I saw in an article that one of the bar owners said that it's been inspected 3 times in 10 years and it passed the regulations. Again, I am a fucking idiot when it comes to this kind of thing, but that feels like a very little amount of inspection to be conducted over the course of a decade. I feel like, and keep in mind, I'm not the owner of an event space or anything, but I feel like in order to ensure the safety of patrons, you would want that to be inspected a little more often than 3 times in 10 years. A lot can change over the course of that period of time. So I just feel like in order to ensure due diligence and ensure materials are still up to code and everything's still, as it should be, I would have expected that to be a little bit higher. And I've seen people questioning, well, what are the regulations when it comes to this kind of thing there? Like, I haven't seen any reports on if there were, like, sufficient escapes, like maybe there weren't enough escape routes for people to exit in case of emergency. I haven't seen anything about that as of me making this video right now, so there's just a lot of question marks in the air. But based on the videos I have seen, it really feels like this venue will likely be held liable, at least in some sense, for the fire, because it doesn't make sense why they would even be doing these sparkling champagne bottles while having known flammable material on the ceiling. And it's not like the ceiling is like 50 feet high where it would never touch it or anything. You can reach it by holding the champagne bottle up a little higher than you normally would. Again, at least based on some of the videos I've seen. So, you know, like there's a video of the guy hitting the roof or the ceiling that has fire breaking out on it, where you can see the paneling. He's hitting it while standing with his shirt. So you can easily reach that. So if you're selling sparklers, which can start fires, and you're surrounded by this not super high ceiling that is full of these flammable materials, that's a problem. So personally, I just can't imagine authorities coming back and being like, oh yeah, the venue's not at fault at all. This is actually, you know, totally normal. Because it just doesn't feel like it should be. In that case, maybe we need to update the fire inspection protocol over there, because I don't think you should be mixing flammable foam paneling with fucking champagne sparklers. It's an absolute fucking disaster. And it's so tragic, man. It's just so fucking sad. 40 lives lost, over 100 people injured on what is supposed to be an extremely happy celebratory day. It's so fucking awful, man. Anyway, wishing the best for everyone affected, all families, everyone that survived it as well. Just terrible stuff. Truly awful stuff. That's really about it. So yeah. 31-year-old man still shakes his fists at clouds the old-fashioned way. A heartwarming story here. Join me as I lament the current climate of YouTube content being dominated by AI. I imagine a lot of you have seen by now, some of the most viewed videos and channels across the platform are AI at the moment. And one really fascinating genre that's blown up is AI elderly people telling touching stories and giving life advice as if they are real people. I first learned about this because Deep Humor covered a channel called Before It's Too Late, and they're by far the most popular one. They've gained over 100,000 subs in just shy of 2 months. And their videos have gone somewhat viral, so no doubt they've made thousands of dollars for what is no doubt minutes of sentences typed into an AI video generator. And people believe that it's authentic, and this has become pretty big. There's other channels that are now copying it, or maybe it's just the same content farm that's churning this shit out across numerous channels, fundamentally just the exact same scripts, but with a different old person and new liver spots. It's so fucking pathetic.
I'm 73 years old, and I'm about to tell you something that might upset you. Everything you think you know about getting older is completely wrong.
Fuck, Grandpa, now you done made me upset. Why'd you have to say that? Well, now I'm gonna have to throw out everything I thought I knew about aging. Thanks, Big Shot, you fucking old bat. This is Before It's Too Late. It's a channel that's fully AI generated, giving you these cliche platitudes about regret and spending your time wisely, delivered through the lips of AI generated old people. It's an entire channel dedicated to regurgitating and repackaging the same fucking Facebook statuses you saw in middle school. If you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best type shit. And sad stories that tug on your heartstrings, playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin about the time that your crush asked to borrow a pen in kinesiology course, but you didn't have any. I'm 86 years old and I still think about this regret daily. Why, Christine, why? A moving tale. It's fucking embarrassing, man. And if you look in the comments, so many people think this is real. Patting these AI-generated geezers on the tuchus, saying, you know, we're really happy that you're sharing this experience and wisdom with us. I will grow as a person because of this. Thank you so much for your bravery. I would love to hear more of your war stories about the time you went to Staples and overpaid, but then learned the value of friendship or whatever. Now, on their About section, they claim that these are real experiences and life advice from user-submitted stories about regret and life lessons, and that they use AI-generated avatars that were created from photo references of the real individuals who shared them. I'm immediately throwing a flag on this play. That is horseradish. These are just ChatGPT spit out garbage, gobbledygook. Like, it's not real stories. These are the most cliche nothing burgers imaginable with old people's faces slapped on them to deceive viewers. And while they do openly state that it's AI generated, you can see in the comment section that most people don't know that. And in their own descriptions, like on this video, it even just makes it seem like this is his channel. After years of living and learning the hard way, I'm sharing the life lessons I wish I knew when I was younger. In this video, I talk about time, relationship, regrets, success, and what truly matters in life. If you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, and beyond, this wisdom could save you decades of mistakes. This feels like it is trying to deceive people, deliberately trying to make them believe that this is actually an old person on camera giving this advice and telling this story, sitting you down by the fireplace to regale a moment from his past here for your own benefit. And even the way they sign off their videos plays into that.
Someday is today. It always has been. If this resonates, share this video, leave a comment, tell me what you're going to do differently. Subscribe, because I have more truths to share and not much time left. The clock is ticking. What are you going to do with your time?
The name of the channel is Before It's Too Late. So their sign-offs are always playing into that idea that these old people are about to just fucking die. They're about to croak, and the last thing they want you to do before they, meet their maker is subscribe to the YouTube channel. So it doesn't feel like this is part of a real story that was shared with them by a viewer. What viewer puts that into the script? Oh yeah, I'm turbo old. Pretty much on the way out. Could be any second now. And man, the last thing I want to see is everyone hitting that subscribe button and blasting that bell on the Before It's Too Late YouTube channel. That way I can die going to Valhalla with a smile on my face. It's stupid, man. Like, they have the AI disclaimer there to cover their own ass, but obviously they don't try and make that front-facing. They want people to believe that these are actual, genuine old people sharing their real experiences, so that way it can be like emotionally moving and thought-provoking, but it's not.
You see, I spent the first 50 years of my life believing the same lies you probably believe right now. I thought I had it all figured out. I had the career, the house, the respect of my peers. But at 52, something happened that shattered everything I thought I knew.
Poor bastard got minted on the blockchain. They funged the non-fungible right from under his nose. Again, you have heard this trash a billion times before. So many of these pseudo-intellectual self-help guru YouTube channels and shit have said the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, and this is an evolution of that where it's even lazier, even more low effort, but much, much faster to produce, and they can put a emotional draw to it with an old person's perspective here now. So now people are buying into it more and it's making them more money. It's fucking dumb. I hate this shit so much. And this is just one of very many AI genres that are blowing up on YouTube where people don't even realize they're consuming AI content right now. It's everywhere.
I ask if something happened, and she says no. Then, after a long silence, she says something that's been rattling around in my head ever since. She says, "Grandpa, does it ever feel like nothing you do actually matters?" I'm George, and I'm 87 years old. I've lived through wars, recessions.
Hi, George. Thanks for sharing this story. This is stunning. Man, gives you a lot to chew on. Do you ever feel like nothing you do matters? Huh. Never really stopped to consider such a thing. But when you really sit down, consume some AI videos, and start to really just marinate, it becomes very clear that yes, what you do matters. You are a very important view statistic on the Before It's Too Late YouTube channel, and George doesn't have much time left, so what are you waiting for? Subscribe!
You know, what's one small thing you're going to pay more attention to? And subscribe if you want more of these conversations. I've got a bit more to say before I'm done, and I'd like to say it to people who actually want to listen.
Unfortunately, the day after this was filmed, George's corpse was located in a public park. Authorities believe he suffered a fart overdose and tragically passed away, all of which could have been avoided if you had just listened to his stories on the Before It's Too Late YouTube channel. And now it's too late. George is gone. Anyway, you get the point. This sucks. tons of channels like this. AI channels are legitimately dominating the platform right now, and a lot of people don't even realize that what they are watching is AI anymore. It's sad, and it's just going to get worse, especially considering the YouTube CEO seems extremely excited about AI's presence on the platform. Anyway, that's really about it. Yeah. Well, the time is finally upon us. A moment in cinema history more important than Team Edward versus Team Jacob. Will Charles be reintegrated into the Hunger Games franchise? The man who was once the face of the Hunger Games. Without me, it'd be buried in the dirt many years ago, many moons in the past. But with District 8 Hospital Helper's performance carrying the weight of the world on its shoulders, the Hunger Games was able to flourish, and I was excommunicated from the franchise. But with Sunrise on the Reaping, they're doing the open casting call. I recently made a video announcing my return and my attempt to get in there, and I'm happy to report I finished my audition. Unfortunately, I was unable to get Neil Blomkamp to write me a script, nor was I able to get the best soundstage Tampa had to offer, so instead, we settled for a decent one. A good soundstage, but not the cream of the crop, which is fine. Because it's not about the technology. There's no such thing as a bad actor, only bad... nope, there's no such thing as a bad location, only bad actors. And I am not a bad actor. In fact, I'd say I'm the best. And this will be a showcase of that. So I've posted the full audition on Instagram as per the parameters of the competition. So I followed all of the rules. Hopefully I'll be chosen for whatever role they deem worthy of my talent, which should be nothing shy of a leading role. And we'll see how she goes. I'll play that for you here, but I'd like to also play you the extended director's cut for some takes we didn't use. What we ended up doing was we kind of just winged it. Like, we had a general premise for what we wanted to do. It was kind of just going to be like this wide array of different scenes as opposed to marrying ourselves to one narrative. Instead, we told every story ever made in a bunch of different backgrounds. And, well, I think it came out alright. It's like the world's worst fucking Old Spice commercial, but that's okay. It's been over a decade since my debut in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. This is a showcase of my range to prove why I should be reintegrated into the franchise. Enjoy. Well, Mr. Phillips, the biopsy did come back. Unfortunately, it was positive for fart cancer, but don't worry. Oh, whoa, man. Ain't seen you around here before. Ma'am, you need to push! Push, ma'am! God, umbilical cord's around its little neck. No, please don't! No, I'm only 12! No! This is supposed to be a fun retreat! No! Get away! Congratulations, Mom. No! My God, this baby, it looks just like me. Wow. I know it's my own performance, but inspiration is inspiration, you know what I mean? In 1 minute, I was able to make you feel things and connect to these characters we created. And really, at the end of the day, it's kind of the most important part of acting. Just tickling the soul a little bit, you know what I mean? So that's the actual edited down audition to fit within the minute-long scope of things. But I wanted to show you a few takes we didn't really use because I think they're just as good, if not even better, in some cases. This is a showcase of my range as well as me doing a stunt choreographed performance from High Wires. If you're watching this, then I'm already dead. Yeah, I practiced my Bushido. Ruh-oh, Reggie! A baby's gotta do what a baby's gotta do. Tommy Pickles.
Go.
Hey, Scram! Get out of here! I'm coming and hell's coming with me. Just fucking tell him I'm coming. In general.
Coming for you.
Oh, you're not getting away. Deep breaths. In and out. It's crowning. Big push. Come here. I cannot believe it. I thought this was impossible, like a growth spurt in my 30s. I didn't think this was something that would ever happen here. I feel like I'm 9 years old and I just watched a birthday party magician pull a quarter out from behind my ear. My mind is blown. Earlier today, former Prince Andrew was arrested following Epstein Files revelations. For those that don't know, Prince Andrew was in a lot of the files. There were even pictures as well, very disturbing stuff. He was a stronger presence in the Epstein Files than Obi-Wan Kenobi was in the original Star Wars trilogy. He was in there a lot. And there's been tons of allegations and a lot of evidence and a lot of ties with Epstein. But I think most people, myself included, just didn't expect anything to happen because that's been kind of the protocol recently, where the Trump administration in particular is constantly just telling the American public to move on from it and it's not a big deal, stop caring. Pam Bondi struggles through her lobotomy to try and get a story straight about where she stands with Epstein files on if they exist or if they don't, if they're on her desk or what's going on there. It seems like everyone kind of plugs their ears when Pam Bondi's around and they don't fill her in on the talking points, so her story's never cohesive. The only thing she sticks to is that Epstein files are all out there and we're done. And there's nothing more to be done about it. Justice has been served with 0 arrests outside of Maxwell. And of course, Perjury Patel loves to lie about it. Todd Blanche also takes a special kind of joy in letting people know that, yeah, most likely nothing's ever coming from this. It's not a crime to party with Epstein.
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things. And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
Are there videotapes that you all have?
Yeah, there's a lot of videotapes, actually. But according to Todd Blanche and this administration, that's not like actionable evidence. Yeah, there's nothing here. Everyone's making a mountain out of a molehill. But interestingly enough, it seems like other places in the world are taking it more seriously than America is here, this administration. Internationally, there have been a lot of powerful figures that have come under intense scrutiny and have stepped down or been relieved of their position. And now we're seeing Prince Andrew be arrested in the UK for his involvement here in the Epstein files. And they're investigating that, seeing what's going on there. That's more than this administration has done. The Trump administration, still 0 fucking arrests outside of Maxwell, whom they're doing everything in their power to ensure has the most luxurious time in prison possible. Now, normal, sensible people with a functioning frontal lobe are all celebrating that it's an arrest in regards to the Epstein files. Finally, hallelujah! That's a pump your fist moment. That's a certified finger-wiggling situation here. But weirdly enough, there's one person who's real tore up about it here. I'm telling you, this guy looks like he's got the suds right now, like fucking SpongeBob. Trump's extremely sad that Prince Andrew got arrested.
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country, at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. So I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing to see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing.
What a fucking odd response. It's sad that someone has been arrested in relation to the Epstein files. Why? Why shouldn't they be investigated? Why is this sad? Why is this cause for tears? Like, he looks like he just watched the ending to Marley and Me. He's looking emotional as shit right now over Prince Andrew's arrest. Why is this something sad? Like, not a single mention of, like, the victims ever from Trump, really. He never really seems to care about the victims in the Epstein case. It's only ever, man, there's a lot of innocent men here that are getting roped into this, and that's the real victims. That's the real sad story. Guys that, just wanted to talk baseball with Epstein and all of that kind of shit, getting labeled nasty stuff. Man, that's the real bitch of it. It's so wild to me that when it comes to Epstein, Trump's MO is move on, it's not a big deal. Yeah, the most infamous child sex trafficker in this nation's history, had a bunch of clients and all of them are getting away with it. Big whoop. Go cry about it. Kick dirt, pussy. Let's move on. It's nothing that anyone should ever care about. All of the rape, the torture, the murder, all of that stuff, it's not a big deal. That's small potatoes. Get over it. And then when someone like Prince Andrew gets arrested in regards to it, he's like, oh, now that's sad. That's really sad. We need to take a moment of silence here. That's sad stuff. Please, won't everyone play a sad song on the world's smallest violin for Prince Andrew? This is a really heartbreaking scenario here. It's like watching an ASPCA commercial. I couldn't believe it. I shan't believe it when I saw Prince Andrew was arrested. Oh my lord, an entire tissue box was expended, wiping the tears from my eyes. What a weird response. It's very clear this administration is desperately trying to do everything in its power to distract and deflect from the Epstein files and try and minimize just how important this is, how big of a deal this is. And now he's trying to sell you on this pile of dog shit here that it's like a bad thing that Prince Andrew's been arrested. And I guess maybe for Trump and his friends it is a bad thing because there's a chance Prince Andrew might start squealing. He might let the cat out of the bag and could implicate some other very powerful people in relation to Epstein. So maybe that's why he's so tore up about it. It's just so fucking crazy that he doesn't even try and hide it. And he doesn't need to. His fan base will absolutely just swallow his whole cock at all times for anything at all.
A stunning royal arrest. Former Prince Andrew taken into custody from his home in the English countryside. It follows growing revelations about the alleged connections between the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and Andrew, the former Duke of York and brother of King Charles. Thames Valley Police saying the arrest was on suspicion of misconduct in public office.
This seems like they're pursuing it pretty seriously. I imagine an investigation is underway where I would again guess that they find a lot of evidence on Prince Andrew and Epstein's connections and some really fucking horrible, heinous shit. Now, I've got a little hunch there's a little someone special out there that's also starting to sweat profusely after seeing this news of Prince Andrew's arrest. Victoria Hervey. Victoria Hervey had a relationship with Prince Andrew quite a while ago, and she's got a very interesting take on Epstein.
That was very powerful. So like if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like to be honest, like if you're not in those files, it would be an insult because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
Right. So the people who aren't in the files are losers.
Yes.
Okay. Are you in the files?
Well, of course I am, because it's any journalist that wrote about it.
That's an astonishing attitude, isn't it? You're the loser because you're not in this. I find that jaw-dropping.
They're just so brazen now. With her whole chest, she says it would be an insult if you weren't invited to party with Epstein. You're a loser if you didn't party with Epstein.
Police have been looking into emails in which Andrew apparently shared confidential government information with Epstein. The latest batch of released files showing Andrew forwarded reports about foreign countries and trade opportunities to Epstein in 2010, when he was serving as a UK trade envoy.
Charles, how long have you known about Andrew and Epstein?
But the scandal has been growing for years.
That clip they show in the segment right there where someone said, how long have you known about Andrew and Epstein? And the crowd erupts in shock and awe and disgust, like they're upset that someone said something about it. That blew my mind. Like, is everyone there just okay with it? They all rolled their eyes collectively like, oh, here we go, Epstein again. Can you just let it go? We're trying to ignore it. Like, what the fuck? I'm hoping I'm having like a bad read on what happened there, but I think it came across pretty clear that the people there were not too pleased to hear Epstein's name brought up there. They'd rather just pretend that it's not real, I guess. Which is crazy. And that's exactly what so many of these powerful politicians that have engaged in these unthinkable evil acts want. And people, just sheep, are okay with it. They're like, oh my God, look at this guy who went out of line and said something about Epstein and Andrew. This is crazy. Can someone shun that guy? Can we get him out of here?
With other allegations, including of sexual misconduct against Andrew, including from Epstein victim Virginia Roberts Giuffre, seen in this picture with Andrew. The prince,
That one is a timeless Prince Andrew classic. That one is an iconic moment from Prince Andrew's time on Earth. I actually made a video on that 6 years ago. His defense was, this couldn't have happened. This is a big, bold lie. This is a fib because, I don't sweat. Even though there is so much proof of him sweating, this guy sweats. He's a fucking sweater. He sweats a lot, actually. It was the wackiest fucking defense. But again, he got away with it until very recently, it seems. And I guess it's not even clear if he hasn't got away with it. He's been arrested, but he's not, in jail or anything yet. They're still investigating. So, it's possible he still gets away with it. But for all of this time, he hadn't even been arrested or anything. So even, the worst fucking lie ever to protect himself about not sweating was enough. It's just so blatantly corrupt across the globe. They don't even bother trying to hide any of this or even cover it up at all, really. And people just excuse it. They just let it go. In that clip a moment ago, where someone brings up Andrew and Epstein and everyone's like, fuck you, buddy. I'm busy being a blind worshiper of this political figure. Come on, man. I'm busy trying to not think for myself. It's so sad and scary. Now, anyway, in America, obviously there haven't been any Epstein-related arrests since Maxwell, of course, and if Todd Blanche and the rest of the administration is anything to go by, it doesn't seem like they're interested at all in pursuing anything Epstein-related with clients or co-conspirators, anything like that. It doesn't seem like they're actually pursuing justice in any way, shape, or form. They're trying to hammer home the point that you shouldn't care about it, get over it. They are literally saying that. So it doesn't seem like there's any arrests coming to anyone there. And there have been a couple of very powerful people that have lost some of their positions at the corporations that they were a part of as a result of the Epstein files due to public pressure and scrutiny. So there have been some people that stepped down here, but again, no investigations, no arrests or anything like that. So it looks like they're still getting away with it. Even though they might not be at those mega corporations anymore, they still have unfathomable wealth and are not punished for their involvement in these Epstein files and all of their fucking crimes or anything. The administration is not interested in pursuing it, it seems. But who knows? Maybe Prince Andrew's arrest is the first domino to fall, and we'll see tons more arrests of these evil, vile people that are pulling the strings behind the curtain that have gotten away with this evil for so long. Now, I want to put a little bonus clip in here because something else has just recently happened. A new name, I guess not a new name, but more information has come out with about Leslie Wexner and his involvement in the Epstein case, and a very interesting moment has just unfolded as he was being asked questions.
It was just regularly done. Answer the question. 5 words, okay? Answer the question.
His lawyer there said, I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay? And then Les Wexner starts giggling about it. Do they teach that in law school? Is that part of the bar? I don't know if I've ever seen that strategy there from a lawyer. That's pretty alarming, I would think, right? Maybe? Yeah? I mean, come on. That's peculiar, right? For his lawyer to be saying something like that? Now, this is in an Epstein deposition. He also said some very fascinating stuff about Rothschild. This had quite a bit in it, but this moment right here was by far the most odd. I would think most people would see this, hear this, and immediately recognize, okay, this is fishy. Anyway, though, Prince Andrew being arrested is good news. Don't let Trump fool you into thinking that it's sad news. An arrest finally being made in regards to Epstein. Oh my goodness. Maybe we can actually start getting punishment for some of these fucking monsters out there and learn who else is a part of it. Like, I think this is a good thing. The arrest of Prince Andrew. Well, I should have seen this coming. Prince Andrew has been released. That didn't last very long. They got him in there, and then they said, okay, time's up. He's still under investigation, supposedly, but yeah, he's not being held or anything. He was arrested, but he's now released. The investigation, supposedly ongoing. I made this video, like everything you have watched up until this point, I made this afternoon, and now this news is just now breaking about him being released, so definitely need to include that in here. I'm hoping that they're taking the investigation seriously, though I'm now skeptical because, well, I mean, they already let him go. That was very quick. He was there for a couple hours, maybe. He went in there, took a nap, and then went home, I guess. Well, that's the latest update on the Prince Andrew arrest. Alright, well, that's really about it. So yeah. To claim the title of most delusional man in gaming is no easy feat, especially with specimen like John Risitiello existing, the former EA greed Goliath who tinkered around with the idea of charging players for reloading their gun. But what if I told you he is no longer the most delusional man in gaming? It sounds impossible, right? Because that guy is a fucking mutant. Who could possibly beat that? Well, there's a new lolcow on the block that no one would have expected. Leslie Benzies. Now, this name might ring some bells because if you look at his resume, it's nothing but bangers. These are beloved, cherished games, all of which he has had a hand in producing at Rockstar. This guy has had nothing but hits until this year, when he had nothing but a shit. After 2013 with Grand Theft Auto 5, he doesn't have any other credits to his name in the gaming industry until Mind's Eye that dropped this year. A little embarrassing nugget that everyone has taken their turn spitting on, and that's not the biggest deal in the world. Everyone has a blunder here and there. The fact that Mind's Eye is a bad game is not what makes Leslie Benzies the most delusional man in gaming. It's his response to it. Even before the game launched, when the critics weren't really excited about it and the people that had gotten their hands early on it said it wasn't very good, he immediately discredited all of them, saying that it was a concerted effort to trash the game because people were like afraid of it. There's, our rival in the space is trying to sabotage Mind's Eye. They don't want you to experience this game. It's going to open your fucking mind's eye. And he kept that attitude up. The game came out. It flopped. It is now completely dead. It has become a joke of a game. And he is still coming back in and making these same claims, except this time he's also saying that the development was sabotaged internally by fucking double agents or something. He refuses to accept that the game is just not good and people don't like it. So now he's also planning on relaunching Mind's Eye, whatever that means. It is embarrassing. And it is sad to see a legend like Leslie Benzies become what he has now. And it's weird because I went back and watched some interviews. He himself doesn't even seem very enthusiastic about the game, so I don't know why he's trying to put on this strong face of like, no, this game is actually amazing and everyone's wrong, and even if the game's not that good, it's because there were bad actors at my company that I didn't realize were working for the deep state that ruined it. Yeah, here, I'll talk more about the Mind's Eye stuff. I know. I'm the preeminent expert on everything Mind's Eye related. I briefly talked about it at the beginning of the stream. I'll talk about it a little bit more. It's wacky. It's honestly sad to a certain extent. So, a lot of people know this, but the guy behind Mind's Eye is like an actual legend. Like, Leslie had worked on some absolute bangers, most notably Grand Theft Auto, what everyone knows him for. And he comes up with Mind's Eye and makes Build a Rocket Boy, everything like that. Well, Leslie doesn't like that no one enjoys his game. He really can't come to terms with it. So before it launched and 2 executives left, he went out there, he infamously said that all of the bad reviews and everything, like they're paid shills from competitors that are scared of Mind's Eye and what it could mean, and it's all manufactured hoo-ha. And now that other people, not just reviewers, got to play the game and they all still hated it, he's now come out and said that the reason it's bad is because of internal saboteurs. there was like this espionage effort at his company to ruin his game. And also, like, other people outside have been brainwashed and they don't understand it's actually still a masterpiece. So he plans on relaunching the game. So, because apparently the issue was, you know, he needed to weed out all the bad actors internally. So he came into the fucking swamp and started shooting all of the monsters in there that have ruined Mind's Eye. It's actual delusion. It's almost to like a gang stalking level. It's scary because this guy isn't just some nobody like weirdo. This is Leslie fucking Benzies. Like, this guy has worked on so many Rockstar projects. I don't know how you go from that to Mind's Eye, and I don't know how you go from that to thinking that everyone is out to get you. Not that you just made a stinker. It just doesn't make sense how that happened. He's worked on every 3D Rockstar game. Really, I didn't know it was every single one. I thought it was just some of the big ones. But that makes sense. Like, he is actually a legend. And now, he's a clown. An absolute clown. I don't know why he thinks relaunching the game is a good idea. This is actually a Morbius situation. Except, this game hasn't even been memed ironically. It's just sad. It's just sad, and I feel really bad for his employees that he's just gutting. Or, most likely, going to gut. Like, what is this? What is it? Are you on... You're looking at Metacritic right now. Get out! Give me your badge and your gun. You're out of here. Build a Rocket Boy will no longer be requiring your services, spy. Go back to DARPA. It's just so odd. Are we going to play it again? I will 150,000% not be playing the relaunch. No fucking way. No. No, sirree. Here. Menzies reportedly went on to tell staff via video call that the game's disastrous launch was due to internal and external saboteurs. It's unclear who he believes sabotaged development of Mind's Eye, but it's not the first type of comment to come out of the Build a Rocket Boy executive's mouth, and then this is him talking about the concerted effort to ruin it before it got off the ground and sprouted its wings. I did, however, see something interesting, not delusional. The guy who plays the lead, he actually came forward and he's like, man, it really sucks that this game's bad. He gave an interview where he's like, man, the game's just kind of a mess. You hate to see it. So, like, even... I mean, I'm assuming Leslie has now labeled that guy a traitor, and he's going to try him for treason or something, but, like, anyone who plays the game, anyone who's seen the game can tell you it's just not a good game. And for some reason, Leslie can't wrestle with that. He can't come to terms with that. He's blaming everybody and everything else, literally creating his own boogeyman. It's, I don't know, it sucks to see. Like, it actually sucks to see. I do think the guy who played the lead is a talented guy. I agree with that. I feel bad for him. Like, he is not a bad actor. Like, he is pretty solid. They promised wheels that spin. Yeah. Well, that was one of the saboteurs. The reason the wheels don't spin is because the guy responsible for making them spin, he was working on Rockstar's payroll in order to ruin it. It's like this whole thing is deep. It's like the plot to Andor. You don't understand. You don't see what Leslie sees. There was nothing promising in that game. What could they possibly add to it? I have no idea. It's also extraordinarily odd how he's coming out and it's like, the development was ruined by saboteurs, but it's like, Leslie, did you not play the game yourself? Did you not see the game before it shipped? If you really think that somehow your developers did some, like, under-the-hood weirdness to ruin it, wouldn't you have seen it before you shipped it? He's acting like this is some big surprise that came out of nowhere. I think they made a fake build to make him think it's Game of the Year material. Can you imagine? Like, they trapped Leslie in a genjutsu at the Build a Rocket Boy headquarters, and they just fed him, like, the actual Game of the Year Mind's Eye. He had no idea how shit the game was, because they were just giving him, like, the best thing. Fucking Infinite Tsukiyomi over there. No, I have no idea what he actually means by relaunching. He's not exactly clear. I don't know if he's doing, like, a new version of it, or if he's actually just dropping the same stinker twice. I don't know. I don't think he's explained what exactly he means by relaunch, not that I've seen. Wow, player count's already at 20 or down to 22. It's thriving. Last week, the studio began a 45-day consultancy period that is required by UK law whenever a company is planning to lay off 100 or more employees. Oh my god. Build a Rocket Boy currently has around 300 UK employees and 200 based abroad. Barb, Build a Rocket Boy, said at the time that the cuts would focus on delivering ongoing updates and performance optimization for Mind's Eye while also ensuring the long-term success of Build a Rocket Boy's future ambitions. We're trimming the fat. The saboteurs, we've located them. And we're re-educating them at the office right now. Probably like Cyberpunk. I guess, but correct me if I'm wrong, Cyberpunk didn't have this whole thing where it's like, Cyberpunk relaunched! It was just they did a ton of updates, they made the game better. Thus, it's kind of like a new Cyberpunk than what launched. But they didn't make a whole song and dance about it, they just kept patching the game. I think it means he's going to remake the game by himself, so there's no possibility for internal sabotage. Holy shit, that'd go hard. Leslie has his action hero moment. Fuck it, I'll do it myself. Then he makes his own Mind's Eye, and it's a masterpiece. If you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself as he smokes a cigar. There are certain subjects I make a lot of content covering. There are just a handful of topics that always wiggle their way underneath my skin and grease my cheeks, and I can't fight the urge to yap about them, like a dog chasing a mailman, just going around barking at it. And one of them, one of the biggest, is people using Christianity as a means to exploit and abuse others. Corrupt pastors that are using the faith as a tool for their own self-gain and self-interest. I find it to be vile, evil, and unforgivable. So over the years, I've made tons of videos covering these instances. And just a couple days ago, I made that video going over Robert Morris. This demon was the former spiritual advisor to Donald Trump. He was also a Texas megachurch turbo pastor who recently pled guilty to molesting a 12-year-old girl numerous times. And he only got 6 months in jail for this. He is now out of jail and will be serving the next 9.5 years on probation in his luxury property. Now, maybe you can call me short and ugly, but I gotta tell you, I'll be honest with you sports fans, that doesn't sound like justice to me. That doesn't sound like punishment that fits the crime of molesting a 12-year-old girl numerous times. I feel like that should have been life in prison. But he got 6 months. I already blabbered about that out the wazoo, and I'm not here to just do it again. I wanted to do something a little different, because Robert Morris was Trump's former spiritual advisor. I want to show you his current spiritual advisor, because I truly think this administration is normalizing the epidemic of fake Christians that are just using the faith as a tool for their own enrichment. I believe it is full-blown, fucking full frontal, dangling right in your face, obvious blasphemy. It's not subtle, it's unapologetic. I mean, Jiminy Christmas, Trump was hawking and is still actively hawking Trump Bibles. Expensive Bibles for like 60 clams with Trump's name on them and numerous variants of it. They range in price from $60 up to $1,000, and also a little fun tiddlywink of lore here. They're printed in China. So they're made for less than $3 per Bible, yet he jacks the price up to $60 for the lowest plebeian edition of his Bible. But it goes all the way up to $1,000 for the one that has Trump's signature on the inside cover. Like, I just don't know how that's defensible from any real Christians. That is just completely unacceptable. These frauds worship Trump more than God. It's like textbook idolatry with the way they talk about and discuss Trump. Like, Nicki Minaj is a great example. She's a wonderful case study for this. She spent a significant amount of time squatting on top of the orb of confusion and debasing herself publicly, slurping for this administration, and eventually got in their good graces and received a Donald Trump-signed Holy Bible, calling it one of the most meaningful gifts she's ever received. Which is ridiculous, because Nicki Minaj has been very vocal about her faith in recent time. And I feel like anyone who is legitimately very proud of their faith as a Christian would receive a gift like that and be disgusted. There are some Bibles that get signed by like a pastor or someone who is genuinely in the faith and an active community member in Christianity in the local churches. That is something that I am very familiar with. That was something that I had seen when I was going to church, but they weren't sold. They were given to members of the congregation, and it was always just like, enjoy your Bible, or like, I hope I hope this resonates with you, and then signed by the pastor. This is Donald Trump planting his fucking name on top of the Holy Bible, literally going through the word Bible with his signature, making it seem as though he's the most important part of this gift, not the Bible itself. And yet Nicki Minaj is like, oh my god, it's amazing. Nicki Minaj, by the way, whose husband is a registered sex offender, and her older brother is in the slammer serving 25 to life for sexually assaulting an 11-year-old child. Now, I'm not here just to talk about the Trump Bible. Like I said, I want to focus on his current spiritual advisor, Paula White, because I think she is the perfect example of this phenomenon and is serving to normalize this practice.
Wherever I go, God rules. When I walk on White House grounds, God walks on White House grounds. I had every right and authority to declare the White House as holy ground because I was standing there, and where I stand is holy.
To say no to President Trump would be saying no to God. And I won't do that.
This is a montage that kind of blew up a few months ago. A lot of people have seen this, and it shows some of Paula White Kane's more recent highlights about how she can declare the White House as holy ground because she walked there and God walks with her. And also, she proudly proclaims that saying no to Trump would be like saying no to God, and she's never going to do that. I had the longer section saved, but now that video's taken down, so I can't show you the whole context of that statement, but from what I recall, she was talking about how Trump has basically been chosen by God, so when Trump asked her, to come aboard, saying no to Trump in that position would have been like saying no to God, which she refuses to do. That is an outrageous thing to say. That is genuinely, by all possible definitions and interpretations, blasphemous. To say that kind of statement about saying no to a man is like saying no to God, you are putting that person on this pedestal that they are equal to God. That is like a big no-no in the faith. It's fucking unhinged. And yet, nobody calls her out on that in the administration. All of these supposed Christians have no problem with her saying things like that and acting this way. It's baffling. Well, it's actually not baffling when you stop to realize that none of them actually care about Christianity. They are using it. To them, it is nothing more than a tool to be utilized to get people latched onto their bosom. Because if they can convince people that what they're doing is righteous and chosen by God, then people would be afraid to go against it, thinking that they have to fall in line, otherwise they've deviated from the path of the Lord. That's their whole tactic. That is the playbook that they're using. It is sickening. And it's working for them. It's working extremely well for them. Like just yesterday, Paula White had this to say about President Trump and his experience and how similar it is to our Lord and Savior.
But the truth of it is you are here because of God and because of you. And I just wanted to share this thought and then pray over President Trump. Jesus taught us so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership. Great transformation requires great sacrifice. And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you. God always had a plan. On the third day, he rose, he defeated evil, he conquered death, hell, and the grave. And because he rose, we all know that we can rise. And sir, because of his resurrection, you rose up. Because he was victorious, you were victorious. And I believe that the Lord said to tell you this. Because of his victory, you will be victorious in all you put your hand to.
Comparing Trump's journey to that of Jesus Christ. Wow. Powerful stuff, Paula. When you put it that way, and I really stopped to marinate and stew, giving it a lot of thought, I actually think that my life's journey is pretty similar to that of Master Chief's. Huh. Isn't that some shit? Now, I know I've mentioned this a couple times in the past when covering people like Paula. I am not as spiritual as I used to be. Growing up, I was very, very religious. As I said, I got baptized twice because I was concerned that God may have been AFK for the first one, and I wanted to make sure that, he had front row seats and popcorn ready for the second one, just in case. So I came in there with the round 2 for the Jumbotron. It was a huge part of my life. And even though I'm not as spiritual now as I was then, I still care deeply for it. And seeing that this is becoming so common now is just gross. It's so fucking abhorrent. Paula White Cain is a televangelist demon. Her whole career is built off of begging for money from her followers, and she still actively does that while being the spiritual advisor to Donald Trump. In fact, her 2026 Unleashed conference, she had this wonderful moment.
Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000 to come in. I want $100,000. There are 10 people that could give $10,000. There's 100 people that could give $1,000.
How selfless, how noble. She wants $100,000. Fork it over. Cough it up, guys. Where's the $100,000? I know I said that she begs for money, but it's actually more accurate to say that she demands money. And she tries to present it as though if you don't give money to her, you are doing a disservice in the eyes of the Lord. This is a common tactic used by televangelists that have done this for many, many moons now, but very few of them have the same kind of power and influence that Paula White Cain does. One notable person that I'm sure a lot of you have heard of, and someone that I've made a couple videos on, is Kenneth Copeland. He is the guy who's very open about how important it is that he has his private jet. So keep giving him money. He's the pastor and the Lord needs him to have a private jet, so give him money. Paula White Cain is cut from that same cloth. She is still actively doing this and demanding money from people in her church, and it is just disgusting.
Get a check, make it payable to Paula White Ministry. There are people that are watching right now. If you say, I don't have it, give $100. Bring up a sacrificial seed. This isn't for me. This is about kids that will die without you being obedient. This is about kids who are going to be minstrels and instruments and warriors and mighty for God. This is about kids who are going to make a difference. I'm not going to take everybody's blessing. Come on. I'm going to tell you, get a seed of sacrifice. There's only 3 envelopes. I'm not moving. I'm not going to lay hands on people till you're obedient. Get out of your seat. Come on and come bring up a seed. Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000.
She says verbatim that there are kids that will die without you being obedient and giving her money. Oh no, the money is not about me. It's about these kids. We need the $100,000 now. If you can't afford that, the $1,000, then give $100. You gotta give something. If you don't give something, you're a bad person for it. You don't want to be a bad person, do you? Well, come give Paula White Cain some money. It is something that she has done her whole life.
And I believe that when you honor God on Passover, starting on April 12th at sundown through Good Friday on the 18th and concluding on Easter Sunday, you can receive these 7 supernatural blessings for you and your house. According to Exodus 23, God will assign an angel to you. He'll be an enemy to your enemies. He'll give you prosperity. He'll take sickness away from you. He will give you long life. He'll bring increase in inheritance, and he'll give a special year of blessing. You're not doing this to get something, but you're doing it in honor to God, realizing what you can receive.
For your special Passover offering of $1,000 or more as the Holy Spirit leads, you will also receive the beautiful 10-inch Waterford Crystal Cross. Don't miss your moment to release 7 supernatural blessings and provision into your life.
That's right, you heard it here first. God can take your sickness away, but only if you send $1,000 to Paula White Cain first. Paula will get God on the horn and ensure that you receive these 7 blessings, but it's going to require $1,000, which is chump change compared to what you'll receive for it. It's transactional, so donate $1,000 to Paula White and receive these 7 blessings to save your life and increase your life, and also get this specialty cross. I'm confident that the people that followed Paula and Trump, and when they talk about how he's like Jesus and saying no to Trump is like saying no to God, I'm very certain these individuals have never read the Bible at all. Probably have never opened the Bible, and they just bite on to their words and accept them as truth, and that Paula and Trump are infallible because they are chosen by God. But if you ever decide to actually read the Bible yourself, you're going to see a lot of what they are demonstrating is directly frowned upon in the Bible. Most notably, Matthew 21:12. This gets brought up a lot in regards to frauds like Paula. This is when Jesus enters the temple and drives out all those who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the benches of those selling doves. He declared to them, "It is written, my house will be called a house of prayer, but you are making it a den of robbers." And depending on the versions, it changes a little bit, but the message is always the same. Jesus throws out those who use his temple as a means of profiting off of others instead of a house of worship. That is exactly what Paula and many others in this administration explicitly do, blatantly. It is corrupt, it is completely unacceptable, and unfortunately is being normalized, and it shouldn't be. So I really wanted to yap about Paula here, and yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Hello? You in there? Can you hear me? I'm just kidding. That's called acting. And speaking of acting, it's that special time of year again where we look at the top 5 worst films of the year. By we, I mean me. I give you the only objectively correct top 5 worst list. And let me tell you, after going through the garbage here, dumpster diving, I found that 2025 was a pretty special year for some bad super stinkers. It was tough, but I was able to narrow it down to the worst films of the year. Looking for the worst movies of the year. I know 2 off the top of my head. I know the worst and the second worst. What we need to fill in is the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Captain America Brave New World was bad, but definitely not top 5 worst of the year bad. This one's obviously in the top 5. Electric State was a $300 million super stinker disaster film. That was absolutely horrible. Snow White might be in there. I'll put it up here to the side. It might be just out of the top 5 worst of the year, we'll see. Though it does say something that it's one of the first films I've ever walked out of. So maybe it should be in there by default just for that fact. Woman in the Yard, also very strong in contention there for top 5 worst. I don't think Until Dawn will make it, but I'm going to put it there just in case so we can see all of the worst films of the year. Hurry Up Tomorrow probably makes it somewhere in there. Do people still delude themselves into thinking this is a good movie, or have we finally evolved past that point? I remember I caught a lot of heat for talking about how absolute dog shit Hurry Up Tomorrow was. Are we finally allowed to just say that confidently, or are people still trying to defend the movie? It was actually easy. War of the Worlds is the worst. Yeah, spoiler alert. There's nothing worse than War of the Worlds. It is quite possibly one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Because it is just a 2-hour Amazon ad, basically. And can't even just have the audacity to be somewhat watchable. We already know what the worst is. You spoiled it. Megan 2's bad, but doesn't make top 5. Jurassic World Rebirth is bad, doesn't make top 5. War of the Worlds, we already know it's the worst. But let's pretend that it's still... we don't know what the worst movie of the year is yet. Who's to say? Him was bad, I don't know if it'll make top 5, though. I'll put it there just in case. Where's I Know What You Did Last Summer? That one will comfortably be in there somewhere. But I haven't seen it yet. Did I scroll past it? I don't think it was that long ago, was it? Tron Ares. Tron Ares was bad, but it's not in the top 5. At least Tron Ares had visual spectacle that was cool. These up here already have nothing redeeming about them. Tron Ares is bad. Jared Leto's fucking awful. Jared Leto is box office poison that instantly tanks anything that he appears in. But it's still not to this level of these. Okay, are my eyes closed or something here? I haven't seen Strangers Chapter 2, nor have I seen I Know What You Did Last Summer. And I'm pretty sure they came out in this area. Because they definitely weren't in December. This is crazy. Where were they? Okay, so here's Strangers Chapter 2, September. July! Wow, I didn't know it was that far back. Okay. These are definitely the worst movies of the year. So now let's order them. Pretty competitive. Pretty competitive year for dog shit. What about Five Nights at Freddy's 2? Nah, I think these are worse. At least I had somewhat of an enjoyable time watching that, even though I think the movie's terrible. These were miserable. It might be I Know What You Did Last Summer. I think probably I Know What You Did Last Summer would be number 5. Yeah. This movie just sucks major ass across the board. The characters are extremely stupid, and you as the viewer, like, are just insulted for even being there. It's just genuinely, like, a mind-numbing film. It also ruins the legacy characters from the series. Spoiler alert. Does anyone care? I doubt it. In fact, I'll do you a favor. The main bad guy, well, the surprise main bad guy after the main bad guy reveal is Freddie Prinze Jr., which is crazy. That's a crazy decision to have him be like the ultimate bad guy after the way he was established in the series already. Let's not act like the original was good. Yeah, but the original's at least charming. It's still like a classic. This is just trash. There's just nothing to like about this movie at all. Genuinely nothing. Heel turn for Freddy. Yeah, it's a nonsensical one too. The monkey at least had some interesting kills. Monkey wasn't good, but it wasn't this bad. So I Know What You Did Last Summer, 2025. Congratulations. Rank 5 of the worst films of the year. Number 4, it's not going to be him. Him's not good, but it's not nearly to these Titans levels. I think objectively, Strangers Chapter 2 is a worse movie than Until Dawn. But Until Dawn shamelessly borrows a beloved IP's name and then makes something that's not even remotely related to it. This movie has nothing to do with the games. This movie is basically just like a joke film. More of a dark comedy than anything. You've probably seen the viral clip where that guy drinks some water and then blows up on the toilet. He just gets insta-gibbed. That's from this movie. It just has nothing to do with the game at all, and what it is they're stuck in a loop and they need to survive until dawn to break it, but they can't because everything's trying to kill them. A bunch of scary things out there. The water makes you explode for some reason. Isn't The Strangers kind of doing the same thing, borrowing an IP and ruining it? In a different way, yeah, you can make that argument. But Strangers Chapter 1, which this directly follows, was just as shitty, if not shittier. Until Dawn is a game that is being adapted into a movie that has actually nothing in common with the game at all. It's between these two for number 4, I would say. Oh man, but then I didn't even consider Woman in the Yard or Hurry Up Tomorrow. Oh, wow. What a competitive year. Wow, this is a cutthroat. This is a chin scratcher indeed. I think I'm going to take Woman in the Yard out. Really bad movie, but it at least tried something at the end of the film to make it interesting. It fucking fell on its face. It was very flat. But they did attempt something at the end, which is more than I can say for these two at least. Oh man. Yeah, and as the title advertises, there was a woman in that yard. And that woman stayed in that fucking yard, I'll tell you what. So if you went there for a woman being in the yard, that kind of action, you get it in droves. I think I'm going to give it to Until Dawn. I think Until Dawn is the 4th worst film of the year. I think. No. Yeah. No. The Strangers Chapter 2 also has the gall to be a trilogy. There's a Strangers Chapter 3 coming, and there's something to that. It is probably going to be one of the worst trilogies. Like, statistically, one of the worst trilogies. The first one fucking super flop, that's terrible. The second one super flop, that's terrible. No doubt the third one will super flop and also be terrible. That's pretty special. Like, this is one really long, drawn-out hemorrhoid. Until Dawn is just one movie. I'll give it to Strangers Chapter 2. I'm locking it in. Strangers Chapter 2. You get a collective, 4.5 hours worth of irredeemable garbage. Strangers Chapter 2. Number 3 now. It's between Snow White and Hurry Up Tomorrow. One of these will escape without being on the top 5. Maybe as an honorable mention, they'll live on. Snow White, I really didn't like it all. I don't think it's the worst live action ever made, though. I think it's very bad, and at points unwatchably boring, but I don't think it's the worst Disney live action has done so far. I left the theater, though, because I didn't really feel like waiting till the end. I left with 20-some minutes to go. Which has never really happened before. That's pretty special. Hurry Up Tomorrow, though, is basically just The Weeknd giving a very artsy concert. Which I can see why people that love The Weeknd might find things to like about it, because you basically just listen to his music and him brooding. Which they probably think is cool. In fact, I know exactly who this audience is. I know who this was made for. Was it made for me? Oh, I didn't even know it flopped. I guess even the audience it was made for didn't bother going to see it. Tough. This is competitive. Snow White or Hurry Up Tomorrow? The scene where he says, "Shut up," kills me every time. Hurry Up Tomorrow does have some iconic scenes with The Weeknd. Snow White has nothing. So maybe that's a point for Hurry Up Tomorrow to get out of number 3. Because I do remember more from Hurry Up Tomorrow than I do Snow White. Him being tied to the bed, having gasoline poured on him, and he starts singing a cappella. There are some good moments in there. Good, as in, silly, stupid. Yeah, maybe I'm going to give number 3 to Snow White. Because you can at least enjoy Hurry Up Tomorrow as a fun bad movie. No one's ever going to turn this movie on again if they had the misfortune of watching it once. There's not a whole lot of enjoyment. I'm going to give number 3 to Snow White, honorable mention to Hurry Up Tomorrow. I think that makes the most sense. Number 2, it's Electric State. I knew going into this where Electric State would be. This movie super sucks, but the thing that really sets it apart from the rest is that it had a budget of $320 million, one of the most expensive films ever made, and I think very few people watched it, and those that did, like me, really were cursed with some very trash garbage. It's bad. I don't know where this $320 million went. Some of the visuals are fine, but it's not, mind-boggling. And it definitely didn't go to any writers, because this movie is just bad. The whole narrative is bad. The only thing good about it is the world, and apparently it's because it's just borrowed directly from the book. Laundering scheme tier. It has to be money laundering, right? With a budget as bloated as this, it's gotta be to some extent money laundering. Russo Bros need to stick to superhero movies. Maybe. If this is the best they can deliver outside of the superhero genre, absolutely. Electric State is an astronomically bad adaptation of its source material. The author was so insulted he refused to have his name credited. Is that true? I didn't know that. I mean, I knew that they, bought the rights to do this. I didn't know that the author refused to be credited. But yeah, easily number 2 worst movie of the year. No doubt. And number one, surprised to no one, it's War of the Worlds. This is a historically bad film. There's just actually nothing to like about it. But this is a movie you could kick back with your friends and have a good laugh with. This is a movie you can point and laugh at comfortably. Like, you won't be bored if you're watching this to shit on it. It gives you endless material to insult. All the Amazon product placement. To call it product placement is so underselling it. It's not product placement. The whole movie is about the product. A core component to the ending is the goofy boyfriend who's like, I work for Amazon and I actually fucking love it. Wait, Mr. Ice Cube, we have to get you this fucking thing. I forgot. I think it was a thumb drive. But you're too far away. Wait, Eureka! Amazon drones. I can fly an Amazon drone. So then you have an entire chase sequence of the Amazon drone avoiding alien spaceships. He's like, oh, Amazon drone. Yeah, my Amazon drone. Fuck. And then they like hack into that guy's phone to flip over the Amazon drone once he like turtles it. And it's all just about the Amazon drone program. Didn't they also use real war footage with aliens edited in? I read that. I didn't bother to dive too deeply, but I read they used actual conflict and then just basically photoshopped the aliens into it, which were fundamentally just Unity models, like Unity assets. God, it looked so terrible. Didn't the director go on record to say he didn't intend to promote Amazon? I didn't see that, but if he did, that's the biggest lie I've ever heard. That man's nose must have grown 50 sizes. That is some liar plants for hire right there. Amazon was a core part of the story. I watched the movie for the end credits. I forgot, what were the end credits? I remember he becomes a YouTuber. He becomes, what was the name of the hacker guy? I can't remember. Big Buster or something? I can't remember. Who were they chasing? Disruptor. That's what it was. Disruptor. We're all disruptors now. I get War of the Worlds is dog shit awful, but Charlie, nothing, and I mean nothing beats Fuck My Son for the worst movie of the year. About an elderly woman that finds her mutant son who can't get laid, a young woman. Where did you even find a movie called Fuck My Son? That can't be an actual real production. That has to be some shit you found on like an indie site. Like just a random spot promoting like student film garbage or something. What is that? It's on the Wikipedia page. No way, I'm gonna look it up right now. This feels like something I probably can't put on screen. I just googled Fuck My Son. What a crazy thing to Google. American comedy horror film from Todd Rohal, based on the comic Fuck My Son, A Tale of Terror. What is this? Premiered September 11th, 2025. September 11th for the premiere of this. Wow, huh? A box office performance of $33,000. What a smash hit. The Mummy is my favorite movie of all time. The Mummy Returns is my second favorite movie ever. And one thing I've learned is that the real Mummy's curse is the fact that they just can't seem to make any other good mummy movies. Tomb of the Dragon Emperor was weak, but not terrible. Tom Cruise The Mummy was terrible. And now, Lee Cronin's The Mummy is just eh. First and foremost, this has nothing to do with the Mummy franchise at all. There's not even a single tiddlywink of an Easter egg. Not that I need to glup shitto out at the screen going, oh, I get that reference, or anything. I just want to make it known that this is completely separate from any Mummy movies. This is a totally standalone film, and it bears no resemblance to anything in the Mummy franchise. What it does bear resemblance to, though, is Evil Dead Rise. I would even say that this is Evil Dead Rise with a new skin. Lee Cronin made Evil Dead Rise. I really liked that movie. This steals its flow bar for bar, beat for beat. And a lot of people are praising that, like, oh, this was very Evil Dead Rise-esque. For me, I like Evil Dead Rise. I don't want to just see it done again with a new coat of paint. And I'm not just being harsh and exaggeratory. There are identical scenes in here that were present in Evil Dead Rise. For instance, I don't want to get too deep into spoilers off rip, so here's like a little spoiler warning. when they're going over the mummy's origin and like what's going on here, they even play a tape that I'm pretty confident is even the same voice actor they used in Evil Dead Rise when they play the recording about the book and what all of that means. It's the exact same lore dump moment, basically 1-to-1. And there's multiple scenes just like that, including the same exact scares that were in Evil Dead Rise. Even identical, gross out, yucky moments. Oh, whoa. Like pretty much exactly the same here as it was in Evil Dead Rise. So I don't think this movie is bad, but it really is a been there, done that, because we literally saw Lee Cronin go there and do it a couple years back with Evil Dead Rise. This feels like a cash grab. It felt like he just wanted to go into, his bag of comfort and deliver something very standard and generic. So it's just a little disappointing. Now I want to get into some bigger spoilers, so here's your larger spoiler warning. So the entire film revolves around a family, and the daughter of this family gets kidnapped by a creepy woman who's using some kind of a spell, and then fast forward 8 years, they couldn't find her, but then a sarcophagus turns up after a plane crash, and in that sarcophagus is their daughter. Except something's very wrong with her daughter. She is really out of it, and a lot of very creepy, scary things start to happen when they bring her home. Spoiler alert, she's possessed by the spirit of a demon, basically, and in order to keep the demon from going hog wild on the world, they had to mummify it, and they needed a new host, and that's what their daughter was. But all hell breaks loose when that plane crash happens and she gets freed from the tomb. There's also another character that's introduced as kind of like a side quest, who is a detective that really wants to help, and she's never been able to actually find anyone alive. Katie is the first person that they found alive, and it means a lot to her, but something has clearly gone cattywampus, and so the family, the husband, Charlie, is communicating with her and letting her know something's wrong, and we need to figure out, what happened to her. What did she go through? We have to know, solve the mystery. So then the side plot happens where she's solving the mystery of that mummy, that demon, and then it leads to finding this group that imprisons this demon in human vessels and has been doing so 82 times now. It's not really like a bad story per se, but it's a very standard one that isn't the most unique or anything like that. And it's unfortunately riddled with the biggest horror movie trope of just characters being dumb. Charlie is quick to recognize shit's all awry. This is not right, something's going on, and he's trying to figure out the mystery. And he even suggests, hey, we need to maybe get her somewhere where she can get specialized treatment after she fucking headbutts the grandmother and starts peeling off her own skin and, beating up the whole family and that kind of thing. But the mom is like, no, I'm not doing that. We need to actually protect her this time around since we failed last time, which I can understand that. I definitely do get that. I don't think that's bad writing or anything. I think that's totally fine. But when the bad decisions start happening is once the demon starts to free itself slightly, it literally starts possessing the other members of the family, the kids. So the other daughter and the brother, she possesses them. And there's even a funeral where they live at their grandmother's house. The demon kills the grandmother, throws her out of the window. Coyotes then eat her body. This all happens in front of Charlie and the son, and the other daughter is already possessed, so she is laughing, watching her grandmother get eaten to death by coyotes in gory, brutal fashion. And then it fast forwards to them having a funeral in the same house with Katie and everyone still there, the daughter still possessed, and that's, get this, things go wrong. Then Katie goes to the corpse of the grandmother, bites it. The guests are throwing up and vomiting. The other daughter is pulling her teeth out, bloody, bruised, and biting someone else, ripping his ear off. And then it fast forwards again, and they're still in that house. Like, they still just don't leave and they don't do anything to solve it. They just sit there and wait. What the fuck? They're just like, man, that was weird. That's not how those are supposed to go. That was odd. All right, let's calm down. Let's clean everything up here. And they just leave, like, the coffin turned over on the grandmother, and they stay there and just do nothing. There's just so many bad decisions is the point I'm making with that. But anyway, like I said, it's very similar to Evil Dead Rise down to what the demon can do with possessing the other kids. So the other kids start, ripping their teeth out, attacking the parents with a baseball bat. And then the grandmother gets possessed, like her body dancing around like a puppet. It is all very Evil Dead Rise, and it has my least favorite, like, nails on a chalkboard cringe horror possession shit, where the demon starts talking shit, but, like, it's really, like, I'm talking middle schooler on Xbox Live type of shit talking. So, like, the daughter's possessed, and at school she calls the teacher a bad word, and then she's just always like, fuck you, doing that while possessed, and then the demon's doing, like, deep voice stuff. You're a bitch! A bitch! And then, like, when the grandmother is possessed by the demon, then it's like, oh, you wanna fuck me? Well, come fuck me. Ha 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 ha. It's just, I hate it. It's so, that cliche is so cringe. I can't believe it still gets used unironically. Oh, and then it does another massive cliche where it shows how powerful the demon is, actually force blasting the grandmother out of the window and summoning coyotes to eat her. And then, when it's the final showdown, all the demon can do is very slowly crawl. And this is after the demon has fully freed itself from its bindings. It's fully unleashed, and the best it can do is just crawl and talk shit. You're a bitch. You're not getting your daughter back. Ha 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 ha. And then, when it actually, like, gets in position to attack, all it can do is slap. Like, actually slapbox, like a cat swatting. But it's not even drawing blood or anything. So, like, the husband, the father, Charlie, is, like, gripping as the investigator who's learned about, like, the curse and everything and learned the words that they use to bind. Somehow she memorized all of the words. Then she starts reciting the words as the daughter's being held and just slapping. Instead of using any of the powers, the demon just sits there slapping, going, no! And then they bind the spirit to Charlie. And then, I actually do like this ending. I like what they did at the very end. When you think it's over, and it's like a somewhat happy ending, but bittersweet because they do still have the demon bound to their father, well, they then end up binding that demon to the woman who started all of this by kidnapping Katie. They go to her and put the demon onto her in order to free Charlie from it, so the family's all about to get back together, and the lady who inflicted this curse upon them is now the one that has to bear it. I actually liked the ending. I thought that was... I didn't expect that. I actually thought that was kind of clever. But overall, like I said, I don't think the movie's bad. It's definitely not boring. That's the best compliment I can give it. I wasn't bored. It is constantly trying to unnerve you with gross and gory imagery, and there's always something happening with, like, a jump scare or something going on. So, like, it's entertaining. Like, I don't regret going to see it. I had higher expectations, though. Like, I would hope for, like, an evolution of, like, crafting it further as opposed to just being content doing, like, the same thing again that he did with Evil Dead Rise. But I don't think this was, like, a terrible movie or anything like that. Though if you have seen Evil Dead Rise, you've seen, like, 50% of this movie already. Because, like I said, it recycles a lot from that one. In imagery, in scenes, even in story moments as well, kind of. It uses some of the same shit. It's just, I don't know. I would have expected more here, so I'm disappointed with it. I think a lot of people are probably going to be satisfied because it is just constantly gory and constantly something trying to disturb you. And maybe that's all it needs to do in order to be successful. I don't know. I just would have liked to see something more than that. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. Today is my birthday. It's a special day for a special boy. I've turned 31 years old. Or rather, 31 years young. And I'm going to tell you something, sports fans. I'm feeling like a real spring chicken. I had a hard time sleeping. I woke up after only a handful of hours of sleep. So then I read a book, which is something I've been doing a lot more of, reading. However, I'm not reading anything productive or thought-provoking or useful. I am currently nose deep in a real page-turner from a Book Talk recommended production, a Book Talk book called Haunting Adeline, which is apparently Book Talk's equivalent of One Guy, One Jar. It is a revolting read, but I've been using it almost like a lullaby to myself. So I read from that book and slept on my couch, woke up, my neck hurts, my back hurts, and I can't fully put my arm like all the way back because it causes pain. It's incredible how quickly the human body degrades at 30. It seems... It's unbelievable, actually. I wasn't going to bother talking about my birthday or anything. I never do. I don't really treat birthdays like it's a huge deal or anything. But today has kind of been catastrophic, and I want to give you my first impressions of being 31 here. Especially because I gave such a glowing review to 30. Like, my moist meter on 30 years old was, like, very positive, like a 95%. I felt the best I've ever felt physically. Like, I'm stronger now than I have ever been in my life. Like, I have actually been making real progress getting to 225 on the bench, which has kind of been like a white whale for me for a long time because I'm only 130-something pounds. I know, I'm literally like a stuffed animal human being. I'm 5'6", like 130-something. I am a petite, like, plush toy. But I've been really like pushing for 225 on the bench is like this big goal. I'm getting much closer now. I've also been doing a lot of running and making a lot of progress in my cardio, which if you remember from like 5 years ago when I did the presidential fitness test for a video, I fucking puked running only a mile. So now I've significantly improved in that department, but today I've turned 31 and all of a sudden I've got glass bones and paper skin. I shit you not. When I got up from the couch and, like, I was all sore, literally moaning and groaning like an old man when he's getting up from his chair, fucking full of ass and grease stains in the swamp-ass throne, I went to stretch it all out, so I'd, like, hung on my pull-up bar and I was doing, like, some scapular retractions and stuff, just trying to stretch everything out back there, and when the pain still didn't go away, I thought I was having a heart attack. I was like, okay, I guess this is just the new norm here at 31 years old. We're in a different ball game now. Even my ideas at 31 years old are fucking, like, geriatric. I was seriously considering driving and getting some Epsom salt to take a bath in it. I haven't taken a fucking bath since I was a child. But I was thinking that this might actually be a pretty strong idea to help with my back boo-boos here that all of a sudden I've gotten from just sleeping on the couch for like an hour. It's 31. I'm not loving it. 31 is a little different than 30 so far, I'll tell you right now. So I guess maybe the takeaway here is if you're 29 about to turn 30, nothing to worry about. You should be very excited. 30 was great. But if you're 30 about to hit 31, sleep with one eye open. You gotta be prepared. You know, get out like some elbow pads and shit. It may even be worth baby-proofing your house even if you don't have kids, just to optimize your safety. You gotta treat all the objects in your house like an enemy, because everything is now capable of causing you pain. I can't even sleep on my fucking couch. That bastard hurt my back. And my neck. So, 31, I'm a lot more fragile. Overnight, I guess. So now, another new fitness goal of mine is to train like Goku so I can go back to sleeping on my couch comfortably sometimes. I used to like sleeping on the couch. I don't know, it was like almost therapeutic. Like when I'd have trouble sleeping in the bed, sometimes the couch would be like the last bastion of hope for me to get any shut-eye. And I'd hate to lose that. Like it'd really suck. Anyway though, I just wanted to share my early review here of 31. Of course, it's still an in-progress review, but it's not off to the strongest start here. Chapter 1, I haven't been super thrilled with thus far, but, you know, hopefully it only gets better from here. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. Got another disgusting update for you here today. It has just been reported that Maxwell is being moved to a minimum security prison in Texas with no explanation for why, and there are no answers for any of the questions people have about this, but the timing is very suspicious considering she just started cooperating with the DOJ behind closed doors, which again there is no transparency with in regards to anything that was talked about there. Now she's mysteriously just being pushed into a very, very minimum security prison, which is it's a camp, by the way. It's a minimum security prison camp where it is usually reserved for non-violent, like white-collar criminals, shit like fraud. And now she's enjoying a cozy stay there. Now, her previous spot was also like on the lower end of prisons. It wasn't exactly like Azkaban they had her held up in, but there were still serious offenders in there, and it wasn't nearly as lax as the place she has just been moved to in Texas, seemingly out of nowhere.
The move comes a week after Maxwell met in private with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche at the U.S. Attorney's office in Tallahassee. The details of that meeting have not been made public. It also comes after the family of one of Maxwell's alleged victims, Virginia Giuffre, spoke to our own Hallie Jackson, urging the president not to pardon Maxwell.
Isn't that just fucking preposterous that the family of one of the victims has to come forward and beg the president to not pardon a convicted child sex trafficker who was a co-conspirator to the biggest pedophile and sex trafficker in this country's history, because there's a very real possibility that it's something he's considered because he keeps fucking teasing it, him and his administration?
The big question here is, do we know why Maxwell was moved?
It is the big question, Zinkley, and the United States Department of Justice spokespeople are refusing to provide any answer or comment this afternoon. We have called them, we have texted them, we have emailed them.
They're staying extremely tight-lipped around the reasoning with this sudden move. It's very suspicious. I think anybody that's activating neurons should be able to tell you that something smells very fishy here. Instead of releasing the Epstein files, which it seems like is never going to happen here, which has gone through the craziest song and dance. It's been like 10 seasons worth of plot twists in regards to that from this administration. First, they're going to release them day one when Trump's in office. Next, they're coming. Next, they're on Pam Bondi's desk. Next, turns out it was a figment of everyone's imagination. It was a made-up boogeyman. Everyone just fucking, ayahuasca tripped and envisioned these files, but they were never actually real. No such thing as the Epstein files. Then, no, the Epstein files are real, but they're a Democrat hoax. Next, the files are compromised, so instead we're going to Maxwell directly to get all the names and dangling a pardon in front of her face. Now, all of this happening behind closed doors, by the way, this conversation with Maxwell, whom I imagine will be squealing and singing any names that the administration wants her to, omitting the ones they don't want her to say, and saying whatever names they'd like to put in her mouth. And now, all of a sudden, she's just being transferred to a very minimum security prison that sounds almost like a summer camp that also has another celebrity resident there, Elizabeth Holmes from Theranos. You remember that huge scam? This is one of those like cozy, bougie prisons where like the rich elite get privileged to go to.
To a facility that, frankly, and you can look at it on Google Earth, the fence line is the type of fence that you would put around a school. In many places, there's no razor wire. There's not a fence that would be difficult to climb. The gates of it look more like the gates of a country club than they do of a federal prison. So this is one of the camps that people like to go to. It's all women's. We do have a response from several of the victims saying today President Trump has sent a clear message today. Pedophiles deserve preferential treatment and their victims do not matter. That's coming from Annie Farmer, Maria Farmer, and the family of Virginia Roberts Giuffre.
Yeah, it really does seem that way, huh? It's very weird, so peculiar how Trump is so buddy-buddy and cozy with so many pedophiles, and even just last night proudly presented and brought aboard a registered sex offender to be part of the sports commission that will be overseeing things like the youth presidential fitness test, which is being brought back.
You want to say a few words? Come on up. Come on. He's a little shy, but once he gets going, nobody can stop.
Oh, no, that don't stop. I'm just proud to be on this team. I don't know why. I don't know what we're supposed to be doing, but I'm here to serve, and I'm here to serve you. Okay, so I'm going to do the best I can for as long as I can. Thank you very much.
Nobody like him.
If you know anything about football, you probably recognized who that was immediately. That's Lawrence Taylor. He is a Hall of Famer, probably still to date the hardest tackler in NFL history. But Lawrence Taylor is a registered sex offender. In 2011, he pled guilty to sexual misconduct with a 16-year-old who was trafficked, by the way, and has since been on the sex offenders registry. He was registered as a level 1 offender, and some people are actually using this as a defense of him. Like, it's not that big of a deal. He's just a level 1 sex offender, which is crazy. But that's the times we're living in right now with the absolute lunatics running wild outside of fucking Arkham Asylum. They're now just in society here with us. Anyway, though, the facts are he pled guilty to 1 count of soliciting a prostitute and a 2nd count of sexual misconduct and having sex with a woman without consent since the victim was 16. Under oath, he admitted to having sex with a 16-year-old, but claimed that she had told him she was 19, so he believed she was of the age of consent. Now, I don't know about all you lovely people out there. I'm not trying to put farts in your butthole here, but I'm gonna go ahead and maybe be a little brave here. This might be, just a spicy hot take, but I'm gonna let it rip anyway. I don't think a registered sex offender who has openly admitted to having sex with a sex-trafficked individual he thought was of the age of consent but was actually a child is really the best fit for the Presidential Sporting Commission here that will be overseeing activities for children. Now, maybe it's just me with those crazy thoughts, though. Maybe that's the problem, actually. I'm not open-minded enough to see why this is actually such a galaxy brain good idea. Because there's a lot of people defending it. Like, how's Trump supposed to know? This was 14 years ago. It's ancient history. What's the big deal? And then people just excusing it like, oh, it happened so long ago and Trump is such a busy man. There's no way you could have possibly known about this history with Lawrence Taylor. Like, what the fuck, man? It's a sex offenders registry. It's public knowledge. All of Lawrence Taylor's neighbors know it. How could the White House not know it before hiring him to bring him on board for this sporting commission? Do they not do any homework on the people they hire? Is there no vetting process whatsoever? They just hire anybody randomly? I mean, actually, that's probably exactly how it goes. Because even Lawrence Taylor, when Trump, babies him up there, Trump talks to him like he's talking to, an actual 4-year-old, by the way, like, oh, do you want to come say something? Come on. And rubs his back. Come on, say something. Which is super weird in and of itself, by the way. But when Lawrence Taylor does talk, he's like, don't really know why I'm here. Don't really know what we're supposed to be doing. But I'm happy to be here. So he doesn't even know what the fuck he's doing there. Why is he hired? That is the perfect encapsulation of this whole administration. What he said. Don't really know why I'm here and I don't know what I'm doing. That is exactly what the fuck is happening right now. Everything from the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files and all of the circus shit that has followed. It is unbelievable. And it somehow just keeps getting worse. Just stew on this. Really just fucking sit and spin on this preposterous shit that we are seeing here. It is not normal. It is not okay. It actually seems like this administration is trying to normalize pedophilia. It literally does seem that way. He just added a sex offender to the President's Council of Sports, Nutrition, and Fitness, which will give initiatives to children. What is happening? How can that possibly not be something that everybody comes out and says, whoa, this is fucked up? There is no defense of that. There are hundreds of other NFL legends that you could have put on this council if you really wanted to. That aren't sex offenders and shit. It's crazy. It's like he goes out of his way to find pedophiles and be close with them and give them positions of power. It does feel like he gives preferential treatment to pedophiles. He's moving Maxwell to a cozier, more low-security prison in Texas for some reason that's not being disclosed. He's got Lawrence Taylor now as part of this president council. It's absolutely unhinged. I had to talk about it. Sorry, I've been yapping quite a bit about it now, but it is incomprehensible. To a sane society, this would be this would be unforgivable. But it's just still unfolding in front of everyone's faces, and some people are just so brainwashed and lost that they accept it and just move on like it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. All of the evil people that were on the Epstein client list are still getting away with it with no punishment, and the only person who has faced any punishment at all for being a co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, is maybe going to be receiving a pardon. What the fuck? Anyway, I'll stop blabbering for now. That's really about it. See ya. All right, hold your horses. Twist my arm, why don't you? I'll review Fallout Season 2. I wasn't planning on it because I'm so tardy to the party with it. I only finished Season 2 like 3 days ago or something like that. And the conversation's been there, done that, and now that the dust is settled, I guess I'll give you my thoughts on it because people keep asking. I thought it was alright. I think it's much weaker than Season 1. There were quite a few things about it I found disappointing and just a step backwards compared to where they were last season. And that's not to say Season 1 was perfect or anything, but it was very solid. I really did enjoy it. I went in expecting like poop and maybe even a little shit, but I actually got something that was entertaining. Season 2, though, while I didn't get any, fecal matter or anything, it is just not as strong. There were still things I liked about it, but overall, as a complete package, it just left a lot to be desired. I guess before diving into complaints, I'll at least give you like the things I really liked about the season. I think they nailed the look of New Vegas. I really think they crushed it. Like, they did a great job in Season 1 with sets and costume and everything. Like, I do think they capture the spirit of the games really well. In Season 2, it's no different. I think they absolutely knock it out of the park with the way New Vegas looks. I think they crush it with the characters. Deathclaws, I thought, looked great. Outside of one scene where it got a little janky, but for the most part, I really think they nail the aesthetic of New Vegas, and I do think they capture the spirit of it as well for the most part. The action, again, shines. I think they do a really good job of bringing the over-the-top gore from the game to the show and keeping like the almost silliness of some of the, blowing people's limbs off and shit intact and making it feel like it fits in the show. I do really like the way they handle action. I think they've continued to do a good job with Season 2 in that regard. I think the action slaps. Though there are quite a few things. It's not quite how I remember it from the game. Granted, it's been many years since I played the game, but it doesn't follow what I thought it would from the established lore of New Vegas. But what they put here still works in the context of the show, so I can excuse it to a certain degree. There were some things I really didn't like about some of the changes they made, but overall, I thought it was fine in the context they built it in for this series. That being said, I've got to make a mention, and I know this is supposed to be like, the thumbs up moment, the thumbs up section here, but I have to make a mention that what they did with the factions here, I think, was a big old blunder. I don't really like the changes they made to the factions at all. I guess we can get into that more in a minute if I want to dive deeper into spoilers, but if you played New Vegas, you're better off just neuralizing yourself and forgetting everything that happened in there, especially in regards to factions, because the show takes pretty much none of it. But like I said, what they do and like how they change it fits in the context of this show, but even still, I couldn't help but be disappointed, specifically about some of the decisions they made with the factions. I also think that the best part of Season 2 was the flashbacks. I think that's where the writing's the best, because outside of the flashbacks, I think that's when it really stumbles. The worst part about Season 2 is the writing. It's what really holds it back, and I think that's where they took many steps in the wrong direction when it comes to the Fallout television series here. It honestly felt like there were just moments where the writers just said, fuck it. Like, in the writing room, someone was just like, guys, we're thinking too hard. Just run it as is, and we'll just, fingers crossed, hope no one really stops to digest it. Because there are some nonsensical shit that goes on here. Best example, spoiler alert, the death clause in New Vegas. New Vegas is not the way it was in the game. I do think it looks very similar, and I think they capture this, like, the aesthetic of it, and I think it looks really cool, but they do make a crucial change, which is now it's infested with Deathclaw. And people live just outside of this barricade. And there are a bunch of Deathclaws in there, and at the end of the season, Maximus fights the Deathclaws in there. And he starts beating some of them, but there's a lot. And then at one point he gets tail whipped and sent through the barricade. Very easily. Like, the Deathclaw could have broken through this. It is literally like one piece of sheet metal. And they launch Maximus through it like a fucking missile. And now all of a sudden the Deathclaws start pouring out into the area where people live. Why the fuck are people living there with all those death claws on the other side of a very flimsy, unreliable barricade? And why are the Deathclaw not going out there and eating them at any point? There is a plentiful food source on the other side of a very tiny barricade they could easily break out, and yet they just never do. I guess maybe the idea is that Deathclaws are too stupid to do that? I don't know. It just felt really weird. And like, I tried to cope initially, like, oh, maybe it's just because the power armor was so heavy that it busted through this near impenetrable barricade. But then the question naturally arose in my noodle, well, if the power armor is so heavy that it can do that, then the Deathclaw must be like 10x that strength in order to ragdoll the power armor like that. Meaning, if they just hit their tail against that barricade, it would have fucking disintegrated it. So, like, there's no way of spinning it where the Deathclaw couldn't have been going through that barricade anytime they wanted to. They just, I guess, decided they never wanted the food on the other side. And I just really don't get why people would choose to live there knowing the Deathclaw are there. Just very odd. Very, very weird choice there. And there's a couple other moments like that. For example, like, there's a scene where the ghoul gets punched and impaled on a big spiky pole in the middle of town, and he is there for like an entire day, and the town just goes on around him. He's asking for help. No one helps, which I think fits perfectly in line in the Fallout universe. But also, nobody steals from him. Nobody goes over and kills him or anything. No one steals anything from him. No one messes with him. I thought the implication was going to be when he was stuck on that pole and starting to, go feral, was that people were going to go just start stealing from him. Then he was really going to be fucked. But that never happened. They just leave him alone and ignore him. Which, ignoring the cries for help is one thing. That makes sense. But you're telling me no one there in this world, this town of people that do anything to survive and scavenge supplies, you're telling me they wouldn't go just take the easy supplies from this ghoul's bag who is completely stuck on this pole? Like, come on. No, don't, like, be serious. There's just some moments like that where it just, and another one, sorry I keep going down these, but the more I think about it, the more, like, ridiculous it is. Norm, Lucy's brother Norm, who I think has another interesting side plot that goes on throughout here, which gives you a lot more insight into, like, actual employees of Vault-Tec who have now been thawed out. He is now in a position where they've turned on him, it's mutiny, and he's about to get killed, but then rad roaches come through and start killing all of the vault dwellers that were about to kill him. And how does Norm survive? He hides under a table that is literally like a picnic table. It is just open on all four sides, and the rad roaches go right by him, kill all of the vault dwellers, eat them for a while, and then just leave, presumably going right by Norm, who is just exposed in the open there under that table. Why? He didn't have, like, the cloak of invisibility or anything. The rad roaches had already been spotted, like, on the ground and everything. They would have seen Norm. Why didn't they kill him? And also, they were feasting upon and killing all of the vault dwellers for quite a while, and yet one of them survived. Conveniently, the one Vault-Tec employee that Norm had befriended. It's just very, like, the plot armor they give characters in Season 2 is, like, just very peculiar, because they don't even bother trying to give you a logical explanation for how they could have possibly survived. And oftentimes just felt kind of flat. I'll be getting into some spoilers here, but since the show is still pretty new, I won't get into, like, the biggest spoilers. But one thing this season did is they really seemed to want to do more gags. Like, that's the impression I got. Now, Season 1, of course, still had, like, comedy and stuff in there. It's fucking Fallout. Of course that's going to be there. And I thought it did a pretty decent job capturing that spirit in Season 1. In Season 2, I think overall they do a good job of capturing the spirit of the Fallout world. But when it comes to its characters and some of, like, the jokes they tried to play off, I thought they really fucking fumbled and fell flat on their face. Like, the entire side plot of, like, the inbreeding support group, I thought offered nothing and was just like a headache every time they were given screen time, and they got way more screen time than I think they ever should have for the role that it played in the show. So, like, incest jokes were in Season 1, and they were kind of like, haha, that's wacky. But in Season 2, they go hog wild with incest jokes. They even, like, attach a whole hemorrhoid onto the overall narrative ass, where Reg now has an inbreeding support group, which is supposed to help, vault dwellers overcome the trauma of the circumstances around their birth being the product of incest and inbreeding, but he offers snacks, and the vault dwellers don't actually care about any of that incest shit. They just care about the snacks. They want to snack down, and then it becomes a big snack club, which then becomes a problem because they're running low on water. So Overseer Betty is now losing control of her vault. She's being pushed to the edge because Reg refuses to concede here. He refuses to just go belly up and give, the snacks back. He even makes a point saying, you can take away the inbreeding support group, but you can't take away the snack budget, and then grabs a handful of Jell-O and eats it. And this goes on for so long. Like, I feel like there were so many scenes of this fucking snack club, and it's just, like, it didn't make me laugh. It was just like, okay, come on, let's get back to, like, the interesting stuff, please. Why are we spending so much time here? The whole idea is it's supposed to show that Betty is losing control of her vault. And I think they could have done that without giving so much screen time to something so fucking insignificant and annoying. And I just think that's the most egregious example. There's other moments where the show does similar things where it, like, lands on a gag and then just, like, beats the shit out of it. But anyway, I think, like, one of the worst writing sins that season 2 makes is the inconsistency around some of its characters. At the end of season 1, we saw the Ghoul take on the Brotherhood of Steel in their power armor, without fear, without hesitation. He was just a force of nature fucking clapping them. In season 2, he gets beaten by a rad scorpion. He gets absolutely fucking slapped around, steamrolled by a rad scorpion, which leaves him incapacitated for a long period of time. Like, I'm very confused on, like, the power scaling. Like, he's sometimes, an absolute menace, unstoppable, and then other times, he's just coughing baby, and Rad Scorpion comes through and bullies him. It was just kind of frustrating. Like, he is always either extremely powerful when the plot demands it, or inexplicably weak when the plot needs him to be, like, sidelined for a little while on the bench. And Lucy, I really like Lucy as a character. I think she is the perfect character for a Fallout show, where she is, like, extremely, ingrained in her morals. She still says fudge instead of fuck, and she really wants to see the best in the people around her. So, like in the Rad Scorpion case, the reason that happened is because she took them off course to try and help someone that was crying out for assistance, and it ends with them getting ganked by the Rad Scorpion. And the Ghoul was like, we should just kill them, you shouldn't do this. And then once he goes down, once he, gets the wind taken out of his sails because he's all fucked up from the Rad Scorpion, he then takes the survivor back to where she came, which happens to get her involved with the Legion, which ends with her on a cross dying. And then the Ghoul has to save her. And even after that, she still stands by her morals. I think it's a really cool character trait to see explored in a universe like Fallout, where everyone is in some way a bad guy because they have to be to survive the wasteland. There's no one that's, like, morally pure or anything, and Lucy's not either. But she tries to be, unlike most people in the show. And I think that's very cool, but because of that, a lot of how Lucy survives is based off of pure fucking luck. So, like, with the Legion, she survives because the Ghoul came back and rescued her because he still needed her as a bargaining chip. And there are just so many instances of her surviving solely because of luck. Like, even at the end of the series, I won't spoil what was going to happen there, but with her father, there was something that was about to happen. Lucy was about to lose, but again, the Ghoul saves her. There are just so many times where she is just saved by sheer dumb luck. Which I think is just a shame because the show has established that she can hold her own. She can do what it takes to survive. And it's not to say that she never does in season 2. She does have a couple of badass moments, but for the most part, a lot of how she gets to where she ends up is just because roll the dice. She got lucky. And I don't know, it just felt kind of like underwhelming after like the third or fourth fucking time that happened this season. Now, that being said, she is not the only character that tries to be a good person. Maximus also does as well. But we can see him making a lot more morally gray decisions, and there's even like a whole swing of things where it seems like he's going in the wrong direction and is no longer that interested in being a good person, and, you know, kind of snaps back into it. But it is nice to see a character like Lucy who's all about, you know, trying to be a good person, and Maximus who wants to be a good person but is also okay just kind of really teetering on the edge. I really do like both of these characters, and I just wish season 2 did more with fleshing them out and evolving them. Maximus, I do think they did a good job with, though, for the season. I enjoyed his plot line quite a bit with the Brotherhood. And it is interesting to see him, you know, start turning heel. And like, he's now doing some bad shit that you wouldn't really expect someone that's wanting to be a good person would indulge in. And even someone close to him is talking about that too. Like, we used to make fun of the Codex, and now here you are quoting it. And he's like, well, you know, maybe it's not so bad after the things I've seen. I think that's a very interesting concept to play with. And it is different from Lucy, who is still, even after everything she's been through and all the times her morals get her in hot water and damn near fucking executed, she stands by them. Maximus, not so much. He's a lot more fluid when it comes to his morals and what he's going to do to try and make the world a better place, leave it better than he found it. I do like these characters. I just don't think season 2 did enough with them to grow them. I liked what season 1 was setting up, and then season 2 I think dropped the ball a bit. And unfortunately the same is true for House. I think there are moments where they get like the House from the game, but then there's other times where they just make him like cartoonishly evil, like when he just goes to a bar, starts a bar fight, and kills the guys there for some reason, for the sake of science. Like, that was just evil for the sake of evil. But then there are other times where, like, Cooper, these are during the flashbacks, like I said, I think these are the best moments of the show when it comes to writing. Cooper's, like, talking to House, and then you get to really see House, the way in which I remember him, and what is objectively a more interesting character. One who isn't like fully just like some madman, raving lunatic, evil billionaire guy. He is a bad guy, but a complex character. Like, just as he was in the games, he has a lot of depth, and they show that only in some flashbacks. Like, it seemed like they really wanted to do more with House, but then also felt obligated to make sure you know this is a bad guy and he does bad things. Watch him kill these guys in a bar fight. That type shit. So that, like, just kind of disappointing with some of the things they did, like with House. But as I said, in the flashbacks, that's when the writing is at its best. Like Coop and Barbara's conversations about, you know, what they're going to do about the end of the world and their daughter, and how that changes their thinking and the way in which they want to approach the problems that they face. I think the flashbacks handle all of that very well. It's just when they get outside of flashbacks, it starts to really fall apart. Anyway, though, I don't think Fallout Season 2 was bad. It was still enjoyable. Like, I did enjoy watching it. It wasn't like a slog, and it didn't frustrate me a ton to the point where I didn't want to watch it or anything like that. I did like it. I just didn't like it nearly as much as I liked Season 1. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Say whatever you want about Court, but don't you dare besmirch the good name of Zoom Court. It's an entirely different beast. The gift that keeps on giving. Zoom Court has given us golden nuggets of content. It is the perfect combination, like peanut butter to jelly. Zoom and Court. What a wonderful thing. Giving us access to incredible moments like this.
You cannot be driving, ma'am. What are you doing? Come on.
I'm not driving. I'm a passenger in a car.
You're still not. I'm not hearing cases with people driving or as passengers in cars.
Okay, I will pull over right now.
Short of us coming out to everybody's house and doing these on boats and stuff in the summer, I don't know.
I'm going to be honest with you. I replayed that statement from the judge close to 10 times. I don't have a fucking clue what he said. Door to butts coming out and doing these on boats and stuff, maybe? But I've never heard that expression, door to butts. So it's probably not that. I don't know. There's something about that sentence that is not computing in my brain. Anyway, I'll lore dump so that way you can understand what the case was about. So this woman was in a bit of a messy situation here, some hot water, and an attorney named Brian Groan was seeking a default judgment here for a total of $1,921, and Carol was not on the call initially. Later on, though, a mysterious iPhone joined the call. Who is this 4chan hopping in? And it was later determined that this was the woman they were looking for. She was just late. The judge then instructed her to turn on the camera to ensure she has her name listed on the account. Her defense for the tardiness was that she was sitting in a room and didn't realize that she wasn't in the right spot and apologized for it. Now, even though they had already got the farty sharded without her, her presence there did postpone that default judgment, and she was given the chance to, turn on her camera and participate here despite being tardy. Now, that's where the clip starts. She turns on the camera and it's pretty clear she's driving a car. And the judge calls it out saying, like, come on. This is a little absurd. Why are you driving in the middle of this right here? And that's when she cooks up the Galaxy Brain scheme here. She starts playing a little bit of chess while everyone else is playing checkers. She says that she's not driving, she's a passenger in that vehicle. And then she really plants her feet. She buckles down in lat spreads and she starts trying to complete all the quick time events here to wiggle her way out of this one.
I'm sorry, I have an emergency. I'm going out of town for a family member, but I will have my driver pull over. Hang on 1 second. I'm sorry. I didn't know that I wasn't allowed to be in a car, but hang on 1 second.
Am I crazy, or does it not look like you're driving that car?
I'm not driving the car. I'm a passenger in the car, sir.
Now it's time for a little LA Noire style investigation from the judge here. I think it's pretty obvious she's driving, but she's about to do everything in her power to squeak out the W here and convince everyone that she's just a passenger in the vehicle.
What side of the car are you on?
I'm on the left-hand side.
How would you be on the left-hand side if you're a passenger in the front seat? Am I missing something?
Right-hand side. I'm sorry. I've been sitting in a room. I didn't know.
Yeah, the seatbelt's coming off of the driver's side. Right? Now you're lying to me, right?
No, I'm not, sir.
Great questions from the judge here. I also think her head movements are pretty clear. That's a dead giveaway. She literally looks around as she's making this turn, but the judge makes very good calls here. How could you be on the left-hand side if you're in the passenger seat up in front? And she's like, no, I meant, that's not what I meant. And he's like, but the seatbelt's coming out of the driver's side, which she had no rebuttal for. She just lets that one kind of dissipate. She just hopes that they forget about that one, like a video game NPC. Must have been the wind. Just de-aggro there and not follow up on the seatbelt question, which was a great observation because that seatbelt is indeed coming out of the driver's side. If she was a passenger, it would have been on the other side there.
Let me see the driver. Let me see the driver.
Hang on 1 second.
Now.
I have to ask their permission.
Now.
Oh my God.
That look she gives when he requests to see the driver is fucking perfect. That is cartoonish. That look right there is some shit out of a Whitest Kids You Know sketch. I cannot believe how incredible her response to that question was. But she did come up with something, though. She didn't just fold there. She's like, no, I can't just show you the driver. I don't want to violate his privacy. I need to ask for the driver's permission first. Hold your horses. Calm down. Let me ask the driver real quick. And then she gets out of the vehicle. Where is the driver? Where is he? Is he riding on the hood of the car or something? So now she needs to go track him down? Why did she get out of the car in order to try and ask the driver permission to show him to the judge?
Oh, you're not in you weren't in the driver's side. Do you think I'm that stupid? I'm going to go ahead and enter a default judgment. Our paperwork says that they can't drive. Does it not, Jennifer?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I took a breath in and started choking. Well, I missed what
Does
you
our
said.
paperwork not tell people that they can't be in a car?
I don't know, Your Honor. I'd have to look at it again. I haven't looked at it in a while.
Looking at it does not say that I cannot be in a car.
I love that she walks around the vehicle. She puts it to her ear so you can't see it super well, but you can watch her walk behind the car, like start to walk behind the car, and then she goes into the passenger side in order to continue the conversation. Genius. She's really cooking here.
I'm entering a default judgment. You lied to me. Judgment 1921-85. Send me your counsel and put in there defendant was not available at the time and then was driving a car and telling the court she was not. I'm entering a default judgment. Have a great day. Thank you.
Now, according to this article, she has released a statement of her own about everything that unfolded here, and she's no longer trying to stick with the ruse of being a passenger in the vehicle. I want to be clear that I take responsibility for my mistake. Appearing on a Zoom court hearing while I was driving was poor judgment, and I regret that decision. I panicked in the moment and made the wrong call instead of pulling over or asking to reschedule. For that, I am truly sorry. At the same time, I believe what has happened since then has gone far beyond addressing a mistake. A brief moment of poor judgment has turned into a viral spectacle that's affecting my reputation, my family, and my ability to move forward with my life. I respect the court and the rule of law, but I also believe in fairness and proportionality. The question I'm left asking is whether this situation needed to become a public example at the expense of someone's livelihood and dignity. I am human, I made a mistake, I own that mistake, and I am willing to accept the consequences, but I hope people will consider whether the response has been about accountability or about turning a moment into something far bigger than it needed to be. Now, her statement makes it sound like she's lost her job or something as a result of this, which I can't find any information on, but hopefully that's not the case. She's talking about it as though it's being reported for the sake of, like, accountability or, like, you know, some kind of big witch hunt as though it's something very serious. It's not, and I don't really see that response from everything that's been, you know, shared and reported about it. It's really being portrayed as, like, a lighthearted, silly thing. Like, what she was facing in court isn't, you know, the most heinous of crimes or anything, where she's some kind of crazy fucking supervillain, you know, mustache twirling evil. And what she did is very goofy, but it's also pretty harmless. She got her hand in the cookie jar and got caught, and she tried to wiggle her way out of it, and it didn't work. Really, the biggest thing was driving while doing this Zoom court, like potentially distracted driving. But she did a lot better than fucking Twitch streamers and Kick streamers when it comes to having a stream while driving. She didn't really look at her phone at all until she had fully pulled over and then got out. So she did a lot better in that regard than a lot of, like, streamers do. So I don't think it's all that serious, and I haven't seen people responding aggressively to it or anything, nor have I really seen it being reported as something serious. More so just something, like, wacky. From everything I've seen, it's all been pretty lighthearted. Like, of course, it's the internet, so I'm sure there's some degenerate assholes going ballistic with it, and maybe that's what she's seeing, but it definitely doesn't warrant that. I agree with her. That does not make sense for what unfolded here. And also agree that, yeah, people make mistakes sometimes, and some of them are silly. And, like, this one, for instance, it was definitely something that had me giggling, so I wanted to yap about, but at the end of the day, it's not that serious. It was just some lighthearted goofs around here, so ultimately, I'm wishing her the best. I hope this isn't, you know, something super detrimental to her or anything like that, and hopefully it is something that she could look back on herself and laugh at, like, yeah, that was a wacky one. It happens. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. What's the big difference between AI and my height? AI is still growing. And most people recognize that a lot of jobs that exist today won't exist in the next handful of years because AI will replace them, and companies are being pretty forward about that. There's plenty of signs about, you know, the corporate direction here and the role AI is going to play and the effect it's going to have on the workforce. But what a lot of people still don't fully understand is even if somehow your job survives the initial purge, Your life is still directly being affected by AI's existence in a negative way, such as electronics prices getting higher and higher. Most recently, the RAM crisis that hasn't even fully set in yet, by the way, and already seeing an explosion in price there. But even outside of that, as data centers become more and more common, as more and more get installed, the price of just living in the area is going to go up. And we're already seeing that in communities that have data centers going up, where water, electricity, all of that, their price has started to increase exponentially because of data centers. So even just being in proximity to AI as it becomes even bigger is a net negative on your life in terms of being able to live it or own things or pay for things that you previously had no problems paying for. But also, outside of that, not even your gooning is safe. AI filters have gotten so good that now anybody can pretend to be a hot babe, holy honkers, big titted online influencer that's influencing the nut right out of your sack, and you're none the wiser to it actually not being a human being there. It's all AI. Or in some cases, a dude with the AI filters on as well as a voice changer. That's another thing that's become very common so far since this has gotten so sophisticated. But oftentimes on Instagram in particular, it's just fully AI, no actual human being there, and they're making tons and tons of money, tens of thousands of dollars per month based on some of the reports I've seen from these individuals, as well as some of these are even like small businesses that are just pumping out AI women on Instagram to make money. I saw the real-time AI filter on Twitter. That shit's crazy. Which one? There's a bunch of them right now. I imagine it was probably this one. This one I think is the big one. You're gonna be squeezing your hog to this pretty soon, and you'll never even know. Meanwhile, our boy here's gonna be raking in all the doubloons. But this is big now. I've seen quite a few of these. Still very easy to tell, though. Not really. Not at all, actually. Imagine just in a small face cam on stream, you would have no idea this would be an AI avatar. He will absolutely just be using an AI voice filter. You'd have no clue. You'd have to really, really, really be getting into the weeds of it to try and spot anything. It's very, very tough. My 50-year-old coworker subbed to like 6 OnlyFans girls. This will destroy him. I'm pretty sure it's bannable on OnlyFans to do AI creators there, but if you just shit out like 100 of them, it doesn't matter how many get banned as long as you can just have a few of them last long enough to get the money out of it. It's really big on Instagram right now. AI Instagram influencers are making tons of money. Like, here's one of them that has 550k, Emily Pellegrini. But this one is at least disclosing that it's an AI influencer. Some of the other really successful ones don't do that. I don't know, Emily Pellegrini AI lady. But there are so many. Kind of obvious that it's AI, right? To some people. And in some ways. But not all the time. This one will absolutely be hard for people to find out. And in some of the other videos I saw of this, the hair moves like 1-to-1. It's like really very difficult. Especially when you consider that the way this will be used is just on like normal streams or like TikTok lives where it's going to be much tougher. Dolan made a video on an AI music artist that signed a $3 million deal. I know, I covered that same story. And it's not a music artist, by the way. That implies that there's like an actual art to it. It's just AI drivel. Signed a $3 million record deal. I went to a marketing conference and AI influencers are going to kill influencer jobs. All the big brands will just make a character do whatever they want. It won't happen overnight, but that is something I've talked about as well. Why would a brand even work with a human being for like a brand deal? It's expensive and you can't control everything they say or how they talk about it. A brand will most likely just invest like very tiny amount of resources, like a matter of $100 or $200 to just do an AI avatar to promote their product. Absolutely. That is definitely coming soon. Yeah, they're already doing that. It's fucked. Who's doing that right now? Give me a brand. I want to check it out. I didn't know it had already started. The only ones I know are the TikTok AI influencer farms that I was just briefly mentioning, where they just have AI like this endlessly on loop shilling products. Oh, that's what you're talking about, the AI live sellers. Yeah. I know about that. I thought you were I'm talking about like big brands are going to do it too. Like, I think Coke will probably be one of the first ones to do that. Coke loves their AI-generated ads. I'm sure they'll just start partnering with... I'm sure they will stop partnering with any real people for their advertising. They'll just do AI for it. Here's an article, though, on the AI live sellers. I don't know if it has the collage that I've been trying to find. Wow, what is this fucking URL link? Holy shit. AI virtual sales avatars are transforming live stream e-commerce by outperforming humans with 24/7 real-time demonstrations and higher conversion rates. AI-powered tools grow more sophisticated. Concerns about job security among workers have been rising. However, certain professions still appear to be safe, like sales, where the human touch, charisma, and conversational skills remain essential. Sales domain, nonetheless, might be experiencing a transformative phase. In China, AI-powered avatars are increasingly being leveraged for product sales over live streams, as reported by Wired. Notably, these virtual entities are beginning to surpass their human counterparts in performance. Case in point is Japanese electronics firm Brother, which has adopted virtual salespeople in China, where live streams serve as a popular and effective vehicle for product sales. Within just 2 hours of deployment, Brother's AI avatar secured 2,500 in printer sales, representing a 30% enhancement over traditional live stream sales. These avatars are crafted by Shanghai's marketing agency Pilter Firm and have been unleashed across significant e-commerce platforms like Taobao and Pinduoduo, where they promote an array of products from office devices to typical consumer goods. This is a bit of an older article, I imagine. Yeah, 2025 August. As of like 2 months ago, I've seen the AI sellers are now just big on TikTok. This is what all our RAM is being used for. Pointless shit. Pointless shit? What do you mean? They're selling fucking fake products to fake people using fake people to make fucking imaginary money. This is a requirement for a civilized and, functioning society. The AI influencers will also try to sell you courses to become an AI influencer too. That one is adorable. It's not the AI influencers. What you'll see oftentimes is people like trying to hawk a course on how you can make your own AI e-commerce shilling avatar, as if it's something hard to do. As if it's not something anybody on the fucking planet with access to the internet can do right now. Shameless. It's so shameless. What percentage of people do you think care about stuff like this? I would hope it's high, but it's probably not. I know people like to pretend that, it's not a lot of people that care about this. It's just people online, terminally online. That's just not true. Your average everyday layman is not thrilled about this shit either, because it is literally directly affecting people's lives right now. My mom and dad are like the least online people imaginable. My mom, I went to dinner with them tonight. My mom was even talking about how, like, she just recently learned how to scan things to get rid of her fax machine. These are not online people, but one thing that we always bring up when we talk is about how fucking terrified they are of AI and how much they hate AI. Like, it is a very normal perspective that actual people have about AI being really not good right now. So I think that is a sentiment shared by a lot of people, not just those online. Once the data centers go online and the electric bills go up, shit will get crazy. Oh, and you're already seeing that. We watched, not too long ago, a short news segment on a town that just got a data center installed, and they just completely lost access to water from time to time because of it. Which, of course, they're pissed about. It's no real human being wants this. And the ones that think they do, they're going to soon learn they don't. when the data centers get installed and everything gets more expensive around them. Oh, here's a nice little segment on it. But this one's only focusing on the China AI live selling. I'd love to find the one for TikTok.
Rapidly taking over pop culture in videos like this
It's
one.
basically just like this, though, to be fair.
These are AI clones of human live streamers, built to host shows by themselves. Is this what the future of online shopping looks like?
It is. It 100% is, but not just online shopping. Shopping anywhere, anything. The future of literally fucking everything, unfortunately. We'll see how bad ChatGPT usage drops off since they're introducing ads in the US. Wait, what? A piece of AI news I haven't heard? Wait, is that real? Are they actually doing that? Here's something from OpenAI. Our approach to advertising and expanding access to ChatGPT. No way. No way. Let me read. Okay, what the fuck? Why is it? Did they just take the article down? Oh, there we go. AI is reaching a point where everyone can have a personal super assistant that helps them learn and do almost anything. Who gets access to that level of intelligence will shape whether AI expands opportunity or reinforces the same divides. Hey, also, by the way, brother, this has existed for a while. It's called Google. Just going on your cell phone and researching things yourself. Like, you can do that right now and have been able to for a couple decades. But the difference is now you'll never even bother diving into things, so oftentimes you'll just get fed wrong shit and learn how to do nothing. It's very cool, actually. We've been working to make powerful AI accessible to everyone through our free product and low-cost subscription tier, ChatGPT Go, which is launched in 171 countries since August. Today we're bringing Go to the US and everywhere ChatGPT is available, giving people expanded access to messaging, image creation, file uploads, and memory for $8 a month. In the coming weeks, we're also planning to start testing ads in the US. Yeah! For the free and Go tiers, so more people can benefit from our tools with fewer usage limits or without having to pay. Plus, Pro, Business, and Enterprise subscriptions will not include ads. Wow, that's so sweet. That's so nice. I'm sure eventually these will start to get some ads, though. They won't just be free users that get to have all the fun. I mean, there's so many people now that will just switch to Gemini or DeepSeek. Until they do the same thing, man. All of these fucking companies are so parasitic. Once ChatGPT proves that people will just sit there and mindlessly watch ads like the good little drones they are, everyone else is going to follow suit. You see Jeff Bezos about renting computers. I forgot to look into that. Did he actually say that he wants people to be renting computers? Which, by the way, is nothing new. We're kind of going in that direction where you won't even own your fucking computer anymore. It'll all just be cloud computation and shit, and you're renting your devices. Let me see. I see a bunch of articles on it. That's not going to laugh. Jeff Bezos believes AI will force you to rent your PC from the cloud, and the RAM crisis is accelerating it. Yippee! Renting computers! You can't even own them now! NZXT already offers computers for rent. Oh, I know, that's why I said this is nothing new. Pitching local PCs for subscription-based cloud computing. In an interview with the New York Times, Bezos talks about how AI is the main focus at Amazon. Shocked! I'm shocked! That's hardly a surprise, seeing as every company is doubling down on incorporating artificial intelligence into their products, apps, services, and more these days. But the real kicker comes in when Bezos mentioned a brewery he visited, and this company had to build its own power station to improve the efficiency of their brewery with electricity. Since there was no power grid, they had to build their own form of electricity. At the time, that's what everyone did. If a hotel wanted electricity, they had their own electric generator. I looked at this and I thought, this is what computation is like today. Everyone has their own data center. Interestingly, he continued to say, that's not going to last. It makes no sense. You're going to buy compute off the grid. That's AWS. That comment was said in 2024, and today it rings more true than ever. Oh, so this isn't even new. Renting everything is on the table. Man, you could fucking rent burritos with Klarna. You remember that? Fucking just put that shit on Klarna. Pay it back later. The fuck they gonna do if I don't pay it? Reach into my stomach and take it? Yeah, I don't know, man. Who's to say? Well, I think we don't even need to worry about spending in the future. AI will just do everything for us.
Mm-hmm, they've got that covered.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Money won't even exist in the future. It'll all just be AI tokens to ChatGPT and Gemini. Over a decade ago, I told a story that still to this day is the most unbelievable true story I have. It is a riveting, exhilarating tale of disgust, horror, and inspiration. I literally just blue screened right there, just trying to find the right words to describe this experience. And I hadn't told this story in over a decade, at least I don't remember talking about it, but a week ago for the other channel, we had Wubby and his crew down, and one of the videos we filmed was a little game where you would either tell a lie or tell the truth, and then a team would have to guess if that was make-believe, phony baloney, or a legitimate experience, and I got tasked with telling a truth. So I chose this story because it just sounds like it couldn't be possible, yet it is. It is the story of my sophomore year of college when I went up to Michigan State to party, and I met one hell of a woman up there, I'll tell you what. When I was in college, at 19 years old, I, even back then, had a big fear of flying, but I had a buddy of mine I knew on Xbox Live. His name was Kyle. He was in a frat at Michigan State, and I forgot the name of the frat, but he had invited me to their big parties. I think it was for St. Patty's Day. They were doing like a weekend of partying. And this is when I first started to be social, and I said, you know what? Fucking do it live. I bought a plane ticket, accepted the invitation. I went to Michigan State University, and I went to their parties. I met a lovely woman at one of the house parties. I got her number. We chatted. Didn't hear from her for like a day. She texted me the next night, and I was violently high. Ill. Very ill. I had inhaled the bong water from a gravity bong. Ooh. I was struggling. I didn't know right from left. She had texted me to come over that evening. I wasn't going to pass up an opportunity. I had a buddy of mine drive me to her apartment. When I got there, she offered some wonderful accoutrements.
Excuse me?
One of which was a blowjob. I didn't.
Oh. I say lie. What do you guys think?
I was still in a fugue state. I peed all in her mouth. and
what the fuck?
Of course, there's only so much space in this cavity, so she popped off. I peed everywhere in that bedroom. To which she said, "I can't do this right now." So she went into the shower to clean off, and I sat there in shame and confusion.
Truth?
I was so quick at the start of the story to think oh yeah, this is true. I didn't even have to think twice. It's
so unbelievable.
That last bit, I am praying for you that is a lie.
I have so many questions. Yeah.
I think we get quite a few. They grilled him.
Yeah.
Okay. So first off, the most unbelievable thing, you flew?
Yeah, I did. I flew.
Yeah.
It was one of only, I think, 8 or 9 times I've flown. It was a solo flight. Because I was finally socializing. This was a huge opportunity.
Did she gag when you pissed in her mouth?
I think she thought it was cum at first. And then when it was very yellow, it became more apparent that it was not.
Okay.
Okay.
But
she did not throw up.
This might just have you explain it again, but I'm very confused how that happens.
Yeah.
Were you hard? I mean, I have to be real here. Were you hard?
Yeah.
And then you just started. I don't think I've ever mixed that up.
So you ripped a gravity bong, you said.
Multiple times.
And you were nauseous during it?
Oh, I inhaled the bong water. I thought I was begging to...
Right.
I was begging. I was begging to go to the hospital.
And you were very hot. Very hot.
This is a common theme.
Was this like a homemade plastic bottle one, or is
Home
like an
Depot
actual...
bucket? I don't remember at all. It was a weapon.
You would remember that.
I have a question. I know I'm not the question asking team, but did you say she said she can't do this?
Can't do this right now.
Right
Can't do this right now.
We'll come back.
You know.
Also, I like how he said one of which, like out of the many offerings she gave, one of which was.
How did it end? Did I miss that? She went and showered and then
We became good friends.
Did you stay the night?
Yeah.
This is no.
And that was the first time that you had met them.
After
earlier
the party.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you met them like
You
that.
peed in a girl's mouth and it worked out to where you could stay
Some
in the
girls
home.
like that.
Did she like it?
No.
Well, she said not right now.
I think I'm on full. This is a lie.
It has to be a lie.
I think
full
that
truth.
I think that this is like
How could we bring
the
you to
beginning
lie?
elements of this are probably true, but especially the end of it is like there's no way.
He potentially pissed like into the carpet of a woman's
Yes.
home.
Yeah.
You don't stay after that.
No.
She don't keep you there.
Was this? I don't care if you're the most suave motherfucker on earth. If you pee into someone's mouth and on their floor the night you met them, you're not staying the night.
No, she was sober.
This is so a lie. This is so a lie.
Okay, why do you think it's true? Because we should get to the bottom of this. This is our one shot here.
Yeah.
His reactions are like
He was dying laughing, and
So
so was the
genuine.
crew.
That's why I think that some of it's true. Like bits of it.
Yeah.
But not. There's just 0% chance.
I can't believe that he peed in a girl's mouth and then stayed and like watched TV.
And like hung out.
Yeah,
yeah, maybe everything was true.
Check this out.
Check out Spider Ham.
You'll never guess what Stewie said.
Yeah, I'm okay. I can get to lie.
Well, okay.
Because like
I have a question.
her reaction just being like no gagging.
I'm gonna go shower.
No,
I'm gonna go
and being
shower
like,
and
I
then
cannot
come back.
do this right now.
And then staying the night.
The staying the night is
What'd
not
you guys
that
do
weird
after?
to me.
Some dirty deeds.
You went round two.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Can we just lock? And she was sober.
As far as I know.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Okay,
Did this
wait,
woman
wait,
have
wait.
a septum piercing?
No.
That's
Okay, wait. I have,
valid question.
Valid question.
how long were you already an established content creator at this point?
Oh, good
I was
question.
faceless.
I think maybe it's a lie.
What do you say?
He said no.
I was faceless.
What is
when
that?
he was
He
19.
faceless.
What is that?
Oh, he's
You're saying he
19.
can't pull?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying if you were as large
No,
as
I
he
get
is
it.
now and you pissed in a girl's mouth,
She
you're
would
gonna
come
ask
back.
them to still
Yeah,
fuck them.
I agree. What? Lie?
Lie?
I think it's a lie. And if all of that is true, hats off
Yeah,
to
good on you.
however the fuck that happened.
Also, you delivered
now
it really
it's
well.
on the other channel forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a lie,
I'm gonna go lie
Charlie.
as
I have a
well.
lie.
I'm gonna lie.
Locking it in.
Locking it in.
It's the truth. I've actually told this story once before, right after it happened in like 2014.
I remember that.
You made it into a video?
Well, I was playing Five Nights at Freddy's. Like, you guys aren't gonna believe this. No, she's married. She got married years ago.
That's tough.
Do not say her name.
Do not.
Every
What were the other
single
accoutrements?
aspect
I have
of
so
that.
many more questions now.
She had sex with him after he peed in her mouth.
She must have been a chill lass.
That's so
That's
nice.
one way to word it.
That's
yeah,
so
that
nice.
is one way to word it.
She was a trooper.
She really stuck it out for
Yeah.
you. That's awesome.
I can't do this right now. I'll be right back. Just give me a second.
Well, she really meant right now because she went and then came back and was like, all right, now I.
Don't pee in me
I
again.
guess, I guess she thought that you were going to say that. She goes, oh, maybe not that, but
So it was a college apartment. So like it was very cramped. Yeah. It was separate rooms. But since it was a college apartment like room, it's very cramped. So her bookshelf was right next to the bed.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Harry Potter going.
Oh my fucking God.
So I went back and checked that Five Nights at Freddy's video to see if there was any details I missed. And I don't remember keeping it so vague. So I remembered in that video when I was talking about it, it was a few days after it happened, and I was worried that if I mentioned drug usage, like about being high, it would get the video taken down or I'd be in trouble. So I do remember deliberately omitting that detail, but what I didn't recall until I went back and rewatched that video is that in its place, I made it seem as though I just stubbornly refused to pee, like crossed my arms. No, I will not tinkle. I'm gonna be a big man and get a blowjob with a full bladder. Which is just an unhinged mentality. But probably the biggest revelation from rewatching that was that I've misremembered what she said. I'm going to trust my word from almost 12 years ago where I said that she verbatim stated that she can't deal with this. I remembered her saying that she just can't do this right now because she went and showered. And I can only imagine what she saw when she came back. Just like dripping urine all over the place like a fucking horror movie scene with me sitting on the bed, cocking balls out, probably rocking back and forth with my eyes rolled in the back of my skull like a fucking exorcism scene. Because I did just have like a demon expelled from my wiener. She done sucked the urine devil out of me there. And yeah, we did hook up that night. And as I said in the Five Nights at Freddy's video, we did see each other quite a bit after that. Came over the following day, we did it all over again, sans the pissing everywhere. And then, even when I came home, we stayed in contact. I was desperately looking through my old photos because I had remembered I had taken a photo right after I broke my pinky playing pickup basketball, and I sent it to her. And I was like mewing, and I thought it was a really cool picture. Also, my pinky never fully healed. So that's why I have this like really fucked up pinky that I can't fully extend. And I sent her that. I don't even remember why. I think it was unprompted. And she was like, oh, that's pretty cool, I guess. So like, yeah, I mean, we stayed in contact. And then I remember a buddy of mine told me she had got married at some point or something. So yeah, definitely an experience I will never forget. She was great. And it's been a long time since I've dusted off this story. So it was a lot of fun to go down memory lane again. That's really about it. So yeah. We're talking about something very serious today. Throughout the video, you're going to see my shirt changes. It's not some kind of like crazy, wacky, magic trick from America's Got Talent or anything. I actually filmed this video earlier this morning when the story first broke. It's the killing of Alex Preddy in Minnesota at the hands of border agents. And I made the video, but I was pretty heated and I wanted to kind of simmer down and take a break, so I went out before posting it. I just got home, and now even more angles and videos have been released that show beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is a 100% unjustified killing of an American citizen here. And it seems like the execution stems from them finding out that he had a gun on his person. His Second Amendment rights. In all of the videos that exist, there is not a single moment where he is reaching for the gun, brandishing it, threatening with it, or anything at all, and we have video that shows the entire interaction from start to finish. His name was Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old nurse who worked in the ICU at Minneapolis VA healthcare system, and according to the police chief, he is a U.S. citizen with no prior interactions with law enforcement outside of a couple of traffic tickets, and believed to be a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. So for him to lose his life being shot multiple times by these agents, all because of him exercising his Second Amendment rights, which again, he wasn't trying to use as an intimidation tactic on the officers or anything like that. When they were beating him on the ground, pistol whipping him on the ground, they happened to see that he had a gun, apparently. He wasn't throwing it at them as like a threat or something, or brandishing it or anything. He simply had it on him, which he was well within his right to do, and he got murdered for it. This is completely unacceptable, and the fucking drones that are somehow like parading around like this is some kind of victory or something is sickening. It should be viewed as treasonous by any real Americans when you see this footage. And they had the gall to say that Alex Preddy was like the instigator, labeling him a domestic terrorist I saw from a couple of places, claiming that he approached these agents with a 9mm. He approached them with a gun looking to start shit. But that is not true. In all of the videos you see, he has a phone in his hands. Not a gun in his hands, he has a phone in his hands. No sane person would ever mistake a phone for a gun. This is blatantly obvious what they're trying to do. And it's something they've been doing a lot recently. Trying to tell you that what you're seeing isn't real. Trust their words, not your eyes. That is completely fucking outrageous. And people are willingly doing it. That's the craziest part. There are people that are like, oh, I saw he had his phone, but if they say it was a gun, well, that must have been a gun. I cannot believe we've reached this level of brainwashing. There are so many angles of this, and in every single one of them, you can see he has his phone in his hand, and at no point during this interaction did he ever, pull a gun on them or anything. And in fact, in one of the angles, you can even clearly see that the agents actually took the gun from him prior to him being shot. You can actually see what looks to be one of the agents disarming him, taking the gun out of its holster and running away with the gun prior to him being shot. And if that wasn't definitive, there is something even more clear that I think is completely irrefutable for anyone that's actually looking. An agent takes Alex's gun out of its holster in front of the agent that pulls out his gun and shoots him. So he can see the gun has been taken out of the holster. And it is clear Alex Preddy has both hands on the ground. He does not have a gun in them. And an agent reaches in and takes it out of the holster right before another agent pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back. Just in case you somehow missed it, look, the agent in gray has his hand on Alex's weapon, which is still holstered. It was never unholstered. This agent takes it out of its holster before he runs away with it, and the officer right next to him is the one that pulls out his gun and shoots him. And now I want to show you the clearest video that shows everything that happened here and how it doesn't go how the authorities are saying that it did. That was Alex Preddy you saw walk by the camera right there. He has his phone in his hand, and then with his other hand, his open hand, no gun in it, is waving cars through. There is clearly no brandishing of a firearm here. He is not approaching agents with a gun or anything like that, and you will never see anything even remotely close to that happen.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
In this section, you can again see Alex Preddy has his phone in his hand, and now he's trying to get some of the civilians away from these fucking worms that are now starting to push them. And then one of them got pepper sprayed, and then he got pepper sprayed as well. And when he gets pepper sprayed, you can see his hand shoots in the air like a student about to try and ask the teacher a question. It is a wide open palm. There's no weapon in that hand, and in his other hand is still the phone. There is no gun anywhere here. And now this is when he starts getting beaten by the multiple officers there.
The fuck, people! The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly!
I'm gonna stop the video right here because this is when Alex Preddy gets shot to death. This fucking subhuman coward, you can see, pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back, and then shoots him multiple times after as Alex Preddy lies on the ground. You can hear one of the agents says gun, and that's when this brain-dead troglodyte pulls out his firearm and starts shooting into Alex while he was still surrounded by his boys, mind you. This is like the antithesis to all training that agents go through, by the way, to shoot into a suspect while still being surrounded by authorities. You're going to get your own people shot too, by the way, you fucking moron, you unbelievable homunculus. So he immediately starts dumping into Alex because someone said gun. But the gun, from the other angles we can see, had already been taken away from Alex, out of his holster. You can see one of the other agents running away with it. But again, he was never brandishing this firearm. And as an American citizen with Second Amendment rights, and a lawful gun owner by all available information, he was allowed to have that gun on his person. It is not grounds to execute a man because you fucking freaked out and panicked because the guy you were beating and pistol whipping with fucking 5 of your friends happened to be armed. He wasn't using it to try and like shoot anyone here or threaten them. They saw the gun and then this guy just freaked out and murdered him. Shot him multiple times. This is indefensible. Completely indefensible. And the fact that they even took him to the ground in the first place and started beating him, with one guy pistol whipping him, by the way. In other angles, you can see a guy just like pistol whipping him like he's trying to hammer a nail in with his gun. Like, it should have never even been acceptable for that to happen. All Alex Preddy was doing was filming, and then when some civilians started getting pushed, he tried to help. And when one got pepper sprayed, he tried to help. From all available angles and evidence and videos here, it seems to be that's all he was doing. He even made an effort to try and show that he's not like a threat or something. Like, he threw his arm in the air, wide open, nothing in his hand or anything. He wasn't fighting back against the officers. He got taken to the ground and then immediately started getting beaten. Like, all because he was fucking filming and trying to help other people around there, it seems. This is so fucking sickening. And the freaks that are cheering this on and parading around like this is something to be celebrated are just scum. You're not even American. You're a fucking drone if you actually think this is a good thing. All you care about is just like sucking wiener from the authorities now all of a sudden. You care more about just being on a team than you do thinking for yourself. It's fucking tragic. It is embarrassing. This is crazy now that I'm seeing people justify this guy's murder because he had a weapon. Wake the fuck up. This is America. You can carry weapons. I sometimes carry a gun in public. I have friends who every day carry. It is your right as an American to carry a firearm if you so choose. That is not grounds for a murder. And based on all of the video footage, all of the available evidence, this guy was not brandishing it or anything like that. Thus, he wasn't threatening anyone or about to shoot someone with it, so they had to kill him to stop him. That doesn't seem to be the case. They're now just using the fact that he had a gun as a justification to kill him. That should be extremely alarming to anyone who cares about 2A. Like, again, him having it should not be an issue. And any real, actual American, like a real patriot, should be arguing for his right to carry, because it is something that we have the right to do, and that should not be a justification for this man being killed by these agents. This point that they're trying to beat into the empty minds of a lot of people that are trying so hard to justify it is that the only people being arrested and targeted by ICE are rapists and pedophile illegal aliens, which is just not the case. There definitely have been rapists and pedophiles that have been snatched up in all of this, and those rapists and pedophiles that have been caught and taken away, that's good. They shouldn't be out there breathing the free air. Great. But that's not all that's happening here. You could also right now march into the White House and arrest everyone in the White House, and you would get a ton of rapists and pedophiles. Why isn't that happening? If the goal is getting rapists and pedophiles off of American soil, thrown in the slammer, taking them away from society, why is it only just walking through the fucking streets of Minnesota trying to do it? You would get significantly more rapists and pedophiles if you took ICE and brought them to the White House. An administration is actively covering up a massive child sex trafficking operation and letting tons of evil people get away with this, tons of clients. So if the goal is to get this kind of evil out of this country, why would you not start with what is provably a spot that has so many of them? Also, that belief of like a secret pedophile ring was a very popular one among Trump voters for the longest time. And now that it has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be real, legitimate reality, they are now just ignoring it. They have been proven correct that there was a huge pedophile ring of these powerful politicians, but because some of their favorite politicians are potentially wrapped up in it, they just want to drop it and forget about it. Absolutely unhinged, by the way. It's crazy. So many people for the longest time were adamant against like government surveillance and Big Brother watching them being a huge concern. Now, plenty of people are welcoming it with open arms and a huge smile on their face. For the longest time, people would be preaching about the importance of the Second Amendment and gun rights. And now, even with this, they're saying, well, he had a gun, which means that's an executable offense. So it seems like they now no longer believe in Americans' right to own guns or carry guns, which was a core component of like the right for a long time, where there was like this big fear about they're coming for our guns. And now the same people that were arguing like to protect that are now arguing against it, saying, well, this guy deserved to die because he had a gun with him. It's a fundamental right of Americans to have guns, gun ownership. You can carry them in public too. Like that, you shouldn't be killed for that. And in the footage here, it doesn't seem like he was brandishing it or anything. And also, the same people that only like a year and a half ago were constantly telling you to question the government, that you can't trust anything that comes out of the government, the authorities always lying to you, are now just willingly, blindly, unquestioningly following anything authorities tell them to believe in, and shut out any and all thought and just have the hive mind think for them. It is crazy because it seems like the only actual belief of some of these fucking brainwashed drones is relentless cock gobbling. All they want to do is swallow boots and penis from the government. So if the administration or the news, which they used to hate the news, but now that the news just parrots points from big government that they like to clap their hands at like seals, they now just trust all of it all of a sudden, even though there's been no big change with these mainstream media outlets, by the way, that they used to not trust only a year and a half ago. But now, anytime they hear something from the news or anything that comes from the government, they will just immediately accept without a second thought and then attack anyone else that is saying differently, or even just probing them to maybe think a little bit more about the narratives. Keep in mind, the government themselves are currently not even complying with their own laws that Trump has signed, like the Epstein Transparency Act, where the DOJ is still putting up a fight and are over a month late to compliance with releasing the Epstein files. They are still fighting tooth and nail to not release them, and even recently, only a week ago, outright said maybe there's no court that can force them to order this. They didn't even say maybe. I gave them a very charitable thing right there. They actually said courts can't force them to do this, and that if they don't comply, there's nothing anyone can do. They can't be sued. If the DOJ doesn't comply, go fuck yourself, pussy. That's basically their sentiment. They are not complying with their own fucking laws. And yet people are still willing to overlook that in order to just keep, like, playing for the same team. It's like it's a competition to see who can think the least and who can regurgitate enough from the hive mind to be, like, the biggest super fan of their side. It's fucking despicable. It's actually crazy. This is real sheep behavior. I know a lot of these people like to say sheep, sheep, sheep for the longest time, but now they are actually the epitome of that. Here's just a little thought experiment if you can break through the programming for a second. Imagine what's happening in Minnesota was happening under Obama or Biden, where there were masked agents that were constantly surveilling you, and even at times asking for your papers, your documents to prove you're an American citizen, constantly needing to provide your private information to these masked agents. And these agents also had killed 2 American citizens. What do you think your response would be? Would you be like, oh yes, please, everyone needs to comply with this. This is good. This is what I want. This is what I look for in Obama or Biden. This is what I'm happy about. Would you be as excited then as you are now in that scenario? My guess would be probably not, because you would rightfully view this as an infringement on your rights as an American. Your Second Amendment right, where apparently even carrying a gun now is a crime punishable by death. Like, this isn't something anyone should be championing for, but because it's become such like a team-focused sport, people delude themselves into thinking that they have to support this, and thus they will abandon all of their beliefs in order to stay on this side. It's crazy to me. I truly don't even know what the solution here is, because people are just willingly, on their own accord, no longer trusting what they see and what they know to be true. They would rather just have the government tell them what to think and what's true. So that way they don't have to do any level of thought for their own. How do you fix that? I genuinely do not know. I have no idea. I don't know how you can watch this footage and multiple angles of this situation and still come out trusting the government's word on the series of events that unfolded when you can yourself watch the footage and prove them false. What do you do to someone that just refuses to at least try and see things clearly? I don't know, but it's fucking tragic, and it's only getting worse. It is so fucking out of control. I had to yap about this. I've been actually fuming all day. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah, I love the HOA is a sentence you'll rarely ever hear a real human being say. If you ever hear someone utter something very positive about homeowners associations, that's how you know, that's your red flag to alert you to the fact that you're most likely talking to an alien, a demon, or a terrorist. Now, I know not all HOAs are evil, diabolical monsters, but you do hear some real bad stuff. And actually, my house is in an HOA community, and I remember a long time ago, I had actually received a complaint from the HOA, one that needed action on my part, or I would be, like, fined or something like that, because I had a basketball hoop in my driveway. So I had to take the basketball hoop down because they didn't like it. I didn't know I couldn't put a basketball hoop in my own driveway. It was a Christmas gift, so that felt real good to have to take that puppy down. Is it the biggest deal in the world? No. But it is annoying. Like, the HOA's been neutral here for the most part, but that's not how it is everywhere. You hear all the time about nightmare scenarios with HOAs, and a lot of the time, it seems like the people that are elected onto the HOA's boards are power-tripping Reddit moderators that just let this shit poison their brain. And today, I saw a very good example of this for an outrageous situation, and actually, the night before I saw this, which would be last night if you're doing the math, I don't know why I said it that way like it was a fucking riddle. Last night we were even yapping about HOAs, because there are some crazy scenarios that arise from this that are just inexplicable. I don't know why HOA members love to rule it with an iron fist and think that there's some kind of like tyrant or something for it, and then they just like terrorize people in neighborhoods for no reason.
President of the HOA.
Okay.
And you're not supposed to be running a business out of your house.
This is my house. I don't live here.
This is my house.
I'm a detailer. I pulled up.
I'm just letting you know, you're not supposed to be running a business out of your house. You're not supposed to have vehicles parked on the grass.
He's detailing my car.
I can just take this down if you want.
You got a sign right
He
here.
put the sign up. I didn't put the sign up. He's advertising.
I can take it down if it's that big of a deal.
Okay, he'll take the sign down.
Everybody stand back. The HOA president has just arrived at the scene. Please get on your hands and knees and start groveling at his feet and worshiping him. This is the HOA president. I don't know if you could feel his spiritual pressure when he arrived. So right now he's causing a big hubbub here because, well, a couple of things. There is a vehicle parked on the grass, which I guess is a big no-no there. And also, the detailer has a sign up advertising his business, which I guess, again, forbidden under the HOA bylaws or whatever. Which is an interesting one because there is a vehicle that drives behind this man that is advertising another business because their fucking truck is wrapped in it. Is he then going to chase that truck down like a fucking dog chasing the mailman in order to give him a piece of his mind? Like, hey, you can't be advertising a business here. Like, what, does he do that when, fucking Frontier or Spectrum comes out for the internet? Oh my god, you've got your vehicle wrapped in a business. Scram, get out of here. It makes no sense. I don't know why he wouldn't be able to put a sign out when all of the other businesses that go through the neighborhood, like the one that drives right behind him, are also advertising their business just on a wrap as opposed to a normal sign. It's pretty fucking silly.
Bro, he's detailing my car. So what's the problem now?
You had a sign up.
Okay, the sign's
You're
gone.
advertising.
What's off? What's
You're
the problem?
still going to get a letter.
What's the problem? He's detailing my car. What's the problem? He's detailing my car.
That's not your car. That's your.
That is my friend's car. Yeah, that is my car. Yeah.
I'm not going to argue with you.
So what's the problem?
I'm not going to argue
so
with you.
I have somebody coming to watch my car? You haven't told me anything.
You are not supposed to be running a business.
No one is running. I'm not running a business. I'm getting a service done. I paid him to come
But that's
here.
not your car. That's your car.
So
I'm not going to argue with you, but I am going to argue with you. And then he gives like the worst possible fucking arguments imaginable. How is he running a business out of his house when he is getting a service done? Exactly as he is stating. Like, that is checkmate. There is no business being run out of his house. There's a service being conducted. By this ridiculous logic, Mr. Big Shot, Big Meat HOA president is also running a business out of his house anytime someone comes out to fucking fix the plumbing or do his roof or something. Like, it makes no sense. When there is a service being done at this guy's house, how in any way, shape, or form is that this guy now running a business out of his fucking house? This is absolute lunacy. This guy is off of his gourd. I don't know what he's even trying to, argue here, because it is nonsensical. If he has a problem with the sign, okay, the sign got taken down. Fucking take a hike. Get out of here. Issue solved. Why is he still going to get a letter?
Friend came here. And I'm getting my car washed. So listen to me. Listen to me, right? You told me something, right? I'm here. I live here, correct? Because you know that.
I know that.
Right? I live here. I called him to come get a detail. My friend comes. And all of a sudden, my friend wants to get a detail. So that's a problem on me now?
Yeah, because you're advertising.
Get out of here, man.
You're not supposed to have a vehicle parked on the ground.
I'm not allowed to wash my car on my property. I'm not allowed to have my car washed on my property.
You're not supposed to advertise it.
Okay, so he took the advertisement away. What is the problem now? Thank you. I want to get a picture of your tags.
HOA hotshot just blue screened in the brain there when he asked what the problem is now since the sign's down. He just keeps harping on that. You're running a business out of here. Your friend's getting a detailing too in your driveway, and there's a sign up here. Okay, the sign's gone. What's the problem? He's not running a business out here. His friend just happened to be there and also want to get detail done. That should be no problem. It's his own driveway. It's not encroaching on anyone else's property or anything like that. It is all above board. It seems like it's all perfectly complying with the HOA rules here. The only other thing he makes us think about is the truck on the grass, which they also moved then too, and still he has an issue. It's just crazy because like HOA zombies like this guy, they literally exist for this kind of power. Their purpose is to exert what they believe to be power on others, to try and make people feel like they're beneath them and that they're, you know, a godsend because they're on the HOA board or something. Like the way he flexes that, like he's some kind of secret agent. I'm HOA president as he flips down the FBI badge or something. It's so cringe, man. Just get a fucking life.
Oh no, I follow the rules. I follow the rules very well.
Well, that's a first for my business.
The car is off the desk. Get out of here. Get out.
You're still going to
Get out.
And it's going to the law.
Get. This is a harassment case. Thank you very much.
The what's your badge number line from his friend actually got a big time giggle out of me there. This guy just won't leave. Like he just keeps saying, you're getting a letter, you're getting a strongly worded letter. It's going to be a stern one. I hope you're ready. I'm HOA president, damn it. Who do you think you are? I am. Like, all the issues have been solved, which were barely issues in the first place. I don't know why he has to be so combative and aggressive about it, confronting him on his property about, like, the HOA laws that he's violated because he's accusing him of running a business out of his house, which is the stupidest fucking thing ever. And even when this phony baloney problem is solved, he still just keeps making a big stink about it. He continues to argue. Like, the video goes on for like another 20 or 30 seconds, and it spans what I imagine to be multiple minutes because it starts cutting around because they keep arguing. The guy just won't fucking leave. It's clear all he wanted to do was come over and cause a ruckus. He just wants to cause problems. He is the HOA president, and he thinks he has, you know, the fucking license to kill or something. He can do whatever he wants. So he's confronting him on his own property about nothing. A made-up scenario in his head about how they're running a business out of his house. It's so unbelievable, man. And there's plenty of videos of like HOA Karens and meltdowns and shit like that. I'm sure you've seen plenty. But it is just unbelievably annoying. And this one really grinded my gears, especially after just talking and yapping about HOAs for a while on stream last night. It was... this HOA president, I think, is the epitome of what an HOA board member looks like for the most part. Like, he's a caricature of that. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya. I have made so many videos over the last few months covering Pokemon card-related crime. Card shops are being robbed more frequently than gas stations, and there is more violent crime happening from Pokemon card scalpers than there was in Gotham City. Like, I think even Batman would be having his work cut out for him trying to put the kibosh on these degenerate loser scumbags. Before diving into the meat and potatoes of the latest Pokemon crime I want to cover in this video, I want to give you some good news at the top here. I'll give you the dessert before force-feeding you the vegetables. The alleged wheelman in that $116,000 Pokemon card heist I covered about a month ago has been arrested. That's the armed robbery. Yeah, about a month ago, at a place called Pokecourt, there was a group of dudes who went in there with guns, and Team Rocket was just waving them around, threatening people, and breaking glass to steal all of the card product, as well as taking money from the register. They caught the driver. His name is Julio Colina. He's 27 years old, loveless, dickless, a virgin. I was trying to find his mugshot, but I couldn't find it, so I'm making up my own fan fiction. I believe he probably stands at 4'6", smells like shit, and loves pee. On the day of the armed Pokemon robbery, he dropped the suspects off and then waited 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all he could spare, like fucking Albert Wesker here. And then drove off with them. He said he was willing to chauffeur them because they'd promised him gifts if they could pack their bags while riding in his van. Those gifts must have been intoxicating. He was addicted to them. Maybe they were just giving him smooches or something for his lonely ass, because he was apparently like a really reliable driver for them for their crimes. He also served as the driver for the same group of goobers on January 9th when they stole Pokemon merchandise worth around $11,000 from a different shop. So this guy really did enjoy driving them around. Those gifts must have been amazing, but he claimed he didn't know what the trio was doing when they left his van, which investigators aren't really buying. They believe it's just a pitiful attempt at him trying to save his own ass, which it obviously it is. I have no doubt he's stupid. I guarantee he's a lobotomite, but he's not dumb enough to just be like, oh, dude, I just dropped these guys off, like, thinking that they were just gonna go do some, like, normal business and stuff, and I was gonna sit there and wait, and they always came back with, like, treats and candy and stuff. I had no idea they were doing anything bad or naughty. I'm as shocked as you guys are. I'm a victim, too. I was driving people that I thought were my friends. So hopefully that defense never works for him and he spends a long time in the slammer and squeals on his friends. I really hope he rolls over belly up and gives up the two dudes that had the guns. I know Pokemon card crime isn't taken seriously by the authorities in any way, shape, or form, unfortunately, even though it is an out-of-control epidemic showing no signs of slowing down. But I have to imagine armed robbery, waving guns at people, threatening people with fucking guns over Pokemon cards is probably something that they should take a little more seriously. So hopefully this entire group here ends up in prison. I'll keep my fingers crossed. But now I'd like to go over the most recent Pokemon robbery that I just saw a video of. It happened at House of Cards in Vancouver, and they unfortunately got ganked by the Goof Troop here. It has become almost routine for the biggest group of losers to come together and decide, like, hey boys, let's go rob a card shop. I'm not exaggerating. Almost every single day, there is a card shop being broken into and having their shit stolen. Pretty much every hour, you can bet your sweet bippy somewhere in the world, a card shop just got hit by a sledgehammer, the windows busted in, and the greasiest loser you've ever seen stumbles through and breaks glass, grabbing a handful of Pokemon cards and waddles their way out to try and resell it and scalp, and it's just, oh, it's so fucking pathetic. And I feel so bad for the card shop owners because it's not like this is, the most lucrative business in the world. These aren't stores owned by like billionaires and huge corporations. They're mom and pop shops. Like, these are just card shops from ordinary people that want to try and make a career out of engaging in a community and a hobby that they love. And they are just getting brutalized by the fucking biggest slimeball pigs imaginable that have deluded themselves into thinking that they can make a lot of money off scalping stolen products. I hate these people, man. I swear. I genuinely wish the worst for them. The way the big guy at the end was moving like Frankenstein's monster, I thought that chunky douchebag was about to eat shit while trying to get through the window and just cut himself all on that glass. But he made it through seemingly injury-free, and then these assholes just start storming the store and basically grabbing everything they can find. In total, they spent roughly 3 minutes for this whole operation, and from the time that the window broke and the alarm sounded, police arrived 4 minutes later, according to House of Cards in the comment section. So the police response was pretty quick. A lot of people in the comments were like, what the fuck is the police response time? 2 to 3 business days? But according to House of Cards, it was actually very fast. And it's not like fucking GTA where the police can just spawn in on top of them the second that the, third star gets activated here. So 4 minutes was pretty quick. They were just faster, so the police did not get there in time. And I don't think that's because these are criminal masterminds or anything, galaxy brain geniuses who plotted out to the very second the amount of time they need to spend in the store before police arrived. I think they just got extremely lucky that they were out like a minute before the police got there. I truly don't think that had anything to do with their planning at all. Their plan was very simple. Rent a car, steal a plate, hit glass with a hammer, put a hook in it, and rip it off. Yeehaw. Dukes a Hazzard. Yippee. Like, there is nothing here that screams highly organized, smart criminals. They just got lucky. This is definitely a group of people that were probably regulars at this shop, so they knew the product that they wanted to target, so that way they could do it quickly and leave quickly. And they just got very lucky that it was fast enough that police couldn't catch them in time. Every day I pray that human beings find the strength within them to resist purchasing scalped products. The only fucking reason these crimes happen so often, so frequently, is because people are buying them. And by buying this scalped and stolen shit, it only enables this behavior even more from other people out there. And thus, we are seeing this catastrophic state of the hobby, where not only is like the market itself all fucked up because of complete scumbag losers out there that are exploiting it directly, but now even card shops and just people aren't safe at these card shops because now criminals have infested it and are now just going in there blatantly and brazenly stealing and committing crimes, violent crimes, all to get their hands on Pokemon cards to sell on the secondary market because people are buying them. It's so fucking tragic. It's disgusting. And I really hope authorities will start to look at this more seriously. It's out of control. It's completely out of control. Like, it feels like they don't really pursue it all that hard. Like, if they don't actually catch them in the act, then they probably don't catch them at all, except in the case of the wheelman from the armed robbery. They did follow up on that, and I hope that becomes more commonplace of them trying to follow through on these investigations to catch these people. Because again, I have no doubt these 3 guys that went in there and stole all that shit have been in that store numerous times and have probably been caught on camera scoping it out. I hope they will pursue it thoroughly, so that way maybe they can arrest them, throw the book at them, and have this act as a deterrent to finally send a message to other people that maybe think about stealing from other card shops and committing violent crimes over fucking shiny cardboard to think twice on it. I hope it ruins their life. I really hope they get caught. I hope it ruins their life. According to House of Cards, the car that they used was a rented vehicle, and the license plate was a stolen plate off of another vehicle. So they can't track the car overly well or anything. Complete pieces of shit, useless, worthless worms. It's also kind of adorable, though, how one of them, the tiny guy, couldn't find black gloves for the crime, so instead he borrowed his mother's mittens and threw those green things on his hand there. I just really hope they get caught. I really, really, really hope they get arrested. It's such a sad state of affairs here for the fucking TCG community, specifically Pokemon cards, because of shit like this, obviously, but it's showing no signs of slowing down, and I just can't fucking stand this garbage. So, wanted to yap about it again, that's about it. So, yep. There's a new body cam that just dropped today that's got a lot of people talking because it features an extremely big Minecraft YouTuber named Popular MMOs.
Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you. Wake up. Wake your ass up.
Weed and a ton of fireball. Homie is messed up.
Just put your arms like you're praying.
Look on what?
Like you're praying.
Yeah, this hand like palm stuff.
No, I'm about to get faced.
You won't believe who it is, Sarge.
It's YouTube boy.
It's really sad to see someone spiral like this. Yeah, it was a really bad call to try and run away from the cops, especially in the condition he was in. He was way too fucking hammered. He was in a different dimension. He had left the corporeal realm. So when he tried to run away, it was in slow motion. He was looking like a claymation out there at 5 frames per second. So not the best call there for sure. One thing I found really weird about this, and you see it a bit at the end of the Sizzler reel where the officer goes, "It's YouTube boy," sounding like the owl from the How Many Licks Does It Take to Get to the Center of a Tootsie Pop commercial, is that these officers seem to fucking hate the idea of YouTube as a career. Like, it's not something Popular MMOs himself brought up where he was like, dusting his shoulder off. "Yeah, I'm a YouTuber. You can let me go now. Yeah, I'm a big deal." Squeezing on his own nipples or anything. He didn't bring it up. They found out, and then they start making fun of him for it and just kind of insulting it. They were just bullying him for YouTubing, like being a YouTuber. I half expected them to take him to a toilet and give him a swirly, or like an atomic wedgie while calling him a dork.
On March 20th, 2024, officers in Jacksonville, Florida receive reports of a man sleeping on a residential street. What they don't expect is to find one of YouTube's most popular former stars, who turns a simple wellness check into a chaotic encounter, leaving another mark on an already unraveling legacy.
You going to jail.
Again.
You can Minecraft that.
What? That doesn't even make sense. He can Minecraft that. What intarnation kind of hogwash? If you're gonna try and come in here with your, huge quip at the end, at least have it be something sensible. "We're Ender dragging his ass to the slammer," or something like that. Better than this garbage, because this was nothing. This was literally...
Hi there. I just came home from picking my sister up at the airport, and there's a man kind of laying in the road. Any drink or drugs, weapons involved that you know of? I do not know. Do you think he's trying to harm himself? I think he might be dead, or I don't know.
An officer arrives to find a man lying on the pavement beneath a streetlight, dressed only in shorts and a t-shirt despite the chilly 45-degree weather.
So 911 received this call from a concerned citizen expressing that they thought this person might be dead. I half expected them to roll up and encounter a Peter Griffin death pose, but that was not the case. He looks like he was sleeping peaceful as fuck. He is sleeping like an angel right now. He looks comfortable. I am actually jealous of how soundly this man is sleeping on the concrete.
Hey, buddy. Hey, sheriff's office. Do you live here? Huh? Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you. Wake up. Wake your ass up.
You had a bit too much drink tonight, man? You're good?
You live here?
Where do you live? I can't hear you, man.
I had a lot of sales rolls. Sorry.
You had a lot of what?
See something else.
He is really hammered, obviously, and his voice is really deep and really gravelly right now, so he almost sounds like Jigsaw. If Jigsaw was sculling Fireball. Almost sounds like he's casting some kind of spell sometimes.
Alright, well, hurry up, bro, because you're about to be going to jail.
I'm going to jail?
Yeah, you're sleeping on the ground.
Probably at least 20 minutes out.
I was drinking. Friends wanted to come over to make sure I was good, that's all.
So how do you get over here?
Just drove. That's all they did.
Somebody dropped you off here?
Yeah, they dropped me off here, yeah.
You need rescue to come check you out?
No, I'm actually fine. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, can you call Uber or somebody to come get you? Because you're in this condition, you're not even safe to walk.
So they were talking to him for like 45 seconds while he was trying to like recombobulate himself back to reality and, you know, get the sleepies out of his eyes and snap back to it. One of the officers like kind of threatens that he's going to go to jail if he doesn't like hurry up. So then he stands up, he explains that he was there drinking with friends, and now the officers are saying, just get an Uber or get a friend to come over and take you home because you're in no shape to walk. Also, you're nowhere near home. It's not even walking distance, even if you're like the fastest fucking power walker in the world.
Pat? What's your last name, Mr. Pat? Julian L. Can you spell that for me?
Better known as Pat, 35-year-old Patrick Thomas Julianell is the creator behind the massively successful YouTube channel, Popular MMOs.
Oh, no, it's dead. Dead? Yeah, that's what it's saying, is like that little battery alert you were getting? Yeah. That means it's dead. You need to charge it.
Now, one of the officers must have recognized that at the time because then it gets brought up about him being a YouTube star a lot. So the problem is his phone's dead, which is why he doesn't have an Uber or a friend to call. Would also explain why he's walking home and then eventually, you know, passed out on the sidewalk. So what the officers say is that they can charge his phone and he can wait in the car while he, you know, warms up because it's cold out. Like, he's dressed like it's spring break, but it's actually pretty cold. 45 degrees in Florida, that might as well be -5 everywhere else in the world. It's tough down here when it gets below 60. So, like, he's not in proper attire for that. 45-degree weather here, you're layered up in 5 different wool coats, you know what I mean? So the officer offers the car for it, and then that's where things go tits up.
I don't really feel like getting arrested.
Yeah, you're sleeping on the ground.
Yeah, no.
Multiple people are calling it in. Their person might be dead. You want to sit inside the car. It's nice and warm.
I just don't want to go to jail again.
Pat is no stranger to the justice system. On May 16, 2021, he was arrested on charges of domestic battery causing bodily harm, but the case was later dropped. According to multiple news reports at the time, Julianell posted a statement on Twitter shortly after the incident that has since been deleted, claiming the accusations were false.
I vaguely remember bits and pieces of that story. I only recall little tiddlywinks of the details there, but it's brought up here because Pat made a mention about not wanting to go to jail again, so I guess EW followed up with what the previous time was, so they mention it here.
Place your bag on top of my hood. I just got to pat you down before you go inside my car. Place your phone right there. Okay. Just real quick, just put your hands out. You don't have no weapons or anything. You don't have anything on your bag that should be worried of. Any drugs or anything? Huh?
No, it's just cold.
Do you mind if I search your bag real quick?
Officers allow Pat to warm up in the back of the cruiser while his phone charges in the front seat.
The officer gives him some pats for Patrick and then invites him into the back of the vehicle to warm up, but not before asking if he can search his bag, which Pat gives them consent to do. Big blunder here. He got put in the scholar's mate because they find marijuana and alcohol in his bag. The alcohol's not a problem, but the marijuana was. I'm guessing he forgot it was there, or he was just so intoxicated he didn't really know what he was agreeing to, but that's about to change everything.
Weed and a ton of Fireball. Homie is messed up. That's why I asked. I knew. knew.
He spelled his own last name wrong.
What's his name?
Yeah, so they checked his inventory here. They found substances they weren't super happy to find, or maybe they were happy to find. He seems to be like celebrating it. And then one of the officers mentions he spelled his own last name wrong, which he's extremely fucked up. It's not super surprising. It's just really sad. This is a guy who has a history of struggling with substance abuse, as I understand it. I'm not super familiar with popular MMOs. As most of you know, I'm not the biggest Minecraft enthusiast. Like, I understand why it's like the most popular game ever. I just never got into it to that level. But from what I understand, he does have a history of struggling with this addiction. And now that the officers have found the marijuana on his person, they are going to be taking him into custody. but not before one of the officers wants to make sure that this is the YouTuber he thinks it is.
The other confirms his suspicions that Pat is indeed the well-known YouTube star.
Hey, quick question for you. Did you used to play Xbox or anything like that?
Not Xbox. I've never played Xbox.
You didn't have like a YouTube channel?
YouTube, yeah, but not Xbox.
What was the YouTube channel about?
Video games.
What type of video games?
Minecraft.
Minecraft? Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Minecraft YouTubing. Yep, that's an additional charge, buddy. It was just going to be drugs, but now we got to charge you with cringe as well. Now that the cat's out of the bag, they start calling him YouTube Boy quite a few times. It's also really weird listening to them talk about YouTubing as a career and how, like, they don't really seem to get it, which is surprising because they're not old. Like, they have to know that there's careers on the internet. It's not like this mystical, mythological beast anymore, this World Wide Web thing.
That's YouTube Boy off Commissioner Drive.
Just checked out the bag there.
Yes. I mean, there's nothing to that. So.
Alright, turn around real quick.
Yep.
Just put your arms like you're praying.
Look on what?
Like you're praying.
Yeah, just like palms touching. We're not doing this.
Alright. Kilo 261 fighting one. Kilo 261 fighting one. Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
Already. So they decide to arrest him for the possession of marijuana, and as they're going to put him in cuffs, he tries to break away. It doesn't go very far, but you can hear him say something that's just extremely sad, where he says he's tired of it all, before they bring him to the ground. They also said that he was resisting with violence, claiming that he kicked them. I didn't really see that in the body cam because it looks like they kind of potato sacked him immediately. It's not like he got very far and he was already really unsteady on his feet, but that is part of this. I can't confirm or deny if there were any kicks being thrown. All I know is that the trying to run away was a terrible idea. Like, even if he was in, prime shape right now, not super fucked up, even if he had all the makings of a varsity athlete, he was still not going to get far there. They had already had his arms behind his back. Unless he had like an ender pearl to throw to get out of there, I think his goose was cooked on that plan.
He's big on, well, used to be big on YouTube.
Playing Minecraft.
And my audio,
But he made a lot of money.
Good. What did he do here? Say a friend dropped him off.
He
But it doesn't
likes
make
to party
sense.
with strippers.
So he's like currently big in Minecraft now?
No, he died off about a year and a half ago.
He made
Millions. I looked him up on YouTube before. You won't believe who it is, Sarge. Who is it? It's YouTube Boy.
I just find that so strange because it's not like this is some kind of like oddball career. It's like the number one thing kids want to be these days is like a YouTuber and shit. Like, there's no way they could be that in the dark on it, where they're acting like it's such a foreign concept of making money online, playing video games. Now they're calling him YouTube Boy, like some kind of wacky, zany alien creature. I don't know, it's just very surprising to me, because this is just like, it's Florida. They're not in like podunk middle of nowhere where they don't have internet access or something. I don't know, I just found that behavior very surprising, I suppose.
He's the one who ran through the gate again. Yeah. The Jaguar game. The Jag game.
In 2022, Pat and two others were arrested after one of them ran onto the field during a Jacksonville Jaguars football game. He received a withhold of adjudication and a sentence of 2 days in jail with 2 days credit for time served.
That I never heard of. That is an interesting plan. I have to imagine alcohol was involved with that decision making as well. Yikes.
You gotta resist him.
Yeah.
You're going to jail.
Again.
You can Minecraft that.
35-year-old Pat Thomas Julianell was formally charged with resisting an officer with violence, as well as possession of marijuana under 20 grams. In 2024, he was declared indigent, meaning a determination was made that he couldn't afford a private attorney, and he was appointed a public defender.
This part actually shocked me. Like a child watching the Pokemon movie for the first time when Ash gets turned to stone, I had my jaw on the floor here. That he would be declared indigent and unable to afford a private attorney. He did undoubtedly make millions of dollars from his career on YouTube. That is a fact. Making Minecraft content being the size he was, he definitely did make millions. To have no money left to afford an attorney is mind-boggling. That's just tragic. And I know that happens a lot where a superstar pisses away all their money in a very short amount of time, but that is an unbelievable amount of money to somehow not have access to at all anymore. It's just all gone. All just dried up. Holy shit.
He initially entered a plea of not guilty, but later accepted a plea deal on November 20th, 2024, to the Police Memorial Fund, and write an apology to the officer he assaulted. However, on January 8th, 2025, he was found to have violated his probation due to substance-related issues after failing a drug test on December 20th, 2024. Pat claimed he was given a pill at a party several days earlier and didn't realize what was in it.
After the plea deal, he had some of the charges dropped and had some stipulations and probation, which he did subsequently violate after he claims he got served a pill at a party and didn't know what was in it. So it's not like things have been looking up for him. It's not like he's, getting the help he needs. He is still very much struggling with it. And even to this day, it seems, is still having problems with the law and having problems with drugs and alcohol.
This violation led to a warrant for his arrest issued on January 10, 2025. On February 2, 2025, police responded to Pat's home address in reference to a mentally ill person, where he then was arrested for the active warrant. His probation was subsequently modified to include GPS monitoring and completion of an inpatient treatment program. On May 12, 2025, a warrant was issued for his arrest due to a second violation of probation, when he submitted a urine sample which tested positive for marijuana and alcohol.
Yeah, so it is still an ongoing issue, a huge battle he's still engaged in here. It needs professional help for sure, because it's ruining his life. His life has been circling the drain, it seems, and it's fucking rough to see. But anyway, I saw this body cam today and just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's really it. So, yeah. I used to love Xbox, man. What happened to the game I used to love? What it has become is just embarrassing. Every step of the way, they're finding new lows to hit. Today, Xbox has announced a Game Pass change, and it's a doozy. Try a 50% price increase to the Game Pass Ultimate tier. Yeah, and it is revolting. It's going about as well as me in a dunk competition. They have increased the price to $30 a month for the Ultimate tier, and the two previous tiers for Essential and Premium are just not worth it. The Ultimate tier is the only one that lets you get the games day one. And for a large number of people, that was one of the main draws of the service here. And even though the Xbox catalog has been like a fucking Magikarp over the last few years, just extremely weak, the value you got out of Game Pass at the previous price point made up for it. Like, it was worth it, and it's something that I glazed quite a bit. But now, at this price point, the fuck is the point in keeping it anymore? It's just not worth it. And a lot of people are now canceling their subscription to Game Pass in response to these price increases. It's just L after L for Xbox. Like, even just recently, they farted out a new price increase for the consoles in a time period where Xboxes are like fucking fossils. Like, you can't give those bitches away sometimes. It's a console that doesn't have a whole lot of reasons to buy it unless your friends are already on it, but chances are your friends have already moved past it. Because being an Xbox fan in 2025 is like being a fidget spinner enthusiast. It's just not cool. It's lame. Like, it is so far past its prime now. And it brings me no joy saying that, by the way. As I have always proudly stated, Xbox and Xbox 360 have been my favorite gaming experiences. Those two consoles, I think, are the most important pieces of, like, gaming hardware ever made. But once the Xbox One came out, that's when it all went tits up, and it is not recovered. You hate to see what Xbox has become. And anytime I talk about Xbox or like criticize a lot of the decisions they've made over the years, somehow there is still like this last holdout of warriors willing to fight Xbox's PR battles for them, even though the general Phil Spencer himself constantly throws himself pity parties on every podcast that will have him about how they've lost the console wars. Like, he himself recognizes how far behind Xbox has fallen and how brutal it's been for them. And it just somehow keeps getting worse, even though they have this, like, come to Jesus moment of, man, we really put our own dick in our ass here. They don't do anything to course correct. Like, they did a good decision a little while back that I praised a lot, where they dropped exclusivity. I think that is the brightest path forward for the industry, where every title hits every platform, so consumers have their pick of playing it on their preferred platform. And Xbox was kind of pushing that, and I appreciated it. But for every one step forward they've taken 20 steps back, and today it has been a catastrophic disaster for them, because now they're fucking their golden goose. They even posted a delusional video celebrating these Game Pass changes as if it's something that the community was asking for. It's so out of touch and tone deaf. Just take a peek at this.
Hey everyone, Xbox Game Pass is getting an upgrade. We've listened to your feedback, and now you have even more freedom to choose how you play the games you want. We've expanded all Xbox Game Pass plans to give you more games and more ways to play and more rewards than ever. Previously, Core was primarily for console, but Essential now lets you play games on Xbox console, PC, and cloud. That means you have the freedom to stream and play on any supported device. And with cloud gaming, that includes a lot of devices.
So she goes through each tier with the upgrades that have been introduced, the improvements that they've augmented all of this with. And I'm just not fucking seeing it. Like, it really just seems like you get the same deal, but with more money needed to be forked over to achieve it. Like, the big thing that stands out to me is that they're putting more of a focus on, PC gaming. So instead of it being all about console, now you get more freedom to play on PC and, like, the cloud stuff. But for people that are, like, Xbox heads, they don't give a fuck about that. Like, they're not getting a much better deal. They're just having to pay more money for the deal. Like, it just doesn't seem worth it. And judging from the response from the community, almost nobody is defending it. I don't think there's anyone out there that actually thinks this is them listening to community feedback, because you need to pay $30 a month in order to, like, play Call of Duty Black Ops 7 on launch. Why would you do that? Why would you be paying $30 a month to then get access to a game day one? It's so fucking expensive. At that point, you might as well just buy the game that you're interested in, as opposed to having this, like, ongoing expensive subscription to Game Pass Ultimate for it. It's just not worth it. The value is not there. It does seem like it is now just a price increase without offering any real reason or justification to fork over those doubloons for it. What the fuck is the point? I don't know where the spin is coming that they're trying to put on it. Like, this is what you guys been asking for. Everyone's been begging to give us more money. All of you are asking to pay more for Game Pass. And we said, fine. Guess our hands are tied. We're reluctant to do this, but we're going to increase the price by 50% per your feedback. It's what you guys were demanding, so we're just serving you the meal you ordered from the menu. Like, who's asking for that? Like, I don't know where it's coming from. And again, the things that they're talking about in the tier, like the tiers that they're introducing, it feels like it's mainly just PC cloud related stuff that I don't think the console players were really begging for in a big way, especially if it leads to a price increase.
The best thing about Ultimate is that you can play new games on day one. That includes games like Call of Duty Black Ops 7, The Outer Worlds 2, and High on Life 2. But now, the best is getting even better. Ultimate subscribers will get access to over 75 day one games a year. We're also adding 2 new partner subscriptions. With Ultimate, you'll now have access to Ubisoft Plus Classics in addition to EA Play.
Wait, maybe I was a little hasty. Hold the fucking phone here. You get access to Ubisoft Classics? Oh my god, that's what I've always wanted. Access to Ubisoft Classics. Ubisoft! Yes! Oh, I can't wait to be paying $30 a month. Whee! And of course, EA Play. Who can understate the value of EA Play there? This is so silly. And I was really curious if they were going to mention the price increases in this video here, because it's so pivotal. Like, this is a really big deal. It's not like some trivial increase of, like, 50 cents. It's 50%. They have raised it from $20 to $30. And they don't make a peep. They don't mention it in this video at all. They tried to save that cold water outside of the hype of this announcement, which I think is a little scummy. I don't really like that. You should talk about the price changes too. You talked about everything else, like the name changes, which feel totally unnecessary, but that's just like corporate America where names change all the time for the most minuscule of reasons. But come on, you're not going to mention the price here? There's just nothing in this that screams value, that screams that this is worth it now. Previously, at the old price points of Game Pass, I thought it was a good deal. I really did think that they had a good service that they were offering at that price point. At this, I don't see who the fuck would ever be able to like rationalize spending that kind of money for what you get out of it. It doesn't make sense to me. And what also doesn't make sense to me is how Microsoft thought that this was a good idea. Like, I recognize that they're not, doing amazing, but I mean, come on, like, just look at 2025 for Microsoft. It has been rough. And they've already increased prices on like console and everything, and now this. Like, they had to know this was going to be a big fucking miss here. I don't get it. It's crazy to me. Anyway, though, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. I really, and I don't mean this exaggeratory, I really don't know how much longer Xbox is even going to be around before they just pull the plug on it. It just seems like it's in such a disastrous state. They have so many things under their umbrella, but yet have so little to show for it. And their one, like, really good saving grace here with Game Pass is just getting ruined. It is going straight in the dumpster. It's already there. Like, this is a dagger in Game Pass for a large, large number of people. Like, it's not blown out of proportion with the amount of people canceling their subscription. It really does seem to be that bad. Anyway, though, I won't yap about it any longer. That's really about it. See ya. Right now, I want you to try and imagine the worst thing you can think of. Genuinely, like the most horrific, traumatizing sight that you can picture. I want you to briefly do it. Not for too long, but I just want you to plant it, burn it into your brain for a moment. Now let me guess what you just pictured. Was it a bear opening your car door and destroying the interior of your Rolls Royce? Yeah, I thought so. Luckily, in this case, it was just a thought experiment, but what if I told you this actually happened? And then what if I told you it didn't actually happen and the claims were all part of an elaborate insurance scam? I say elaborate, but that's definitely not the word to use for it. Almost 2 years ago now, I covered a story about some fucking goobers, some true goofballs who hatched this scheme where they had one of their friends dress up in a bear suit to go into their luxury cars like a Rolls Royce, and then take kitchen utensils and start scratching in the car as if a bear was the one destroying it. Even though it never even, like, ruined the interior, it just left, like, little marks like a kid with a fork, like, dragged it across the seats a little bit. And then they would go to their insurance claiming that a bear broke into their car and get an insurance payout for it, and it actually worked 3 times. But they were eventually caught when they took a closer look at the footage that was submitted. It is fucking incredible how awful it looks. It's like if I had my buddy Eric dress up as a bear for like a child's birthday party or something. And they just have this guy go into their car and just do this a little bit. It was so interesting. And somehow it took this long for them to get sentenced. I won't spoil the surprise there, but I bet they are not happy and are very much regretting this plan here, this dubious plot. Now, I want to be clear, it's not that it's unbelievable a bear would break into a car. In fact, there's a lot of footage of that happening, which is probably why they chose this in the first place instead of having it be like the fucking chupacabra.
We got some brisket if you want.
Oh my.
He's opened that door. Oh my god.
Psst. Get out of there.
Oh my god.
No. Hey.
Oh my god, he got
You won't be laughing when that dirty bastard hotwires that car and pit maneuvers your ass to try and confiscate the footage to hide the evidence. It is impressive, actually. To me, that's no laughing matter. That's fucking terrifying if we gotta worry about bears opening the car doors, breaking in, and stealing our loot or something, you know what I mean? So, and it's more than just this. This isn't the only guy that can do it there. Bears are impressive. Somehow, they've, been training. They've learned how to do this for a lot of cars. I forgot to turn off the face cam for this one, so you can see me nodding in approval here, impressed by the bear's ability to get into this vehicle, and they eventually steal something out of the back seat. It was like a bag of diapers or something, I'm not really sure. But the point is, I know bears can open car doors, but what you'll see in this insurance scam doesn't look like that at all. It looks like just a dude going up, opening it, and then crawling around. It's incredible stuff. But yes, also side note, be aware, sleep in fear knowing that if you're transporting honey from the grocery store, you are not safe. At any moment, a bear could fucking scoot in sideways, open that car door, and rob you. Because they have learned how to open these car doors. That much is confirmed. You saw the California bear suit scammers finally got sentenced. Did they? I remember talking about that a while ago. I feel like it's been like 3 years. They only just now got sentenced. They were the ones committing insurance fraud. Because they were claiming like a bear went in there and fucked it all up, but then they got caught on camera and it's clearly just a guy in a bear suit. And yeah, you're right. It looks like it only just now went through. Humans who used bear suit to defraud car insurers are sentenced to jail. Oh no! And they took the high-quality bear suit! What? California Department of Fish and Wildlife biologists reviewed video footage of the attacks on luxury cars and said that the animal was clearly a human in a bear suit. I like how they had to bring out like the certified expert, but anyone with eyes could tell you the same thing. Hold on, let me pull up the footage. It has been a while, so maybe you guys forgot about this. This shit goes crazy, actually, though. It's a very interesting scheme, to be honest with you. Get ready to cover your eyes. It's horrifying. That's a bear in there. Watch out! It's ruining the luxury vehicle. I think that's a Phantom, it looks like. I can't really tell. I don't know cars well enough, but that looks like a Phantom. Oh, he's in the back seat. Oh, God, no. He's ruining it. What's he doing, that degenerate? Oh, the bear's gooning in there. No! He just bought that car, too. Wow. That's brutal stuff, man. Damn, look at the damage that he was able to cause. Fuck! Oh, there he is again. That fucking maniac. That bear got a taste of luxury cars and now he can't stop. Yep, right to the back seat again. Mm-hmm. Now he's getting in there causing all kinds of commotion. A huge ruckus. Oh, wow! He totaled it. Oh, no. He's back again! Oh, look at the way he opens that door. He's so smart. Who taught him to do that? Apparently they're going to jail for this, by the way. Imagine going to jail because of this fucking scam. Absolute losers. Holy. They forgot to draw a sea bear circle around the cars. True. I truly cannot believe the horror there. So what did they rule? They were sentenced to jail after masterminding a scheme in which they staged fake bear attacks on luxury cars and collected more than $141K in insurance payouts. Isn't it sad that it actually worked? They actually got paid for that. Someone watched that footage, fucking mouth agape. Oh! Wow, alright. We're approving this, my god. We're sorry this happened. To carry out the attacks, the residents had a person in a bear suit climb into the cars and use claw-like kitchen utensils to leave scratch marks. The residents filed claims to defraud three different insurance companies. Two defendants, Ruben Tamrazian, 26, and Vahi Muradkian, 32, of Glendale, were sentenced to 180 days in jail, or about 6 months, and ordered to pay more than $50,000 each in restitution. Another defendant, Alifa Zuckerman, 39, was sentenced to 180 days in jail, while a restitution amount is yet to be determined. All three had previously pled no contest to felony insurance fraud. Oh, there's a fourth one. Ararat Trikinian, 39, of Glendale, has a preliminary court hearing scheduled for September. Not immediately clear if they had lawyers. Oh, maybe they represented themselves. Or maybe they brought someone in a bear suit to defend them. Pretty cool. Hey, boo-boo, what do you think we're gonna find in this Rolls Royce? 180 days in jail. Good thing they brought in the biologist. They would have got away with it, too. You see the Lakers beat the Rockets last night without Luka or Reeves. I didn't watch the game because I figured it'd be a blowout. So when I saw that headline, that was more unbelievable to me than this fucking bear insurance fraud. I cannot believe they actually squeaked out a series win. I see no world where they actually win the series, but even getting one game there blew my mind. Oh no, they're also paying restitution, so it's 180 days in jail and restitution, so it's not like they're coming out in the green here. It certainly wasn't worth it, I'll tell you that much. Are we staring down the pipe of the end times? Are we about to experience an apocalyptic flood a mere 3 or so weeks away, as prophesied by a guy on TikTok? A chosen one, whom the Lord apparently dropped this patch note to with a little sneak peek, giving him a warning, and then also issuing him the noble task of building arks to save as many as possible. On the surface, it might sound silly that a lot of people are genuinely questioning if this prophecy is going to come true, much like the last Doomsday TikTok prediction. But when you really dive into the meat and potatoes of it and get into the weeds, it's even sillier that anyone, even a single person, would for some reason believe this. It is always just a source, trust me bro type moment. A guy on TikTok claims he received a vision from God, and he draws a big distinction that this is not a prophecy per se, just a vision of the end. That on December 25th, the world would, start flooding, wiping us all out, and that he is now, going the route of Noah, needing to build arks to save people. And that's exactly what he's been doing. His math, I think, is a little off when it comes to his estimations on how many people they can hold. I've seen a bunch of big numbers tossed around, and based on the video footage he's provided of the boats he's building, I don't think the numbers he's proposing would ever work unless everyone gets hit by a fucking shrink ray or something. Like, it'd be real tough to start making those numbers work that he's tossing around all loosey-goosey. But as for if the world's going to be flooding in 3 weeks, I'm not exactly sold on that. I live my life by a simple rule. There are two kinds of men on this planet. Men that have tried to suck their own dicks, and liars. And I don't exactly know where this guy fits into that yet. I guess we're going to have to wait and see on December 25th if the world starts flooding. And if it does, Jiminy Christmas, I'm going to feel like a real fool for not believing him and booking a ticket for one of the arks. I just learned about this on stream a little bit ago, but then dove in and did my own homework on it, perusing TikTok, the experts. And there are quite a few videos with millions of views talking about this and showing like some level of genuine concern. Some of them are just trolling, but there are people that actually think this one's got some real oomph to it because he did build some boats. He did build some arks. Gotta tell you, sports fans, even if the world doesn't flood in 3 or so weeks, this guy is still going to be set like a sailor here with all these boats he's got at his disposal now. Man, fucking, maybe it wasn't the Lord who gave him that task. Maybe Davy Jones came to him in a dream to build some boats, and dag nabbit, it did work. He's got quite an impressive collection of boats now that he is building. Did he talk about the guy who's creating the Noah's Ark and said December 24th the world is going to be flooded? Another doomsday prophecy? No, what's his name? I'll check it out. Yeah, he said the events of the Bible would reenact themselves on the 25th of December onward. Who? You keep saying he. Who is it, Noah? Did he himself come back? He respawned? Like, who is it? Ken Ham. Are you sure it's Ken Ham? Because this is old. This is a guy who built the Ark Encounter, where he made like a tourable Noah's Ark. There's no people keep reciting the goddamn prophecy without saying who prophesized it. What good is that? Who is it that built the Ark and is saying the world is flooding in 3 weeks? I want to look it up. I gotta get prepared if he's right. The guy's name is literally Noah. I'm just gonna try and type like a fucking caveman here. Well, that didn't work. Oh, wait. Is this it? Ebo Noah? Oh my god, wait, that my search actually did work. I typed that in like an actual Neanderthal. I typed in, he said world flood December 24th built Ark. And it worked. Is this it? Ebo Noah sends warning to people ahead of the December 25th flood that he said God revealed to him on flooding the earth and to make an arch to accommodate every living creature on earth in pairs just like Noah did in the Bible. It looks pretty cool. Is that big enough for every living creature on earth in pairs? Like that? I don't know, it seems like maybe 2 stories high. You need like the PIM particles to shrink them in order to make that work. Can I see a video of it? Oh, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow us introduce the man, the myth, and the carpenter of the century, Ebo Noah, just Ghana's very own Noah II. According to him, a massive flood is coming on the 25th of December, and he's not just talking, the man has already constructed 8 arks.
He made 8? Wait, that's very impressive. Holy. I'm not exactly sold on the prophecy here. I don't know if he's necessarily Baba Vanga level, but his carpentry, it's pretty impressive.
250,000 pounds in wood alone. Each ark can take 5,000 people, he said.
5,000 people where?
And carry 600 million people. I have questions for Ebo Noah. How and where is he getting the money to buy the wood for the arks? And then why is he wasting a lot of money knowing perfectly that this isn't true? Well, let's wait for 25th and see what happens.
Man, this guy's got like a whole shipyard here. It's like when Luffy and the gang go to Water 7. Like, holy shit. He actually did build a lot of these bitches, huh? Very cool looking. I can tell you one thing, 5,000 people and every living creature on Earth in pairs ain't fitting on those.
It's for only those who have a covenant with God.
Oh, sword clashing sound effect there.
Okay, I will never insult you. The number is 054-155.
Whoa, okay, wait a minute. Man's dropping his cell phone number there for a second. I just want to know about the prediction, brother. I'm not here to start no shit. I just want to know where the prediction's coming from is all. I'm gonna tell you, that's a lot of wood. I'm gonna tell you, probably not gonna get a whole lot of use out of the arcs. Is this the blueprint? Because it is not that big, I'll tell you that. God literally said he'd never flood the earth again, it's why he made the rainbow. Someone that actually read the Bible. You're right. But he also said no one would ever know when he was going to do it. No man would ever see it coming. I am curious if, this happens all the time now with, doomsday prophecies, and people do believe it. But I wonder in this case how many people actually think the world is flooding in 3 weeks. And if there's a lot of people right now booking flights to Ghana to get on his arcs. I'd be very interested to know. I can't imagine it's like a ton of people. But even just a handful would be fascinating. Maybe you're just trying to start a boat business and this is the hook. What a banger marketing scheme that would be. I had this dream about the world flooding, so I built these boats. Didn't flood. But now I'm selling these boats. You too can own your own ark. Why not just get some of the boats that already exist? No, what? Boats that already exist? Those aren't arcs, brother. What are you talking about? No. Seems like it's becoming even more common now for easy TikTok views to just start making doomsday predictions now because people will actually believe it for some reason. But, I will say, those boats look pretty cool. Like, they seem like high-quality vessels. Don't know if they're going to get much of a workout when it comes to, like, a global flood or anything, but I bet they'd be a lot of fun to take out for a spin regardless. Anyway, though, that's really about it. Yep. Season 4 finale of Invincible just dropped. I put my peepers on it nice and early this morning. I got up real excited, and I gotta let you know I wasn't let down. I thought it was a really strong finale to a very strong season. But I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off right now. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this. Grip your chair right now, sports fans, because it's about to get spicy. The animation blows major ass. I don't think anyone's surprised to hear me critique that aspect of this show. And I understand, I've heard the cope about why it's so stiff and bland because of, how tight the schedule is to get it out, that kind of thing. I understand that, and not wanting to work the animators to the bone in order to meet the deadlines. I get all of that. So then, let's play ball with a little thought experiment here. What if we don't have it come out on such a strict timeline and give the animators more time to flesh it out to make it look even better? I am not someone that needs the jingling keys at all moments of a show. A lot of my favorite shows are slow burns. Invincible is not that. Every episode of Invincible, basically, has action. So when you have an action-heavy show where the action looks like action figures colliding in this weightless fucking of nothing, it's jarring and feels underwhelming, taking the wind out of the sails of a show that carries so much momentum through extraordinary writing. But since they like to have everything end in an actual physical fight, when it stands out like this for being really not great, it just kind of sucks. Like PNGs floating around. There are multiple moments in Season 4 that are reminiscent of fucking Garu sliding down the hill in One Punch Man Season 3. And honestly, if this show wasn't so action right up in your titties at all times, I wouldn't care as much because the writing is so strong and I'm really invested in this world and these characters. But with every episode basically having fighting in it and it looks this bad, it stands out a lot and it becomes a big eye-rolling moment. And I know everyone likes to shoot spitballs and bukkake on episode 4 of this season, the one where they go to hell and it feels like filler. That is the most egregious example of it, but it's not just reserved for that. Pretty much all fights, every time they clash, looks like that, save for the key moments. And this is where it shows that they have the talent, they have the ability to make beautiful animated fights and these incredible, breathtaking sequences. They save that for the most pivotal moments, like Conquest Round 2, the fucking remix, or Nolan and Thrag, or really just everything with Thrag getting involved there. Which I get makes sense from their budget and timeline to focus those resources there to elevate those moments because they are so important and it is a huge fight moment. But because it's used so seldomly in the season, it just lets you know what could have been if they decided to actually, maybe pump the brakes a little bit on the cutthroat release schedule and let the whole season get this treatment. It would make everything so much better, in my opinion, and I would personally be fine with a longer wait in between seasons if the entire season can look like that, or look like how it did in Season 1. I praised the animation in Season 1 right when Invincible started. I thought it was beautiful. I thought they did a great job with all of it, and apparently that took 3 years to do, so I understand that might not be feasible, and that is a much longer wait in between seasons, but surely there's got to be a Goldilocks zone in here somewhere in the pipeline where you get great animation and a timely-ish release, where it doesn't, just fucking fall into the Stranger Things category of everyone forgetting about it in between seasons. My point is, this show is an incredibly good show. I love Invincible. I think it is captivating. I think it is so fucking strong. But I am constantly let down with the animation now because it just seems to get progressively weaker. So I would just love if that could be spruced up a bit to get back to its former glory of animation quality or something at least closer to it. But anyway, I don't want to harp on that too long because I do have a very positive takeaway from this season. I was very, very entertained. As I said, I am very invested in the world and the characters, and I think Season 4 gives you so much to chew on because it brings in, I think, the most interesting character, which is Nolan. Omni-Man is doing everything he can to try and atone for his sins, but This show doesn't just flip the switch like, oh, he's a good guy now, so we all have to forgive him. It plays with this very complicated character and this very messy man as he's battling his own demons and trying so desperately to prove that he has changed. But with his whole family devastated by what he's done, no one can trust him and everyone's afraid of him. It is so well written that it's not just like this instant switch that gets flipped where everyone's like, okay, we love Nolan now. See how great he's doing. Let's all pat Nolan on the ass. All right, let's go suck a fart out his butt. Nolan's a good guy now. Yeehaw. They put him in his place, let him know what he did is fucked up and that he probably will never be able to actually get forgiveness for it. And Nolan starts to wrangle with that too and starts to accept that they're probably right. He probably won't be forgiven, but he's going to keep trying because now he knows what's right from wrong, and it's what he wants to do. It's so well delivered. I genuinely think they have done an incredible job with Nolan, and it's not like his relationship with Mark and Oliver instantly get repaired because now they're fighting in this war to eradicate the rest of the Viltrumites to save Earth and everyone they care about. They don't just instantly become, this perfect father and son relationship, but slowly and surely they do start to connect again on a human level. And I also really liked Thrag. He lived up to the hype. He is menacing, he is imposing, and he is by far the strongest character we've seen yet. We haven't even seen him so much as, feel the impact of something. Every blow that was landed on him, he allowed it to land in order to assess the strength of Mark. And at every point, he just aura farms and lets him know that this is disappointing, this is underwhelming, and they stand no fucking chance. Even Space Racer, who has, the anti-everything weapon, Thrag doesn't even blink at it. It can one-shot Viltrumites, it fucking one-shots planets, and Thrag just aura farms on top of it. He literally just Gangnam Styles on it. He doesn't care. He is that powerful. It is extremely cool. And speaking of Space Racer, let me talk about the group that the Coalition has put together. Overall, I really like everyone here. I think Alan is still a very enjoyable character. I like Space Racer. I do think they kind of have to nerf him because he's so powerful. He has the anti-everything doohickey, the gun that can just fucking wipe out the universe by itself, really, if he so chooses. So in order to, compensate for that, he kind of has to be like a moron. And he's not even stupid either, because he also, during the showdown with the remaining Viltrumites, he has, an entourage of Ragnar, which are also an anti-Viltrumite species, their claws. They're basically these tiny little fucking dinosaur lizards that can hurt Viltrumites and tear them to pieces, the only ones that can do that, really. So he brings them on, leashes and throws them at them, projectiles, which is very cool. So he's not stupid, but he doesn't utilize his gun or his motorcycle all that well. If he was just smarter and more proactive, he could probably end this entire war by himself, but he just doesn't. I still think he's very cool, but you have to kind of suspend disbelief for a moment for a guy that has a weapon that powerful. Now, another character that gets brought into this group is Tech Jacket, and she has this Galadrian technology that is very powerful, repairs itself, is able to keep up with everyone. But I gotta tell you, she doesn't really do a whole lot. What she does do is important, where she hides herself and Alan on the Viltrumite ship. That obviously is big, but in a fight, all she does is just shoot beams, right? She shoots these meaningless beams that don't do anything, and they just mosquito bites basically the Viltrumites, and then she runs away. But she's able to tank some hits from the Viltrumites, which is impressive, but I don't think she brings a whole lot as of right now. During the skirmish with the Viltrumites, she did have the Surlock poison where it does make them vulnerable, so she was shooting that, which is helpful. But I feel like any character could have done that because it's basically a fucking blow dart of poison. It wasn't really something Tech Jacket brought to the table as something only Tech Jacket could do. So right now I'm not really sold on Tech Jacket being a instrumental component of this group that's going to be so important in ultimately winning this battle against the remaining Viltrumites. I was a little underwhelmed there, but I don't think she's a bad character. I just don't think she had a lot to do here, but maybe that changes in the next, season, couple seasons, whatever it looks like. Oliver in this season also gets a lot to do. He starts to bond with Nolan while Mark is healing from the Conquest rematch. And I think they did a good job of exploring that relationship because Oliver overheard his father saying that he never cared about, his mother or anything like that. It was an accident, it shouldn't have happened, that kind of thing. So Oliver now feels like, his father doesn't even fucking respect him, doesn't want him, doesn't care about him, not in the same way as Mark. And that's another really complex theme that they start to tackle, and they do so gradually. So when it does ultimately end with Oliver and Nolan getting closer over the course of a few months, it makes sense. And I thought it was well executed. Oliver, though, it seems like he is constantly just sidelined during the big fights where he overestimates his own abilities, which I think makes sense for the character. They've established that, but it always ends with him just getting basically KO'd. So he attacks Thrag right away, and Thrag just fucking ragdolls him, rips his arm off, and fucks him up, and then he ends up, decommissioned for many, many months. And when the season ends, he is still recovering, but he's not dead. That just seems to keep happening to him. Like, that seems to be his major role, is like, fuck, Oliver just got blasted again. Shit, all right. It'll be a few months before we hear from him again. But, I'm assuming he'll get stronger and evolve more. Now let's talk about the star of the show, Mark. Invincible goes through hell in this season, even more so than the previous seasons, I would say. His whole life is constantly just fucking agony. It is incredible the amount of suffering he goes through. So obviously the Conquest rematch ends with him getting his fucking intestines spilled, and he's unconscious and recovering over the course of many months on this strange world. He's away from Eve, the love of his life. He's away from his home planet. He's away from his mother. He's with his father, who, very complicated relationship, understandably. And it's just misery. And even when he does finally recover, then he has to go throw down with Thrag, and Thrag blasts Nolan right in front of Mark. Mark thinks his father is dead, and then it's Mark's turn on the chopping block in the Thrag Thunderdome. He gets knocked out, unconscious. He's getting his eyes gouged out, but then Thrag shows mercy because of how few of them are left. When Mark awakes yet again after this period of needing to rest and recuperate, then he goes back to Earth thinking that the Viltrumites are there, and he is suffering from PTSD. He is constantly seeing Thrag kill people around him, but it's all in his head until the very end, which I thought this was an incredibly powerful moment. He goes for just a casual flight to clear his mind, and then he does run into Thrag. The Viltrumites are there, and Thrag reveals to him that he has a choice to make. Mark can either let the Viltrumites on his planet continue to try and rebuild their civilization through breeding with humans, which has been proven to work, thanks to Nolan, or it can be mutually assured destruction for both their species, because Thrag and the remaining 37 Viltrumites will blow up the whole planet, killing everyone there, and it will spell doom for humans and Viltrumites alike. And that is an incredibly tough thing that Mark has to battle with there, and I think it's done so well. Mark ultimately realizes that the only way is to just agree to the terms. So he does. I thought that was so fucking good. Everything they did with Mark in this season I thought was great. Even when Mark comes home, he learns about what Eve went through when he was gone, thinking that he might be dead, and how she is now pregnant and Mark's not there. So she reaches the incredibly difficult decision to have an abortion, and it's something that now Mark and Eve are now dealing with and feeling the weight of a decision of this magnitude. Season 4 really, I thought, did an incredible job of building every character and getting them to a point where you genuinely care where it goes next. And they tackle some very deep themes, and I think they do a great job with the writing. But like I said, my big complaint is the animation. If this wasn't a show that had so much action at every step of the way, I wouldn't care as much, because it would solely be, this incredible story with this incredible writing. these great characters that I care about, but because there is always a fight that happens in basically every episode, it stands out when it looks this bad. I'm sorry to say it, but it does. So I just really, really hope that maybe in the next season we can take more time here, give the animators more time to really cook it and let it breathe. Let them finally craft the fights like they did in season 1 or in the Adam Eve special. Like, just getting to something of that quality again would do wonders for this show, especially where it currently is. So anyway, I really liked season 4 of Invincible. I thought it was extremely strong. I would just really like to see more in terms of the animation. And I think that means giving the animators more time. I recognize that maybe that's not a sentiment shared by everyone. They just want to go, go, go. Please just keep feeding it no matter what. I would like to let them really, flex their talent here and show what they can deliver in terms of animation. Because you can see it sometimes throughout the series, like when the Mark vs. Conquest again, or Thrag, there are some really great animated moments. I would like to see the entire season have great animation, as opposed to just a couple of small pieces of it. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah. It's been a little while since my last video covering Pokemon card-related crime, and that's not because things have started to slow down. It's not looking any better. In fact, I'd argue it continues to get worse. And I just thought, you know what, let's take a peek, see what's going on here, and I'll show you 2 of the most recent break-ins where thieves made off with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards, including one of them, an armed robbery where one of these fucking degenerate fungus worms actually brought a gun into the Pokemon establishment and then started breaking the cases while pointing the gun at employees and people that were just in the area.
You see it right here, caught on camera, a person smashing through an Everett gaming store, stealing thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards and other collectibles.
So this one was a classic smash and grab where this gentle sir busted through a window and then went to the Pokemon card display case and tried to kick it with his leg to break the glass, but he's so fucking weak and pathetic he couldn't do that. So then Goober here, Secret Agent Shitstain, had to retreat through the window to grab an axe to actually get into the display case because his noodle arms and his papier-mâché legs weren't cutting it.
You could see where a thief smashed through to get inside this Everett gaming store, and this isn't the only store in Western Washington that's picking up thousands of dollars worth of damages while thieves take off with cards worth thousands more.
Card shops have to be getting robbed more often than gas stations and jewelry stores combined at this point. These fucking freaks continue to just burglarize local card shops, which, mind you, the majority of the time are just family-owned and operated businesses, in order to steal their products to scalp it online for like $5 worth of profit. It's so fucking absurd.
A surveillance video from Mugu Games last Thursday shows someone breaking in the store and try to make off with valuable Pokemon cards, which we see this person was willing to go great lengths for.
Went back outside, grabbed an axe is what it looked like, came in, smashed the window, grabbed some stuff.
Owner Michael Doran says in total, over $40,000 worth of Pokemon cards were stolen.
Just piece of shit, man. It actually infuriates me seeing just how common this has become with these card shops being burglarized. If I was a local card shop owner at this point, I'd be booby-trapping this bitch like it's Home Alone. I'd be having all kinds of traps that I'd activate at night when closed. You know, like a boxing glove pops out of every window if it gets, like, broken into. Fart spray deploys if the glass is broken. Like, all kinds of shit. Like, a giant log comes through and just blasts them or something. And then probably what I would also do, and what I imagine a lot of card shops are going to start doing, is I would never put any real product in the displays. I would only put proxies in there to represent the actual merchandise. I would keep the real cards separate. Because at this point, you cannot have real product on display in these shops. These locations are constantly being broken into.
Dorn says this isn't new.
We've been broken into 4 times. We've been armed robbed once. We've had multiple snatch and grabs of thousands of dollars worth of product.
And his store isn't the only one in Washington this week cleaning up thousands of dollars worth of damage.
I was watching it in real time. It's a little frustrating and a little scary. Have some dude, grabbing all the stuff off the shelves.
Again, like I said, it's extremely common. Owning a card shop is like strapping raw meat to your body and then jumping into shark-infested water. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when your shop gets burglarized. It's fucking tragic. And mostly it's Pokemon right now, but I don't know how many of you keep up. Scalpers are starting to transition to One Piece because Pokemon has been so infested with scalpers that even scalpers are getting discouraged from scalping it. They have now transitioned to another popular card game called the One Piece trading card game, which is a trading card game that's kind of near and dear to my heart considering I've competed in One Piece tournaments. I think it is a fucking wonderful card game. And one of the things I used to talk about with this card game is that it was like price accessible for a lot of people. Some of the top decks were actually like really cheap, especially when compared to other TCGs. That is now no longer the case because scalpers have fucking latched onto it like a hemorrhoid, and now prices are shooting way up because of it, and now a lot of real players are having a hard time getting their hands on product. It's a disaster. The entire TCG space has just become a cesspool because of these kind of fucking worms, these parasites.
But Dorn says what really has him frustrated is the lack of accountability when it comes to those who've been caught stealing from him and other businesses, which he feels is why others keep leaving.
I mean, there's a reason why businesses are moving out of Snohomish County, Washington. I'm here every day, and nowadays I feel targeted.
Totally reasonable. That makes a lot of sense why he would be fearful of keeping his business in this location, especially if authorities are doing nothing to actually catch the perpetrators here. From the way the owner of Mugu Games is talking about it, I get the impression that even if they do catch the thieves, there's not like harsh punishment doled out to them, which I have seen cases in the past where authorities will catch like a TCG scammer or someone that stole from a card shop and they just get like a slap on the wrist. They don't even go to jail or anything because they don't view it as like a serious crime. I mean, it should be viewed as a serious crime. This is a fucking crime that should be punishable by time in the fucking slammer. Like, they are a danger. As you mentioned, they had even been armed robbed before. So this was a snatch and grab, which again, thousands upon thousands of dollars in stolen merchandise, which is a huge blow to his business. And the authorities, I guess, aren't doing anything to make him feel protected, to make him feel like it's safe to continue to operate there. So, of course, he's going to be playing with the idea of leaving, as he should.
And armed robbers, they burst into a Pokemon store in the meatpacking district and started smashing display cases and grabbing items. The store owner says that they made off with more than $100,000 in merchandise.
Now, this is footage of the arm robbery that I referenced at the beginning. So, two thieves went to a pretty new location here. One of them pointing a gun at the employees, and the other went behind the counter and with a hammer just started breaking the display to start scooping in the merchandise. And apparently they made off with over $100,000 worth of product.
You can see those robbers walk in the store. They're wearing all black with anime backpacks on around 6:45 last night. They smashed the glass display cases while pointing a gun at shoppers. Now, along with the $100,000 worth of merchandise that they stole, the NYPD says the robbers also stole $1,000 from the register before running away westbound on West 13th Street, where this store is located.
Imagine being such a useless, worthless, loveless, dickless loser that you and your buddy hold hands and go on down to the Pokemon facility located near you, armed with a gun, and start pointing it at the people there and smashing the display to steal the merchandise, all because they believe they can somehow make a killing by flipping it somewhere, which, again, is not super easy, not really a slam dunk, especially if you try and sell it to another shop or do business in person. There have been numerous cases where people have tried that and got arrested for it. In fact, I'm going to show you a very recent one because, spoiler alert, turns out it's not exactly easy to do that. And trying to flip it online, again, isn't guaranteed because you're mainly selling to scalpers, and scalpers aren't going to be paying some kind of fucking premium for this shit. They're probably out there robbing stores too. And it's just crazy that this keeps happening. Like, I know I keep using that word, but it actually is insane. And based on the surveillance camera footage here, these feel like they're probably like kids. Like, I don't even think these are adults. One of them's wearing like some kind of like comic book backpack. I don't know. It looks like carnage crossing over with like a fucking Labubu or something. I'm guessing that is the backpack he takes to his fucking first year algebra course. Like, that is actually probably like a 15 or 16-year-old that is handling that gun, pointing it at the people in there. And then his friend, the way he's handling the hammer, makes it feel like he doesn't even know what he's holding. Like, it's some kind of alien artifact. It seems like he doesn't even have the strength to lift the hammer. It's like fucking Thor's Mjolnir. Like, he's struggling to even hit the things with it. Like, the hammer is controlling him. Like, these are not adults, I don't think. I bet these are actually kids who continue to see like the Pokemon hysteria and convince themselves that this is how they're going to make like $1 million.
The Poke Court is a Pokemon store that was opened by a group of friends who grew up watching Pokemon and traded cards. And the founder says they opened the store 2 months ago and the robbery happened in just 3 minutes. She says the store was filled with more than 40 customers for its first ever community event when the robbery happened.
They were all brandishing firearms. They pointed them in the faces of my employees and my customers. And then they, like clockwork, went to our high-end display where we keep all of our most valuable items. They smashed the display. They looted over $100,000 worth of merchandise.
This business didn't even make it 6 months. It barely lasted longer than a mosquito's lifespan before it was burglarized. Armed robbers busting in there for the Pokemon cards. That is how out of control this phenomenon is. It sucks, man. This shit blows major ass. My heart breaks for all of these local card shops that continue to just be brutalized by these criminals, this fucking scum. Now, I want to end this on something kind of positive, though.
3 people are behind bars for stealing thousands in Pokemon cards and then trying to cash in at a Fort Myers shop. Deputies arrested this trio, Deshaun Boyd, Jimmy Satan, and Jermaine Warren this afternoon.
They took 10. Big W. Finally, a case of the thieves being caught, arrested, and thrown in jail. One of their names was Jimmy Satan. She said Satan, but it's literally Satan. Is there a more fitting name for someone who steals fucking Pokemon cards, literally trying to rip the joy out of what is supposed to be a hobby for children in order for his own personal gain? Like, unbelievable how fitting that is. Fucking Jimmy Satan here with Team Rocket.
$1,000 worth of the Pokemon cards from Gorka's Pokebarn in Collier County, then tried to sell them to Dynamo Collectibles in Fort Myers.
Kern said, that's them, call the cops.
Busted! You're watching Lee County deputies walk in on 3 thieves trying to sell $10,000 worth of Pokemon cards. Mark Nesticos says they walked in his store with 29 booster boxes filled with packs of Pokemon cards.
It's so satisfying finally seeing an arrest here from these Pokemon thieves. Oh, I bet they were so excited too, just filled with jubilation. Easy $10,000 payday, let's just go offload this over there at that other shop, only to be arrested in a matter of minutes, walking out of there in cuffs.
He called 911.
Joking with them, having a really good time. We let them open free packs.
Less than an hour before, deputies say the trio stole them from Gorka's Pokebarn in Collier County using a fraudulent credit card.
We hadn't had advanced knowledge that they were stolen. They almost 100% would have gotten away with it.
They really tried to speedrun that, so they used a fraudulent credit card to steal the merchandise, and then an hour later tried to sell it to another shop. That's galaxy brain scheming right there. And that's the level of intelligence that these TCG thieves have. Like, these are actual Neanderthal brain idiots that are doing this. The people that are breaking into card shops to steal Pokemon singles, or the people that are taking a gun into a Pokemon event to steal the Pokemon product. These are actual idiots. Like, legitimately dangerous, stupid fucking idiots. And I pray that more and more arrests like this happen, because it is out of control and something's gotta change with it. I really think any card shops out there should really seriously consider only putting proxies in the displays in order to protect yourselves from these kind of idiots. So that would be my recommendation. I can't really think of anything else you could possibly do to combat this, because even the stores that take security extremely seriously, like one of the stores that I covered a couple months ago was literally inside of a storage unit with a giant garage door, basically a fucking vault door, to prevent thieves from breaking in. And you know how they still gained entry? They crashed a U-Haul into it. So, like, no matter what you do to try and, like, protect it, like prevent thieves from getting inside of it, people will still find a way. So I think the only thing you can really realistically do is just try and cut your losses by not having the actual product in those cases, like the real singles and all of that, and instead keep those off facility somewhere else. And if someone expresses interest in buying those high value singles, you let them know, like, hey, all right, we'll do this deal, but we've got to go, grab the actual card. I don't know what else the solution could be. This shit sucks. I just wanted to give you a little update that it's not getting better. It's only getting worse when it comes to these TCG robberies. That's really about it. So yeah. A trend I've been making fun of a lot recently is how anytime something comes out that's good, it then gets paraded around as though it's the best thing ever made. And also on the flip side of that coin, anything that comes out that's not very good or kind of mid is then just labeled as the worst thing ever made. It's an affront to God. Human beings have never produced something so dog shit like this. It's just these extremes. And it's always so annoying. Like, especially like with horror movies. I talk about this one a lot because every 6 or so months there's a horror film that comes out and it's like, it's the scariest thing ever. You're going to fucking poop. It's gonna be so it's That's the noise you'll be making watching this one because it's that scary. It's gonna grip your fucking heart and do this with it. It's so extreme, and you watch it, it's like, okay, I mean, that was a fine movie, I guess. And they do that for anything. So now it's extremely commonplace that anything that comes out that's good has like a 99 on Metacritic or a 98 on Rotten Tomatoes. And then you play it or watch it, and it's just like, oh, I mean, it was good. I don't know if it's like a near perfect masterpiece, but I mean, it was good. Like, everything just has to be taken to like the most extreme level of glaze or the most extreme level of spit. I don't know. It's just, I'm very tired of that. So when Project Hail Mary came out, the reason for this tangent, Project Hail Mary has been getting this same treatment where it's being labeled the best sci-fi film in the last decade or like 2 decades, whatever they're saying. One of the best movies ever made. 2026 has been blessed with a gift from the heavens above with Project Hail Mary. And I see that, and I'm just immediately turned off. I just go in with this preconception that it'll probably be good, but it's never going to live up to this hype. I just always think it sets things up for failure. But in the case of Project Hail Mary, I do think the glaze is warranted. I don't know if I'd go as far as to call it the best sci-fi film of the last decade or the best sci-fi film ever made, but holy shit is it an extremely good movie. Now, I haven't read the book this is based on. I know it's a beloved book, and from my understanding, based on everything that I'm seeing from everyone that's watched this movie, this is a very faithful adaptation of the source material. Which, trust me, if you're standing up, you need to sit down, because this is a big revelation that'll knock you off your fucking feet. It seems like the winning formula when it comes to adaptations is staying true to the source material, because we're seeing time and time again that when these studios decide to faithfully adapt something, they usually make something much better than if they try and do it their own way, pinky up thinking they know better. We're more sophisticated than this shit that we're adapting, like Halo, for example. We know better. And so I'm happy to see that fans of the book are enjoying this movie, because even as someone who hasn't read the book, I really enjoyed this movie. I imagine it's probably even better if you have read the book, but for me, having no knowledge at all of what this movie was even about, I was pretty blown away from start to finish. The movie comes out of the gate swinging. We are introduced to our main character, Grace, who wakes up on a ship. His other crew members did not survive this journey. He is having a hard time remembering why he's there. This is because he's been in a coma for quite some time, so his memories are slowly coming back to him, and we're being drip-fed information as to what his mission is and why he's there. And we learn the stakes. We learn what's going on, about how the Earth is in a dreadful situation, an extinction event, where the sun's energy is being sapped by alien parasites. And the only way that they can think to try and combat this and stop the sun from getting just fucking slurped up here, having all the juices just gobbled up by the parasites, is to go to a distant planet that is 11 light years away, because it's the only star they can find that isn't being dimmed by this parasite, the astrophage. And our main character, Grace, embarks on that mission to try and find the means to fight back against this, to save the planet, because within a few generations, humanity would be extinct. starvation setting in within 30 years, just huge pandemonium, and Grace is now humanity's last hope. Most of this film is just Grace in the spaceship doing some science, some fucking full-blown Bill Nye experimentation here, and my god is it captivating. Ryan Gosling's performance here, I think, is spectacular. I think he does an extremely good job. This isn't like his normal, like, stoic mystery man type shit. Like, this is a high energy, joking goofball of a man who isn't just one-dimensional. Like, he has plenty of vulnerable moments. He is very well written, and they do a great job of making you want to root for him. And then there's another character who is not a human. It is Rocky, who is an alien life form whom Grace and him have a chance encounter. And turns out Rocky is there on a similar mission trying to figure out how to stop the astrophage to save his people, his homeworld. And this is really like the emotional beat, the emotional meat of the entire film, is this friendship between Rocky and Grace. And one thing I really appreciate is Rocky is an alien that doesn't look like your standard, like, normal alien that's supposed to make you go like, oh, it's so, like, human-esque, so that way you can connect to it. It's a fucking pile of rocks. It's like a little, like, crab guy of rocks. He looks like a Magic the Gathering card. And he's got no face. He's got, like, a giant gaping asshole on the bottom of him. But this character is so well written, and this friendship is so thoroughly explored, that it is just something that immediately draws you in. I found it fucking impossible to not smile with these two here. Like, there's real chemistry there. And, like, the writing, like, when they use jokes, actually made me giggle. Like, it's not just lazy Marvel quips and quirkiness like that. And it's not only about comedy or anything. It's just such a really well-written friendship that is just touching. And the movie really respects your intelligence as a viewer. It is actually using real, like, science, and, like, they're actually working hard to find the solution through, like, tons of experimentation, trial and error, like, actual methodology here, as opposed to just, like, random happenstance and getting lucky. You know, Ryan Gosling takes the bite of a sandwich and he goes, wait, this bread, it's wet. The solution, soggy bread, it's jogged my memory, like that kind of thing. It's like they're actually working through this issue in a logical manner. But of course, like I was just talking about, the most touching part of the film is this friendship. It's a very human thing, even though one of the characters here is not human. And I think something that really helps sell this to make it feel so impactful is the fact that Rocky is not a fully CGI character. Rocky is an animatronic puppet. There, of course, is CGI blended into that craft as well, but the fact that Rocky has a physical presence, being like an actual puppet that's interacting with Ryan Gosling in a physical space, it really helps make it feel much more real. So, like, I feel like it helps elevate that connection while watching this film and the friendship that's unfolding here. I really don't have a single complaint about this movie. Every character is well written. The visuals are stunning. The action moments, even though there's not many, are good. The music was extraordinary. I want to make a special mention of the music here. My God, it was going ballistic. So yeah, I gotta say, Project Hail Mary, it definitely lived up to the very high praise it's getting. I think it is warranted. I really, really, really liked it. Yeah, that's really about it. Yep. Conjuring: The Last Rites, supposedly the final Conjuring film. Mainline film, I think. I'm sure they're going to keep the door open to spin-offs because this franchise prints money. Even the stinkiest garbage that spawns from it, like The Nun and The Nun 2. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. I saw both of those films and I couldn't tell you a single scene in them. I'm going to get off on a side tangent. I don't need to blabber about that. I'm here to yap about the final Conjuring movie. Is it a banger, or does it kind of go out sad with a little whimper? Well, sorry to say, sports fans, I don't necessarily think it's like a high note. I don't think it's bad. It's definitely better than the third one. The Devil Made Me Do It. Again, that's a movie I watched, and I couldn't tell you a single thing that happened there. Fucking devil came in and put poop in my pants. I have no idea. But I can at least say this one I will probably remember. So that's good. I don't think it's like amazing though. It just follows the exact same formula every Conjuring movie has followed. It doesn't try to switch it up in regards to its scares, but where I think the movie actually does a good job is its character work. It has over a decade of building Ed and Lorraine Warren. So by this point, I'm pretty invested in these characters. I actually do care about them. I actually still remember seeing the first Conjuring movie in theaters, and it was a very good time. It was one of like the few horror movies at the time that I went to a movie theater to watch. I wasn't seeing movies as actively back in 2013 when that puppy dropped, and it was fun with my friends. So like I do like the franchise. I just think it kind of became almost like a parody of itself. It just is so formulaic at this point. It just feels like they do it because they know it'll make them money, not necessarily because they want to. But in this film, I can at least say it seems like they wanted to send this movie off as like a love letter to these characters they've built for over a decade, and I appreciate that. That is definitely the standout of this movie. Ed and Lorraine Warren get a lot of fleshing out. They get a lot of time devoted to just seeing them interact with each other, and their daughter, Judy, who is a very big character in this film as well. Given the circumstances of her birth with demonic entities nearly killing her, that demonic entity is the only one Ed and Lorraine had ever run from, and now they gotta square off again, throw up in some pugilistic combat. A biblical smackdown ensues to save their daughter's soul. They do make a weird decision, though, where the main scary center, like the headquarters of Fright, which is a Pennsylvania home of the Smurls, based on, like, a case from the 80s with the Smurls claiming that their house was haunted and all of that. They actually don't get involved in that until, like, I don't know, 30 minutes, 40-ish minutes left of the film. Like, for the vast majority of this film, you just kind of see the Warrens hanging out, which is actually kind of okay because, like I said, I kind of care about the characters at this point, and seeing Ed come to terms with getting older and like them dealing with retirement and not being as popular as they once were and trying to figure out like, well, what's next? What's this next chapter in our life? It was actually kind of interesting. Like I found myself caring, which is good. But of course, it's a horror movie. Like that's not going to be where they put all their eggs in. It's obviously going to mainly be about the scares, which they don't do anything different with. Every single scene plays out exactly the same when it comes to trying to get you on edge. They go into a room in the Smurl house, and something's a little off. Wait a minute. The doll's moving around, but I just set the doll over there. Why is the doll moving around? Then the doll stops. The music is getting tense. She goes to pick up the doll. Everything stops. No sound. They stare at each other. Sets the doll down. You're expecting a jump scare. No jump scare. Then she turns around. Bing! Bang! Boom! Huge noise! Big eruption of noise because there's a scary face there now. It's just lame. It's not scary. It's not even like startling anymore at this point. It's just kind of sad. Like, I get jump scares are always going to be integral to like a mainstream horror movie. I understand that, and it doesn't bother me. In fact, I've even argued in support of jump scares being present in horror movies because I do think there is like that tension that builds up and a jump scare coming through to like cash in on it and even be like this release of all that tension. Like it can be a very good tool. But here, it just, I don't know, it just doesn't work. You've seen every single setup before. And even in this film, they do the exact same setup every single time with no deviation at all. I mean it. Every single jump scare is that exact formula I just laid out there. Like to a T. It's just so played out, and it seems like they wanted to do something a bit more creative when it comes to cinematography. There are some shots in here that I found myself thinking, oh, that's pretty cool. I wonder what they're going to do with it. Oh, yep, no, here it comes. It's just going to be another generic jump scare. And it's a shame, because they do have some cool-looking shots here, but they then just, instead of like doing something unique with it, they just then start going back down the tried and true formula that is so played out with like a big boo moment. Another thing I am so beyond tired of, and it's not just The Conjuring that was guilty of this sin, it's a very standard horror cliche when it comes to possession films. They set up the demon, like this presence, as like a very powerful creature. Granted, all it ever really does is like show itself doing like a big smile in like a reflection or something to like startle someone, or it can like throw a chair or close a door or flicker the lights on and off like Nosferatu from SpongeBob. The point is, it's supposed to be like really strong. And in this movie, it does showcase some like real big power. It can trap people in a genjutsu, and it has people even kill themselves while like in this like fugue state it traps them in. Yet, when it comes to like the final climactic battle, we're getting into spoilers, obviously. Big spoiler warning, here it is. Just like in other Conjuring movies, where it's like the big showdown between the Warrens and the demon, it always just lets it happen. It's not just in The Conjuring. Like, every horror movie with the demonic possession, it's like the demon is the most, like, bumbling fucking moron hell had to offer. Like, it just refuses to use its power to save itself or, like, stop the threat. It just lets it happen. It's like it enjoys being thwarted. It's just part of, like, the fun. It's like its favorite pastime is losing. Just being a colossal fucking loser. So, like, this demon has shown that it has the ability to trap people in these states. And it does it to the Warrens. It does it to someone else that kills themselves. And then, when the Warrens are, like, directly fighting it, it doesn't. It stops doing that. It no longer wants to trap them or isolate them or anything like that. It just lets them work together to read the scripture to beat it, and like just stop it in its tracks. But not only that, let's say maybe they were just so mentally strong that it cast out the demon's ability to grab hold of their mind. Okay, fair enough. But it also showed that it had the ability to seal doors, like literally just stop doors from working, close things at will. In the scene where it possesses Judy, it takes Judy to the attic to hang her. And while they have Judy under their control and are hanging Judy, well, the Warrens just climb into the attic and stop it because the demon left the ladder to the attic down. Instead of sealing the attic, which would have 100% been checkmate, it just leaves it down there. And then after they free Judy, then it seals the attic. So after it has already lost hold of Judy and its plan stopped, then it decides to seal the attic. Why wouldn't it just do that to make sure Judy is as isolated from everyone as possible so they cannot get to her? It makes no sense. For these movies to work, they have to, like, nerf all of the demon's thinking processes at the end of the film, so that way the final battle can happen. Because if the demon just did what it was already doing throughout the film, which was basically just, like, tormenting and, like, making people miserable for fun, but even if it was doing, like, that, when it was trying to enact its plan of killing Judy, it would have succeeded if it just kept doing, like, sealing the attic, or, like, making people trip downstairs and confuse them on where things were or what's real and what's not. But it just decides not to. It just decides, who gives a fuck? Like, I just wish they would write a more satisfying fight with the demon that doesn't rely on just, like, pure luck that it happens to be a fucking imbecile that they're dealing with from hell. Like, the devil of dummies. Like, it'd be better if there was, like, an actual outsmarting of the demon or something, but there never is. It's just, like, Ed and Lorraine Warren, they go into this house with no fucking plan at all. They just go in there and they're like, oh man, there's definitely a demon here. Alright, let's just wander around aimlessly, all split up. That ought to do it. And, like, even when the demon is, like, fighting them, they do nothing to fight back. Like, he doesn't even, like, read scripture or anything until, like, the very end, and then the demon blows up the scripture. Like, why didn't it just do that in the first place? Again, why not just do it when they first get there or something? Or when, like, he was separated from the book? It's just, I don't know, it's so dumb. Again, you just have to fully suspend your disbelief and just stop thinking in order for, like, the final battles to be, like, palatable. And it's all, I also think it's just kind of cringe, too. Like, when the possession happens, now all of a sudden Judy can, like, force push people, and she just starts talking shit. That's, like, the big thing is, like, now they talk shit. All of them just, like, I don't know, treat it like an Xbox Live lobby. But, like, really tame. Like, they're not even, like, mean. They're just, like, you're ugly. People think you stink. Like, that's the shit talk here in this movie. It's like, okay, come on. Anyway, though, I'll drop that and move on to something else I'm really tired of from The Conjuring, Annabelle. Just let it rest. Jesus Christ, I'm so tired of Annabelle always playing some kind of pivotal role in every Conjuring film. Somehow it always ties back to Annabelle. Goodness gracious. In this film, narratively it makes sense because Judy's here. Obviously, given the history of Judy and Annabelle, I get it. But you didn't need Annabelle this front and center here again. It's just stopped being scary at this point. It's become almost like a glup shitto from Star Wars where, like, Conjuring fans are supposed to point at the screen, "Oh, Annabelle's here!" I guess it's not really like glup shitto because Annabelle's like the fucking Darth Vader of the Conjuring franchise, but, like, it's there just so people will point and be like, "Oh, Annabelle! Yeah!" And to me, I'm just tired of it. I'm so fucking tired of it. But now that you've heard a lot of negativity from me about this film, overall, I don't think it's like a bad movie. Like, I was entertained. I don't regret seeing it. And it did feel like, you know, somewhat emotional to know that the franchise, at least the mainline franchise, is done with this film here. Supposedly. I guess we'll see if they actually commit to it. Hollywood says that shit all the time, only to dust it off like two or 3 years later. But even still, it doesn't change that I actually did care about these characters. And I do think the movie tackled them in a very good way. I really liked seeing them try and, you know, work together to figure out, well, what's next in life, you know? Getting older. You know, this kind of thing. I thought they did a good job character-wise. And, like I said, overall, I was entertained. I guess I just really wanted this film to just, like, actually be a banger and make me feel the same way I felt with the first Conjuring movie. Where at the time, it did feel, like, fresh. It felt like it was doing something kind of special. This one just feels like it's walking the same path, and it's more than content to just do the same things again and again and again and again. When it comes to, like, the horror of it, I just would have liked to see it try and spread its wings and do something a little different, especially in regards to its ending. I'm really tired of, like, the anime battle with the demon, but it's, like, the worst possible anime battle. Like, I would have much rather they thought of a little different spin to do there for the conclusion. Anyway, though, overall, it was a fine movie. I enjoyed it. I think most people are probably going to be satisfied with it, would be my guess. Like, if you already like the Conjuring movies, you'll probably like this one. It is better than the last one, for sure. That's really about it. So, yeah. I'm sure you can't tell just by looking at me because I'm being very brave about it, but I am currently suffering from a severe itch in my mid-back. And it's in this unfortunate position where no matter how hard I try, I just can't quite get after it. I've been desperately trying to scratch it, and I know we're not animals, so we have tools, and I've been trying to utilize one of them, the longest object I have around me, but even then, this pin doesn't quite get to where I need it to, so I can't do it. If only there was some drunk 56-year-old woman that could hit me with her car while I'm walking down the sidewalk. Then maybe I'd stop thinking about this fucking itch. And luckily, I know just the woman for the job.
This lady's crazy.
It's a terrifying video. A youngster riding his dirt bike, apparently targeted by a driver.
Oh my God!
The woman behind the wheel seems determined to run him over.
Oh my God! I was scared for my son's life.
That's certified Dukes of Hazzard type shit right there. That lady's been playing a little too much GTA Online. So this is a 56-year-old woman who was hitting the sauce a bit hard. She was reportedly intoxicated at the time of this encounter and says she doesn't even remember doing this, where she literally fucking pulled that shit around, driving on the sidewalk, looking to just splatter this kid like it's Halo 3. Just, she's dropping that lead foot, she's going pedal to the metal, just trying to run this kid over, all because, who knows? No one has any fucking clue because there wasn't like an argument or anything. It's not like this kid fucking, canned off of her vehicle there or anything, or gave her the finger or anything. There was nothing that led up to this. He was just minding his own business, practicing some tricks, and she snapped. She lost it, went just fucking ballistic here and decided to go on like a murderous rampage, just driving up on the sidewalk, running him down.
Jennifer Taylor is the boy's mom. She says 13-year-old Bryson was riding his dirt bike with friends in their suburban neighborhood outside Spokane, Washington, when a lady driving by lost it.
She just spotted him and she was his next target and turned the wheel and came after him. There was no words exchanged. Nothing was done.
Do you have any idea what her motivation might have been?
The police said that she was intoxicated and that just prior to all of this, she had tried to break into a home. And apparently after all of this, she went back to that home and broke in again. And that's where they found her.
What an interesting afternoon she had there, huh? Hit the brewskis a little hard, a little butt chugging to the natty lights. Next thing you know, you're trying to break into a house, then trying to run some child over in your vehicle, then you're going back to that house trying to break in again, and they throw you in cuffs. That's a full day right there. What an adventure. Also, in all of the coverage I've seen of this, every video has a title like this where it's video allegedly shows woman driving up on sidewalk trying to hit a child with her car, or this Inside Edition title, video appears to show this woman trying to run a child over with her car on the sidewalk. Like, I understand, like, they're just covering their own ass legally, but what do you mean it appears to show that? That's what happened. Like, there's no wiggle room that this is just like some baseless allegation. You can watch it unfold. It's not AI. They arrested the woman. She even admitted to the drinking and driving, being intoxicated behind the wheel, and says that her memory's a little foggy on that whole trying to run over a child on his dirt bike thing. She probably views that as a bunch of hoopla because she can't remember it. Like, oh no, I may have been drinking and driving, but no, that's very unlike me. I would never do something like that. And since I don't remember it, you can't punish me for it. Checkmate.
According to the police report, she denied drinking alcohol or consuming any drugs, but then changed her story and admitted to drinking alcohol. While trying to put her in the back of a patrol car, she resisted and even tried to kick a deputy. The woman has been charged with criminal trespass, DUI, and assault. She lives in the neighborhood where today lots of people want her punished severely.
Yeah, it sounds reasonable to me. She should be punished severely. She tried to use her car like a fucking torpedo. She was a heat-seeking missile trying to hunt down a child on his dirt bike for no reason. Not that there'd ever be a reason for it. Like, even if the kid did just start shooting spitballs at her car windshield or something, that still wouldn't be an excuse or anything. But this was literally just completely unprovoked across the board. It was a kid just riding his dirt bike in her neighborhood, and she lost her mind. She's off her gourd. She should absolutely be punished severely. I don't know why they just already released her back out there in the middle of all this. She's a danger. She is a menace. So yeah, the neighbors are absolutely right to be fearful of her and demanding that there should be severe consequences for what she did here. This isn't some innocent whoopsie-daisy moment here. Oh, come on, guys. Who gave Ruth access to the Tito's? You know what happens when she drinks. She can't help but get in her vehicle and try and run over children. Ah, God. She's so quirky, oh boy. And I haven't even begun to scratch the surface of the rest of her shenanigans from that afternoon of trying to break into homes twice. Like, Jiminy Christmas, she sounds like a loose cannon. So apparently, she was telling deputies that she had taken her dog for a ride and was looking for other dogs to socialize with, and said she stopped after noticing dogs in a fenced yard and denied knowing the homeowner or attempting to enter the home. And then also told the deputies she didn't remember the earlier incident of trying to run over that child on the dirt bike. She also initially denied consuming drugs or alcohol, but then later sang a different tune. So her explanation is, no, you see, I was taking my dog for a ride. We were, cruising around looking for other pooches to socialize my pup with. And I saw some dogs in a fenced-in yard, so I had to stop. That's normal behavior, right? That totally makes sense for what I'm doing out here. And this supposed possible burglaries, just a misunderstanding. So she was booked on charges of first-degree attempted assault, DUI, first-degree criminal trespass, and then at her court appearance the next day, the Superior Court Commissioner of Spokane County ordered her release on her own recognizance, and she was released without posting bond. I just don't understand why this is so commonplace. I really don't. She is dangerous. She attempted to run over a child while blackout drunk behind the wheel of her vehicle. What the fuck?
Horrifying. She's clearly using her vehicle to attack a child, goes this social media comment. Unbelievable. She tried to assault a child with a vehicle, goes another. You saw that video?
Yeah.
It's frightening.
Very frightening.
She could have run him over. She could have killed him.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think she should be right now?
I think she should be in jail, off the streets, not able to hurt anyone else.
Oh my God!
I agree with that sentiment 100%. She should be in the slammer. I don't think this is being taken seriously enough. Like, even the people that are commenting saying that she was attempting to assault the child with her vehicle, I would go a step further. I think this is just blatant attempted murder. Going out of her way, driving down the sidewalk, chasing this child in her car, just going, like, barreling down the sidewalk to try and run this kid over. That, to me, feels like she is trying to kill this kid. And again, it is entirely random. Comes out of nowhere. There was nothing that led up to it. She just snapped because she's drunk and lost her fucking mind, I guess. She is not safe to be around in any capacity whatsoever. Anyway, I saw this, had to yap about it, fucking crazy stuff. The woman hasn't been, like, identified or anything, but she is a 56-year-old woman who apparently even just lives in that area and just decided randomly, I'm gonna try and hit this child with my car. And thus she did. Come hell or high water, she was going to try and accomplish that task. Luckily, she was unsuccessful. Luckily, the kid was okay. But yeah, I do think she should be in jail right now, not back out there on the streets. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. For a while, it was really common to see people use a very particular argument that I think is super stinky when it comes to reviews for movies and games. If someone critiqued a game or a movie, you would oftentimes find some very enthusiastic warriors going to bat for this multi-million-dollar property in order to fight for its honor, doing PR for free for them so they can continue to fondle their balls. And one of the go-to strategies in their bag of tricks while melting down that someone didn't like something they liked would be, oh, let's see you do better then. Oh, you didn't like this? I saw you criticize this? Oh, where's your resume? You must have done better, right, to have this opinion? Let me see, what have you done that's so much better? And every single time I'd roll my eyes because it's just so pathetic. It's a weak-ass argument. You don't need to have created something of higher quality to have an opinion on something that you just consumed. The same way that you don't need to be a professional basketball player to have an opinion on how a game went down. It's so fucking stupid, and luckily we've finally evolved past that point. I don't see that much these days. But it's always been interesting food for thought. What would happen if a movie critic actually did make a movie themselves? What would that look like? Would it be good? And this is the first, to my knowledge, at least to this scale, of that very phenomenon happening. A huge YouTube movie reviewer named Chris Stuckman, whom I imagine many of you have heard that name before, maybe you've even been Stuckmanized at some point, has now just had his first foray into directing his own feature film called Shelby Oaks. He's made his directorial debut on the big screen. It's just come out, I just watched it, so I want to give you my review of it. Now, I'll mention this at the top, I have watched many Chris Stuckman reviews in the past, not so much in modern times because since becoming a filmmaker himself, he seems far more hesitant to actually criticize movies and is instead focused on just the positives of them, which is not really my cup of tea. If I'm watching a review of something, I want to know the pros and the cons. I want to know the positives and negatives. Nothing's perfect, and I want to know what worked and what didn't. Now, it's of course entirely his call to make with his channel there. It's just, like I said, not typically what I've been looking for in reviews, but that doesn't mean I dislike Chris Stuckman, and I'm more than happy to pay tickets here to go see his film and show some support for taking this big leap into this new field here. But the reason I mention this at the top is because, as I've said before, I do my best not to let any extenuating factors influence my view of the film. I try not to let any of these kind of biases into my review of a movie, so I'll be looking at Shelby Oaks on its own merit, on its own two legs, setting everything else aside. So, Shelby Oaks, is it good? It's fine, and at times, pretty good. Most of what works is front-loaded in the beginning. Like, the first 35 minutes of this film, I was really enjoying it. I thought it was an interesting premise they were setting up. It's all found footage that I thought was done very well. And then, after, like, the first 35-ish minutes of the movie, it then just falls into horror movie tropes and walks the same path millions of other horror movies have come through fucking fee-fi-fo-fumming and stomping around on. And it just becomes very underwhelming. It's disappointing given how effective I think the first 30-ish minutes were of getting you interested in what's going on here and invested in it. And then it just becomes very standard horror movie stuff, all the way down to CG dogs, hellhounds. It's just, I don't know, that was pretty lackluster. Anyway, the beginning of this film is a found footage piece. That's not the entirety of the film, it just begins with found footage, and it's very clearly inspired by Lake Mungo, which is something I know Chris Stuckman has glazed quite a bit in the past. I've watched Lake Mungo, and this is, I guess, one of my hotter horror takes. I really didn't like it very much, but I actually think the found footage pieces that Chris Stuckman uses in Shelby Oaks are good. I actually think that was some of the best parts of this movie. It starts by telling you this story, giving you the foundation about this group called the Paranormal Paranoids, which is a group of friends that had a YouTube channel in 2008, and they went on all of these wacky, wild adventures, trying to capture paranormal shit, and every time they went out, they happened to catch some really freaky, unexplainable paranormal activity. And a lot of people thought they were phonies and fakes, but then in their final investigation, they went to Shelby Oaks, and none of them ever came back. We're going to be getting to spoilers for this review now. So now it's your spoiler warning. Okay, now you've been warned. We're back. 3 of them are murdered. This is established very early in the film. There's footage of it. 3 of their bodies are found. They are mutilated. They're dead. But Riley, the host, like the face of Paranormal Paranoids, was not amongst those bodies, so she's still missing, and it's been a mystery that's plagued the world ever since. Fast forward 12 years into the future, and we meet Mia, who is Riley's sister, and she's doing an interview telling the story of Riley, how she had these nightmares and these dreams of this man in the window when she was growing up, and it was terrifying stuff. She always had this, really deep connection to some unexplainable stuff. And while giving this interview, telling the camera about Riley, someone knocks at the door, and we meet a guy who says, "She finally let me free," and then he shoots himself in the head right in front of Mia and had a tape that said Shelby Oaks, which gives her the missing pieces of the puzzle to try and finally find her sister. I was drawn in here by the premise. I think the found footage elements were done well enough to keep it pretty tense, and there was a surprising amount of jump scares in here, like a good dollop of jump scares, especially early on, which I wasn't expecting. And it's all, well done. I do think for the film's budget, it is impressively shot. It doesn't look like an extremely low-budget film. This doesn't look out of place amongst the numerous horror films that get farted out by the big studios that have millions of dollars in their budget. So it was filmed well. The main character's performance, Mia, I thought was also well done. And like I said, the concept was interesting. It drew me in. But once she pieces it together and goes back to Shelby Oaks, I really think it loses all of its luster. Now when she gets there, it devolves into very standard horror movie cliches, where she gets to Shelby Oaks and immediately she's seeing hellhounds. So there's some dogs around. Then it turns out it's a demon. It's all demon-based. It's an incubus. Then you start seeing big, spooky devil guy in the background sometimes, and he's fucking yoked, like he's really jacked. It's big demon guy. And he's the one that's been wreaking havoc on Shelby Oaks and, keeping Riley held captive with an older, creepy woman who lives in a trailer. Or, well, I guess it's not like a trailer, but lives in like a small cabin near Shelby Oaks, and that's where Mia ends up. I just would have liked to see it go a different route. I thought it was going in a different direction with how they were setting it up in the found footage. So when you get to this big reveal about it just being a demon who has hellhound guards, it's kind of underwhelming. Especially because they then just fully vomit everything to you. They explain everything about what was happening and why, Shelby Oaks is the way that it is and why Riley's been held captive here in this old woman's basement, the very cliche horror movie old woman. And it even does one of my least favorite things in all horror movies, where it has like the demon, of course, because that, I guess, is just the staple in all horror movies now. And then it also adds the Force, where it's throwing people around with force pushes and stuff like that. So the old woman, whom the incubus, has control over, starts lifting up Riley and slamming her down and then force pushing Mia. Like, I really can't stand that. That is a big pet peeve of mine in horror movies. And then they followed up with a 1-2 punch of another pet peeve of mine where main character makes an inexplicably stupid decision. Like, she had made many bad decisions going into the second half of the film, and then at the end, she is witnessing this baby be cursed with blood ritual magic and a demon, that she is fully visibly seeing all of this unfold, and then once the lady dies from the blood loss after the ritual and the demon now disappears, presumably into the baby, Mia then goes up to the baby and is like really excited, like, "Oh, a new baby! Well, come on, mister, we're taking you home!" And it's fucking, it's unhinged. Like, what do you mean? You just, what? I actually couldn't believe that. And they tried to set up, like, Mia wanting to be a mother so badly earlier in the film, but they also set up that she doesn't like demons. Like, she is very wary of, like, this kind of shit. She is a believer in it. So even though she, like, really wants a baby, I don't think she would necessarily want the spawn of Satan as the baby that she takes home. It was so odd to me. Unless, like, the blood magic, like, brainwashed her or something, like, because she does rub her hand over pictures of Mia, so maybe it's implying that she's being mind controlled, but that doesn't really come across because she doesn't ever really seem mind controlled because she still has her own free will intact, which is evident in the next couple of scenes that come up. Like I said, really, the last half of this movie, and especially like the last fucking 10 or 15 minutes, I think just goes like Insano style in a bad way. Like, it just feels so underwhelming to see a film that sets up genuine intrigue with the found footage stuff, with an interesting premise and concept, lead to just your very standard demon showdown type thing where it just gets kind of goofy, especially like the ending. Big spoilers here. I've already given you a spoiler warning, but like this is the actual like final scene. He does get Riley home with the demon baby. Riley tries to kill the demon baby. Mia, in trying to defend the baby, shoves her out the window. She survives the fall out the window that had been cracking her whole life because of the incubus. And I thought there was going to be like some big meaning there. She flies out the window. She survives that fall and then gets mauled and murdered, mutilated by the dogs. It feels really out of nowhere, and it really reminded me of how Wish Upon ended, which is one of my least favorite horror films ever made, that to this date is still one of the lowest moist meter ratings I ever gave. Wish Upon ends in a similar fashion where it's supposed to like shock the viewer by subverting expectations, where she just randomly gets hit by a car. That same thing is kind of what happens here, where she just randomly gets pushed out that window and then mauled by the hellhounds. It's like, I don't know, kind of a weird decision to have it build to that. Especially when you consider that Riley has been raped and tortured for 12 years in that household by this demon, forced to carry numerous unsuccessful births, and then he finally gets free, only to get pushed out the window and mauled by dogs, like, instantly. I don't know, it just, that really was an odd choice for, like, the actual end. They then also try another big reveal about how Mia was actually the intended target this whole time to raise the baby. I just don't think these plot points were landing the way they wanted to, and they were really trying to put a lot of, like, shocking things here at the end that I don't think worked. The movie was at its best when it was making you focus on this footage from Riley's camera to try and piece together, like, what might have happened. Oh, am I seeing something over there? Or what's that? Like, you having to pay attention and having to think, like, wondering what's going on here. And then the second half, it's just completely abandons that and just is like, here's a hellhound dog jump scare. Here's demon guy. Here's creepy old lady with weird eyes, because demons got her. Also, by the way, that old lady, she wasn't very far outside of Shelby Oaks. Like, she was still, like, right on the outskirts. How the fuck would the authorities have never found that place, by the way? Riley was in the basement of that place for 12 years. How did authorities never find that building? I don't know if I missed something or what, but Mia was able to find it pretty quickly from the amusement park. It did not take her that long. By following a hellhound, by the way, a hellhound that nearly mauled her to death at the prison just like 3 minutes ago that she was terrified of, but now she sees it again and decides to follow it like she was following a spirit animal. Why? But anyway, it does lead her like right to this building, which again was only like a brisk walk away. There's just certain things in the script here that I just don't think worked super well, from some of the dialogue to some of the scenes. Most of them, pretty much all of them, are at the end of the film. Like I said, the first, like, you know, I think it's like 30, 35-ish minutes where it's the found footage pieces and setting up the story and concept were really enjoyable. Like, I was drawn into it. But man, once they go off of the tapes and now Mia is about to go to Shelby Oaks, from that point forward, it just gets pretty weak. And since it is so many horror cliches you've seen so many times, even though it's not like poorly done, like it's not like terribly executed or anything, it's just you've seen it so much that it all just becomes meh. It feels like it did a really good job of setting something up that most people will be interested by, but then wasn't able to deliver on the premise super well. Anyway, for Chris Stuckman's directorial debut, I think this is a spirited first attempt with room for improvement. And I hope this isn't one and done. I hope that he directs another feature in the future that learns from some of the mistakes here and makes something that surpasses it. I think there were some good signs for his future as a filmmaker, most of which were showcased in the beginning of this film. It's a mixed bag. There are things to like, and there are things to not like. But overall, I give a lot of props to Chris Stuckman for making a fucking movie. It's easy to talk about films. It's hard as fuck to make them. And I think for his first big attempt at it, it is a passionate first attempt. So, yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. If you could only see the world through my eyes, you'd be looking most people in their chest. But I'm going to show you a little something that these eyes have seen today. It's a pretty chaotic video with a woman and a man she was with. Could be husband, could be Tinder date, who really knows? Could be a complete stranger who was trying to impress her. No telling. But they were at an event, and she hit the sauce a little bit too hard, had a little overdose on the fun potion, a little bit of glug, 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 oh, Reggie, and started throwing hands with the staff, and it does not end well with her. This story is not a happily ever after for her life.
Alright, the manager! Alright, he's just fucking harassing me! Yeah, he's on this side!
Please leave.
Tell me one more time? Please touch me?
I did not touch you.
Oh, he's a liar too.
So the background here is she's a little too drunk and she's starting to hallucinate. She is now accusing someone of harassing her, which apparently did not happen. The guy's even saying that didn't happen. She's got her phone out to record her POV, so you already know she's fucking delusional. It is crazy, astonishing, just how often people that are making complete fools of themselves, just absolute clowns, will be the ones to take out their phone and start recording it as if they're in the right, thinking people will be on their side. So she's got her own POV. Well, it's not even really her POV because she's holding it like up here. It's probably looking like straight at the ground, but she's just off her gourd right now. According to a bartender that was at the center of this fucking pandemonium, couple came in at around 9 p.m. and immediately there were concerns raised about how intoxicated they were. The night was quite chaotic. The couple came in, they were requesting dinner service. Initially, the server verbalized to me that she could tell that her table was not only intoxicated, but perhaps on some other substances, and they were giving her quite a rough time and being quite verbally abrasive with her. Then I do believe after that, the server asked for the manager to intervene. So the manager got summoned to the battlefield here. He enters the rift, runs it down mid, basically just saying, get the fuck out of here, takes their cocktails away, asks them to leave. And when he brought the cocktails back to staff, he said they had enough to drink, we shouldn't serve them anymore. And that's what led to this intense spiral you're about to see from that couple. tries to slap the phone out of someone that was filming her, which is odd because she wasn't exactly shy about filming this herself, but I guess she doesn't like the angle that stranger was catching her at. I don't really know what the thought process was there. Obviously not a whole lot of thoughts going on in there in the first place. Right now it's just her seeing red and on a rampage. Right now she is just like in Kratos Spartan mode, but she's super drunk, so she's throwing wet noodles instead of knuckle sandwiches. And she gets physical with one of the staff back there, and the boyfriend's trying to like separate her from them. And as he is doing that, she then aggroes somebody else there trying to attack them, and they were not playing games. This was not Weenie Hut Jr. anymore, so she actually got hip tossed. You can see the staff pick her up, well, not fully pick her up, but take her and throw her down straight to the floor, and you hear a big thud. She just got potato sacked. It was almost like a perfect little hip toss there, and she was too drunk to really feel the impact, but I know that shit hurt the next morning. She probably felt like she got hit by 5 different fucking freight trains.
Get out the way. Get out the way. Let's go.
No moving.
Now the goober she's with is trying to get involved, so he's starting to get physical with the staff. You can see him kind of like loosely shoving them a little bit, kind of bumping and grinding on them more than anything. And eventually they both get dragged out of the establishment. The guy was getting absolutely manhandled. He tried to get physical and then ended up just getting like fucking little broed here to headlock. And then she gets taken out in like a pseudo full Nelson, and people are cheering for them getting thrown out. That's how you know you are in the wrong. That's how you know you are a giant asshole, when people are applauding your exit. So they get forced out of the establishment here, but that's not where this is curtains. It doesn't wrap up there. It only escalates because these two are now even more upset and even more combative.
Let go! Let go! Let go! Let go! No, let go right now, please. Let go. Please let go. Please let go.
I'm not touching your boy.
Okay, stop.
No, he got me his phone.
No.
Hey.
You're not bitch.
There's a lot to unpack here. There's quite a bit to digest. So they have now been forcibly removed from the premises because they were obviously disruptive, violent, aggressive, combative. They're now outside, and she grabs a fistful of hair, refusing to let go. She has got it firmly grasped here like SpongeBob. And as she does that, her boyfriend, or whatever goofball she's with there, whatever his relationship is to her, he is now gripping onto her like this, yanking her back as he is getting pulled back by somebody else. So it's almost like that stereotypical scene in a movie where like someone falls and like 5 people grab each other's arms trying to catch them. It is that, except people desperately trying to get these 2 fucking colossal losers to get out of there. And unfortunately, it's still just not enough. She is a force of nature fueled by pure alcohol in her veins. She's still going Insano style, and this time she's breaking free. She's going off the fucking leash here. It's sicko mode now. Because the employee whose hair was being grabbed her phone, saying, "She wraps my hair around her hand and just pulls on it for dear life. It was quite painful." And that she only let go when he took her phone out of her hands and threw the phone to distract her to get her away from the restaurant. Like throwing a bone at a dog that's attacking you. So that's exactly what happens. He threw the phone, and immediately she's like going right after it, so charging back towards them. And so she got tripped. And my God, it's like all the momentum stopped. Not like she was, really breaking any land speed records for her 40-yard dash or anything. She was kind of drunkenly waddling over there. But when she was running and got tripped, it was textbook form. And then she just drops like an anvil, like a piano being dropped in a cartoon. She just hits the ground so hard instantly and starts calling the wambulance. She starts immediately crying in a Peter Griffin death pose.
disgusting, mujer! Disgusting!
Guys. No, stop, guys. 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 No, guys. No, guys. Stop. No, stop. Hey.
So now that she's been kind of decommissioned here, too many boo-boos for her to continue, she now starts insulting the guy she's with, saying, be a fucking man, trying to goad him into getting his ass kicked as well for a biblical smackdown that would have been placed upon his soul. She's just like, be a fucking man, do something. And you can just kind of see the gears turning in his noodle. You can kind of almost hear his heart breaking, like, oh no, if I don't do something, she's gonna break up with me. But if I do something, I'm going to be broken in half. What a conundrum, no! And then he eventually just decides, fuck it, we'll do it live. So he shoves the guy in the Santa hat, who is much larger than he is. It's a mismatch. He has to know that right there. That's David versus Goliath. But David's a big fucking douchebag here. He has no chance. But he goes for it. Smoke him if you got him, you know? So, no fucking ZD now? So he pushes the guy in the Santa hat. And I swear to God, there might be a longer cut of this, but I bet that guy in the Santa hat could have picked him up like Bane to Batman and broken him over his knee. He had no chance there. But that girl, she was whispering the siren song in his ear, and by whispering I mean shouting drunkenly, fucking trying her best to make sure he is also bruised, bloodied, and broken. Now that's where the video ends, but the story just keeps on going. This is the holiday gift that keeps on giving here for everyone that's not her and that guy she was with. So apparently after the dust settled and everything, the San Francisco Police Department took her in. This was a very popular clip, so much so that her employer caught wind of this. Her name is Shireen Afkari, and she worked for a popular fitness tracking app named Strava, where she was a senior manager of growth marketing and retention, and has now been released from the company. They made a statement on Instagram saying, "We are aware of an employee who exhibited extremely concerning off-hours behavior. We don't condone violence of any kind, and this does not reflect the standards we expect of our team. This past Monday, we made the decision to end the individual's employment." No word on anything in regards to the guy she was with. I imagine in the director's cut of this footage, if there's a longer version of it, he probably learned his lesson after he tried to pick that fight with the Santa hat guy at the behest of his sweet milady fedora tip. An unsurprising conclusion there. She really did go pretty hard, but you know, surely it was worth it. I bet that was an unforgettable night out that she can't remember at all. Little too hard on the old eggnog this holiday season, I think, for Miss Shireen there. Yikes. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I love cryptids. I think most of you know that. I've made a lot of content covering cryptids. I even went on a full-blown cryptid hunt using the latest and greatest in cryptid catching technology. In North Carolina, when we hunted the, what was it called? The local cryptid there, the Jim Gooble or something like that. The Boojum. That's what it was called. We were hot on the tracks of the Boojum out in the dense forests of North Carolina, really trying to find that disgusting bastard, but unfortunately slipped through our fingertips out there and then summoned coyotes to scare us out of the forest, and we ended up leaving. We didn't even camp out there. Point is, I like cryptids. Now, do I believe they actually exist? Dropping the sarcasm, no. Absolutely not. But I really appreciate the people that do believe in them. It is so fun to watch content from true cryptid believers. Unfortunately, now the community's been hijacked from people just fucking farting out AI cryptid videos all over the place, unfortunately. Heavens to Betsy, that poor person was hunted by a bulimic cubone. Fuck, the way it climbed the tree like that. Horrifying stuff. All AI. Point is, right now it's kind of a hot trend to just dump these cryptid AI videos out there to fool people into thinking that it's real, and right now the Wendigo is the big one they keep targeting. So I've been inundated with that because on stream we did a little cryptid deep dive onto some that I'd never heard of, which is rare because I love cryptids and I've familiarized myself with most of them, even like the really obscure ones that no one gives a fuck about or has ever even heard of, like hairy hands. For those that don't know, hairy hands is a disembodied pair of hands with a lot of hair on them, real fucking fuzzy hands, that on a certain stretch of road, I don't even remember where, it's in some rural area where some drivers report seeing a pair of paws come out and yank the wheel of their car off to the side, causing them to crash in the nearby ditch. Now, using basic logic, you can probably surmise that the actual explanation for why so many cars crash into the ditch on that stretch of road is probably because the drivers are tired. It seems to happen at night exclusively, so they perhaps got tired and imagined it. Plenty of reasonable explanations, but the fun one is hairy hands. And there's just so many wacky cryptids that I just find a lot of joy in learning about. It's a lot of fun. So, unfortunately, it's being fisted by AI right now, but I don't want that to overshadow the whimsy that cryptids can offer. So I want to show you some of those stream highlights going over some of these cryptids that you probably haven't heard of either. Cryptid sightings disappeared when 4K cameras came about for some reason. Are you insane, brother? There's cryptid sightings every day. Don't you remember the whole giant thing? Where people on TikTok were convinced that giants were real because they saw the top of a fucking antenna on a mountain? Flatwood Monster is cooler. Who's the Flatwood Monster? I do not recognize this at all. The terrifying true story of the Flatwoods Monster. Give me the cliff notes. West Virginia's Flatwood Monster.
The Flatwoods Monster. One of West Virginia's most popular legends is from the small village of Flatwoods. The story is that back in 1952, 3 boys all went up to check it out. What they found not only terrified them, but shocked the entire village for decades. They found a monster, described as having a bloody red body and a green face that glowed. It was huge, about 10 feet tall, and had a head shaped like a spade. Its hands were clawed and had a very distinct hissing sound. News of the story spread far and wide, and because of the panic it caused, the US Air Force had to do an inquiry, specifically a UFO inquiry, which they called Project Blue Book. The project came to an end.
No shot that's where that comes from.
Flatwoods Monster lives on.
No shot that's where the Project Blue Book comes from. Is that actually the origin? No, yeah, I was surprised you've never heard of this one. Nah, it just doesn't ring any bells. I've certainly never seen that image of the Flatwoods Monster. Looks like an Adventure Time character. The Sandown Clown is the most terrifying cryptid. It's another one I don't know. Hit me with the cliff notes.
Did you know about the alien clown? The Sandown Clown is a humanoid entity that was seen by 2 children near Lake Common, England.
No, that shit's the Amazing Digital
Circus.
Circus.
Children heard an ambulance-like sound and came across this being, which was described as a mix of a clown, robot, and alien. Standing over 2 meters tall, the Sandown Clown was thin with a large head, blue triangle eyes, a flat brown nose, and yellow lips. It had a tall pointed hat, a red and green clown suit, and wooden antenna extending from its body. Despite its appearance, the Sandown Clown was friendly and spoke to the children for almost 30 minutes. It spoke through some kind of microphone or speaker system. It identified as Sam and claimed to be all colors and non-human, providing cryptic responses to questions about its nature. When asked if it were a ghost, it is reported to have answered, "Well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way." After this encounter, the Sandown Clown vanished and has never been seen again. Whether it's true or not, the tale of the Sandown Clown is another odd mystery of our world.
No, it's not. How is that an odd mystery? Some kids lied. The end. How is that an odd mystery? I'm always interested in the real cryptid stuff. The goat mans. The hairy hands. That kind of thing. Not the fucking Sandown Clown where the only thing is these 2 kids said they met a weirdo. That's not real cryptid shit. That's fraudulent. That's stolen valor. These I spit on. This is a bunch of hooey. Black Knight Satellite is no stolen valor. What the fuck is Black Knight Satellite? That sounds like a character from My Hero Academia.
Lots of people believe in the abstract theory of alien life, but some people believe aliens have not only visited Earth, they actually placed a mysterious device into orbit above our planet thousands of years ago that they used to communicate with humanity. Sounds crazy? Here's a look at the mystery of the Black Knight satellite. In 1954, the New York Times ran an article saying that Dr. Lincoln LaPaz had discovered 2 satellites orbiting the Earth. The reason this was news? In 1954, no country had managed to launch any satellites yet. Whatever LaPaz saw, it was enough to worry the Pentagon for a while that the Russians might have beaten America into space. LaPaz later said he made it all up, while the Army said no such satellites existed.
Okay.
Still, many people believe the satellites were there, but Time magazine announced it was just an innocent piece of space junk. However, thanks to declassified
Black Knight
documents,
satellite.
we now know that it was a cover-up, as it was actually an American spy satellite doing reconnaissance on Russia. But is that just another layer to the deeper cover-up of the Black Knight satellite?
Probably. This isn't even a cryptid, by the way. You have provided me with something that's not even a cryptid. Unless the Black Knight satellite then came down to fucking Florida, grew legs, and now haunts the forests of Apopka or something. Puckwudgies are my favorite. They're pretty creepy and believable. Know of them? Puckwudgies. Are we making up words? We're fully in fucking Poppy Playtime Society now? Puckwudgies? Holy fake cryptid fan. Is this something that's blowing up right now? Puckwudgies? 2 to 3 foot tall, gray-skinned, magical woodlands creatures. These are pretty believable, you say?
A pukwudgie is a fascinating mythical creature deeply rooted in the folklore of Native American tribes, particularly the Wampanoag and Algonquian peoples of the northeastern.
Man, that is an unfortunate looking little guy. Yikes. Oh man. That's gotta be awful.
They are also associated with a range of mystical powers, including the ability to create fire, shapeshift.
This is just Dungeons and Dragons shit. Where's the evidence of the Punkwudgies? Oh, it's this guy again. This is the guy that keeps finding fairies.
He's just there. Ah, you see? That was a quick glimpse there.
What? Bring his little ass out here and make him dance for me.
No, he's not there. Oh, sorry about that. He was doing. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Where? Oh, fuck! That dirty pervert was twerking. Oh my god. Alright, well, maybe Punkwudgies are real. They exist. I'm a believer now. Can't argue with the facts. Next he's gonna say he hasn't heard of the Fresno Nightcrawler. That one actually somewhat sounds familiar. At least that one rings a bell. Can't say I've seen the Fresno Nightcrawler. The name sounded familiar though, but I do not recognize this SCP. Wow. That does give me a lot to ponder. Just when I thought I had seen it all. I know all about Mothman. See, Mothman's a real cryptid. That's an interesting cryptid. I saw 2 videos today that really had me salivating to yap. The first one is an unruly customer whose entitlement is infuriating, and she squared off against an employee at Sonic who was just having none of that nonsense.
Give me the receipt.
I don't have a receipt.
Then you can't get it. I need the receipt.
Okay. I shop in here. I should come here every day. So you're telling me some bullshit, Andrew.
Now, we don't have the previously on Dragon Ball Z explanation for what's led up to this. She starts filming in the middle of the confrontation. He's double fisting cups here. He's got 4 cups stacked on top of each other like they're fucking Lego bricks here. I'm assuming he confiscated them from this woman, who then goes back to this bench showcasing she's still got oodles more. She's got a whole collection here. and a couple of them seem to be kind of contaminated with what looks to be dirt and flies, so I think they're really old cups. I believe what's happened here, and this is just a hunch here, a little game theory, I believe she goes to Sonic with old cups in order to get free refills on drinks, because the employees would think that, oh, she's got a cup, thus she must have made this purchase, and she treats herself to these free beverages by using these ancient relics that she's probably had for years. She mentions point blank that she goes there every day. And I'm assuming she's always traveling with the One Piece here, all of these cups. And today, she encountered the Zen Master, Andrew, who hit him with the Matumbo, no, 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 no. He put the kibosh on it. And you can hear him say in the beginning, show me your receipt. If you don't show me the receipt, you can't get, and then he starts, and I think he was saying refill. I believe. So I'm pretty confident that's what's happening here. Andrew is not playing ball with this garbage here. He's not letting her just go in and just fill up these old fucking cups there at the beverages for free. And now she's making a huge stink about it. And she is recording this herself with no shame at all, believing that she's in the right, which is always just baffling to me that delusion like this exists.
I'm gonna call corporate and I'm gonna send this video.
You think I give a fuck?
Okay.
Like,
Andrew.
genuinely, like, you think I give a fuck? Like,
Okay.
honestly, like,
First of all,
record
he
this,
brings me the wrong cups of cup.
record this.
I'm recording
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Hold on, now you're getting out of line.
I love that the other dude chimes in. Wait a minute, wait now, you've gone too far, you've crossed the line. How dare you say, shut the fuck up to this angel over here who's hooting and hollering about no longer getting free drinks from these old cups she keeps fucking bringing in here. Andrew is 100% in the right. Even if I'm not 100% correct on, like, the actual situation here, I think her attitude is just so fucking awful. I hate that level of entitlement. I'm gonna call corporate. Ooh, oh no, she's alting. Like, come on, get the fuck out of here. I love how Andrew handled it. Just uncaring. I don't care. Shut up. Leave. Like, that's the way you have to sometimes handle people like this. It's really the only way. She threatens his job. Andrew hits her with one of these. And he is just not taking any of this horseradish. And he shouldn't. I cannot stand people that berate and harass and exploit employees working in the customer service field. I know I talk about this all the time, but it is just so low. It is just so shameful to act like this woman here. I hate this shit. And pranksters, I know I make fun of them till the cows come home when they do things like this to insult and treat these employees like props. And it's just refreshing to see Andrew's attitude during this interaction, just shutting this shit down right away, not playing ball with it at all. And I can only hope that he doesn't lose his job for it. This video blew up, so I'm hoping he doesn't, like, get fired or something. Because there is a reason why employees don't often, put customers in their place like this, because there is a fear of them losing their job. So in most cases, employees grit their teeth and just bear it. Just take the verbal abuse from these unruly assholes, these fucking degenerate customers. Anyway, I just wanted to commend Andrew here for this. This was a banger response to her, Karen freak out moment here over what I think is refills with all of the cups that she brings. Now, the next video I want to talk about is kind of similar in spirit. It is another unruly customer who is berating an employee, but this one goes on for an extremely long time.
You don't give a fuck. Wait till you get fired. You stupid as shit, bro.
I'm stupid.
I bet you just got this job. You just got this job. You just got this job.
She could have came in.
She don't gotta pump shit, you dumb bitch. Shut up. You could refund our money, you dumb fuck, cause you don't know your job, you fat bitch. Wait till the cops come, bro. You are stupid. Talking about hostile. Of course I'm gonna be hostile. I've been here since 10:30 waiting for your dumb ass. You ain't gonna do shit. You just gonna keep running your mouth and clapping and talking to your invisible friend. You wanna keep talking to your invisible friend. You don't know how to refund? Wait till this go to your corporate. You calling police on customers that paid you. I just bought 9 scratch-offs from your dumb ass. But you gonna call police on the customer that paid you, right? You got $20 in my pump but I don't have my money, right?
There's a lot to unpack here. So he starts this video insulting the cashier here at the gas station, calling her a bunch of names. She is also starting to get pretty wound up about the whole thing, naturally, because this guy is just harassing her now. It apparently stems from her not knowing how to process the refund that he's requesting. She might be, like, new here. And somehow this asshole thinks that by insulting her relentlessly and filming her, that's going to somehow speed up this process of getting the refund that he's requesting. She's going to all of a sudden just, Eureka! Oh, now that you called me a bitch for the 400th time, now I know how to do this refund. Thanks, sir! Obviously, it's going to do nothing to actually solve the issue at hand here. It's just unreasonable. This guy is just an insufferable douchebag. And I also think, and again, this is just a hunch, I actually think that this is part of a quick change scam. He mentioned that he bought 9 scratch-offs and then also has $20 in the pump, and now he is just hurling a bunch of insults at her, trying to make her panic and make her uneasy. To me, that has all the telltale signs of a quick change scam. For those that don't know, that is something where someone will make like a bunch of small purchases very quickly to try and like overload a cashier into giving them more money back than they needed, because they lose track of what they're actually supposed to give back on the refund. So by him constantly insulting her and throwing out like a bunch of things about the purchases and how much money's over there versus these 9 scratch-offs, I need my refund now, that kind of thing, to me it feels like he is trying to overload her and get this refund, which will actually be more money than he spent on these smaller amounts. But again, that's just a hunch. I have no proof of that. That just feels like it checks all the boxes to that scam.
So whose fault is it? Yours. Clearly yours. I paid you for scratch-offs. You don't know how to refund the money. You don't know how to pump the gas tank. So who's untrained? I need to talk to your store manager. I need to talk to your corporate. I need to talk to everybody about you.
You need to talk to your mother and ask her if she was drinking during her pregnancy, because you're fucking dumb, man. So he mentions here about the lottery tickets that he purchased and then mentions the refund. So it sounds like he's trying to demand a refund from her for the lottery tickets and the pump. He's in Florida. He mentions UCF and he mentions Apopka, Florida. Lottery ticket sales here are non-refundable. Those sales are final. You can't get refunded once you buy those tickets, you fucking goober, you idiot. So again, I feel like this is part of his scam where he's trying to confuse this cashier who might be new here and doesn't know how the refunds work, so that way he can get more money back than what he spent on these purchases of 9 scratch-offs apparently, and like the gas that he put, or the money that he put into the pump for gas, that kind of thing.
You're gonna be on YouTube, 7-Eleven Employee of the Year. What is your name? Let's get that. Let's get that. Oh, take it off, Evelyn. I see that E for the camera, calling customers bitches too. Calling customers bitches too, right? You lucky somebody don't do something to your big ass, bro.
Clearly I didn't say
Fuck, bro. I've been here since 10:30. You don't know how to refund some fucking gas. It's 11 o'clock now.
Like I said, this goes on for a really long time. He's just constantly insulting her. Eventually, she also insults them as well, which he has a field day with. He really thinks he's got her in a checkmate position now.
You took 10 people before me before fixing a problem. Of course I'm gonna be mad as shit. I don't got time to just stand here all day because you don't know your fucking job, trying to blame it on me.
Aren't you supposed to give her your card though that you paid with?
Bruh, she does not know shit and her employee left her. That's what's so fucked up. The guy left her and said, oh, she's gonna refund your money, sir. Don't worry. But she don't know how to do this shit, bruh.
Get more tiddlywinks of lore here. It sounds like there was another employee here that this guy must have been annoying, and he eventually just said, fuck this, she'll take care of you, man, I'm out of here. So now he's set his targets on her, and she can't just walk out and leave. So now he's going all in, insulting and attacking her, and the girl he's with mentions his card. So it sounds like he paid with card for the gas. You can't pay with card for lottery tickets, so he definitely didn't use card for lottery tickets. You also can't get lottery tickets refunded, by the way. Not in Florida. So the only possible refund would be for the 20 clams that he mentions I guess got lost in limbo while pumping, or maybe there was a malfunction and it didn't pump. But since he paid with card, let's say that he didn't use the full amount of the 20 or something like that. Whatever went unused will go back to your card. Like, I'm very confused on what the issue is, if there even is one. If this isn't like an actual scam attempt, then I'm very confused on like what happened here. But regardless, the way that he's treating this employee does nothing to solve this problem at all or help in any way, shape, or form. He's just an asshole.
So I'm supposed to just stand here and just keep watching people get rang up, right? That makes sense, right? Go ahead, sir. I've just been here since 10:30. Get your shit, have fun. You feel me? That does not make sense, though. And then she's sitting here calling the police on me because I'm mad about it. So the police is on the way, cuz.
What else is she supposed to do, man? Honestly, what is she supposed to do? You just stay here filming her, harassing her, insulting her. None of that is going to give her the tutorial on how to process your refund. So what are the other solutions? Like, what else is she supposed to do besides just call the police?
She can't give me my money. She got me waiting for the police because she don't know her fucking job.
Where did our money go?
Wow. You're not gonna do shit. You're gonna lose your job. You ain't going to jail. If you do go to jail, it's gonna be when the cops come here and fire your ass because you wanna leave. The fuck, bro? I'm trying to drive to UCF, not be in this fucking Opapka. Fuck, bro.
What, I pay with cash?
Pay with card. You take my car back and refund it, or you put the, like, bro, I worked in gas stations. This shit ain't that hard.
One of the other customers is also pretty confused. You're saying, so you paid with cash? And he's like, no, I paid with card. So you're supposed to take my card back and refund it, or you, and you know, it's not that hard. Why didn't you finish that sentence? Or you what? You do what with it? You see, this is why I'm saying, like, I don't think that there's genuinely something that went awry. I do believe this is just part of the scheme where you confuse and overload the cashier, demanding this refund and a bunch of other things in order to make them give you a refund in an amount that is greater than what you should have received. I don't think that this is like a genuine problem that happened here. And again, even if it is, what he's done here isn't acceptable behavior. This shit is still foul. And it does nothing to actually solve a problem. All he does is just insult this woman for almost 4 straight minutes. And probably even longer, considering we're only tuning in towards the end of it. There's apparently a whole nother employee here who felt this guy's Karen-esque wrath. So it's just a douchebag, just genuinely an asshole.
So both of them,
And I don't get my money.
call corporate, call them. I already called them. She's gonna get fired. I got this video quick. She took her name tag off because she knows she's in the wrong. I hope you have fun at 7-Eleven because it's short-lived.
Damn, what a mic drop moment there. What a cool guy. So yeah, he sucks. I wanted to make fun of him and also commend Andrew in that first clip for how he handled that other entitled asshole customer. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I'm sure tons of you are sick and tired of hearing me yap about AI. But I'm going to do it again today, but with a twist. Instead of focusing on the conversations everyone else has been having, as well as the conversation pardon me, a little AI glitched there in the old Charles algorithm. Instead of the big talking points everyone has been discussing, and as opposed to what we've been talking about on stream so much recently, I want to show you a usage of AI that makes me giggle and spit up, sitting in my seat, kicking my legs, having a hoot and a holler. And it's something I talked about a little bit 5 months ago in a video called Moist AI is Out of Control. It was all about those AI videos of me that float around, you know, have you ever smoked a neutron star cigarette? Silly shit like that. And it was pretty clear, not me, but 5 months later, where are we at? The technology here has progressed rapidly. AI is so advanced, I'm shitting my pants. You could probably send some of these videos to my parents and they would be none the wiser, thinking it was me for sure. And I did a little checkup on one of the bigger channels making these AI moist videos, Artificial Shenanigans, AI Shenanigans on YouTube. And the most recent one is fucking incredible, and I just have to share it with you.
Yeah, we're looking at about 10,000. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not exaggerating when I say that thumbnail had me convinced for a second that there was like a security camera installed up here I didn't know about. Like the NSA pulled a fast one on me and had some fucking CCTV footage that they'd been recording. Like some kind of fucking Planet Earth documentary. Now obviously when you actually like focus your peepers on the things in the background, it's just nonsensical shapes like PlayStation 1 graphics back there all jumbled around. But when you just look at it as a whole, the shapes match what you see behind me from a different angle. It's fucking impressive. because there's not like footage up here that the AI can even extrapolate from. So it's pretty crazy if you ask me.
Thank you. Pizza's here. Finally, I have been waiting all day for this.
This is what it would look like if I recorded a video on Jinkum. Now, interestingly enough, that like clapping maneuver that AI Charles was doing there, I fucking practiced that. Like on stream, some of you might remember I was going over how I'd been working on my fast clapping. I'm trying to get to like 9-10 claps per second also. Just a little update on that. I've discovered a new technique, like a forbidden jutsu. If I put my hands in here, I get like an additional 4 claps and slaps per second. I discovered that last night at an Applebee's. Anyway, you can see that the AI Charles is doing an extraordinary job. It's only a matter of time before it fully replaces me. Flesh and blood is the past. Machine and wires is the future. Also, the future of hygiene is cheeky. Go to usecheeky.com and get some of our soap. People always ask which one's my favorite. It's the Lo-Fi Lavender. That's by far my favorite. Second place goes to the Spope, which is the spa soap. So usecheeky.com, get some soap. Really elevate your hygiene game. That's something right there that AI could never replace. It could never even attempt to emulate the high quality moisturizing bar soap that we have made. Usecheeky.com, baby. Now, I know what a lot of you are thinking. That last person is not Charlie. The AI wasn't able to replicate these facial features when it got up close. Not the case. I'm pretty sure AI Shenanigans is making like an overarching plot to all of the Moist AI videos, because in the couple that I watched, it had like little tiddlywinks of lore and like more surreal tidbits sprinkled throughout the AI silliness. And that guy right there, I don't think is supposed to be me. I think it's part of that storyline that he's like crafting into these videos. But that's just a game theory. This shit is deeper than Five Nights at Freddy's, I'll tell you what, because it had me like actually analyzing it to see if there was any like symbolism or hidden meanings with it beyond just like the obvious wackiness. But anyway, I really wanted to share this not only because I found it really entertaining, but I also think it's just a fun little progress report, a little checkup on the state of AI-generated videos here. You can see through the newer content from AI Shenanigans a clear improvement in the actual tech behind the AI that's being utilized here. At least that's how I perceive it. This feels like something that they would not have been able to make 5 months ago when we first checked in. So it's just crazy to see how quickly AI is evolving. And of course, looking at me run like a Titan from Attack on Titan's always cool. Watching me do handstand push-ups on my desk or jump and turn into a bunch of fucking water like when, you know, Dumbledore claps and becomes like a fucking blaze when the phoenix flies through. It's cool and it's silly. And yeah, I just thought this would be a fun little change of pace from the normal videos I make when I cover AI. That's really about it. So yeah. I was sleepy once. It was a long time ago. If you think I look tired, well, you better get your eyes checked, Buster. That's a certified WebMD diagnosable moment right there that something has gone awry with your peepers. Could a sleepy man do this? Checkmate. Point is, in my endless battle against insomnia, I happen to have stumbled across something interesting again this evening, and it pertains to last night's video about the $20 million reality TV show, Twitch streamer, fan, production, extravaganza, mansion, titties, beer, rock and roll, whatever else it was pitching itself as, called the $1 Million Fan Show. Well, I speculated that it was a big scam and a lot of Twitch streamers had been publicly put on the website. Some had even made announcements about their endorsement of the $1 Million Fan Show, and nothing about it seemed legitimate. I'm not just going to regurgitate everything from last night's video. You can check that out if you want a deeper dive on everything that was wrong with it. But last night on stream, like 45 minutes after I posted the video, they took their website down. Then I was checking their other ancillary shit, and all of that is removed. It seems like they are scrubbing any existence of the $1 Million Fan Show from the internet. So like even the Reddit post that the livestream fail mods posted is taken down. I don't know if that was by order of the $1 Million Fan Illuminati, or if the mods that had signed an agreement with them had a come to Jesus moment that they may have been misled, so they decided to take it down. But apparently they also removed like their Discord and their socials, which is a huge blow, by the way, because the $1 Million Fan Show had like 5 Instagram followers, so really playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin now that 5 Instagram followers have been cast into oblivion, banished to the Shadow Realm. I feel like that's pretty strong evidence for my game theory that it was all a big load of hullabaloo, a bunch of hooey. I don't think a legitimate company that's putting together a $20 million grand prize reality show that is also a television program that is also employing some of the highest level production staff imaginable for a once-in-a-lifetime unforgettable experience for streamer fans. Also, their About Us section had all the telltale signs of just being AI generated, where literally every section ended with triplets where it was, it's not this, it's this. Performance, power, mentality. Mentality, tits, mentality. Like, it's just like, it was very clearly AI generated. The fucking first thing you see on their website is an AI generated image of a mansion. The whole thing just reeked of scam. And now everything has been deleted, presumably by them. I don't think, some governing body came in to, wipe them out. I think this is them trying to cover their own ass, so that way there isn't some kind of legal action taken against them. Because from what I've read, there were actually some members of some streamer communities that put money into the $1 Million Fan Show. They bought emote packages. I read a report on someone that claims to have spent a couple $100 doing so. So I imagine there was a handful of people that did legitimately lose money on this. Now, of course, you have to take those claims with a grain of salt because there's no real evidence to back it up, especially now that everything is deleted. There's nothing to prove that. But I'm inclined to believe those statements from them because these streamers are, to a lot of people, a trustworthy source. And if they're endorsing something and they say that there's a chance that they can win $20 million or whatever the fuck through like signing up for it, they will do so. And when you go to the website and do their free sign up, they're very heavily pushing you to do the monetized sign up for unlimited entries by giving them money. So I bet a lot of them were baited into doing that. Now, as I said in the last video, I am shocked that Mythic Talent actually even floated this to their creators like Extra Emily. She, in her statement, mentioned Mythic Talent by name, that they had pitched it to her. I was surprised it made it to a streamer because anyone that even had their eyes open and neurons firing for a second would go to that website and know full well immediately, right from the jump, that this is not real, that this is fraudulent. So I did a little digging, and I was able to get in contact with an agent, not at Mythic, but at another agency that did have this exact same thing come across their desk for their streamer clients as something to pitch to them. And according to that agent, I don't know how deep into the nitty-gritty I'm allowed to get, what they sent them, the pitch deck, was extraordinarily different from what ended up making it to that website. From what I understand, and from what I have been told, they were under the impression that this was an Amazon-backed production, at least initially. And at the time of receiving this offer, they didn't have a website or anything public outside of that pitch deck, I guess, they were hawking to agencies. And it is indeed a paid promotion. The streamers that are listed there were paid for this partnership, and there was no additional information available beyond the concept of the show and the promise that Amazon was behind a historic $20 million streamer fan buttfuck hullabaloo reality TV show. Now, one of the streamers also sent me the exact offer that was presented to them, which gives further confirmation to all of this. It comes from Mythic. This is the direct offer from Mythic that this streamer received. I'm not going to show the actual thing, so that way no one gets into legal hot water here. I don't want to, step on too many Legos, but I will give you the general overview for what the pitch was, the offer. Interestingly enough, the offer came back in June of 2025 from Mythic, and the opening line was about how it's an Amazon series. This is an Amazon series looking to break records, a historic $20 million prize purse reality show. It doesn't even name the show, by the way. I'm guessing back in June of 2025, they didn't even have the name of the show or anything concrete. There was no website, no mention of like LSF or brand partners or anything like that. It was just a single sentence that said, Amazon reality TV show set to air on Amazon Prime featuring the soon-to-be broken Guinness World Record book for biggest prize pool in history, 20 million, winning group splits money in half, 10 million to you and 10 million to the fan. That is the entire explanation for what this deal was. Interestingly enough, like I said, June of 2025. The deliverables were a reality TV show appearance, 1 to 7 days, depending on how far you make it, and a single social post. The initial filming date was November 3rd to November 10th, but guessing, some wires got crossed there, fucking nipple clamps came down, maybe government shut down, put that on the back burner, so that had to put the kibosh on that and shelve it till, I guess, 2026. Anyway, though, they were offering $3,000 for the streamer involvement here, plus 20% of net ticket sales from your ticket, which the streamer expressed some confusion over because they didn't believe Mythic knew that there was like this paid entry option, but in the offer it says they were getting 20% of net ticket sales. When you go, well, knowing now, hindsight's 2020, but like going to the website that existed, when you would sign up through a streamer portal, you were paying for those entries if you wanted to extend beyond just the free submission. So I'm thinking that the idea from this offer was that when someone, a fan of the streamer, did a paid entry through their portal, they would get a portion of that. So like I feel like Mythic would have had to have known that there was some kind of like paid component to the fans, but who knows? There's so little information here in the actual offer that Mythic took to the streamers. I am still extremely surprised it even made it to a single streamer as something to consider. I don't know why there wouldn't be more digging to confirm if this is actually even an Amazon show, because after the offer, they then go into like a general explanation for it, and it is so bare bones. It sounds like something that a person would cook up in 5 minutes while taking a shit after consuming like, their morning oats or something. There's not a whole lot of thought into this. Competition details. 1 creator, 1 fan group eliminated per day. $20 million cash prize. 1 creator, 2 fans. They will be gaming, IRL, and cognitive challenges. Think Survivor, but for creators. And then it just lays out like the most simple, boring shit ever for the competition. And then the Apocalypse Challenge on day 3, during which fans will compete head-to-head with each other, resulting in a mass elimination. Narrow the group down so each creator is ultimately paired with one of their original fans for the last 4 days. It's like, it's if you went to like a fucking Redditor and asked them to really quickly come up with a streamer game show or something. Now, as for the initial start date of November, the streamer was just told that it got pushed back to March. I don't think there was any like real explanation for what went wrong. Maybe bad weather, perhaps government shutdown, all kinds of possibilities for why it got moved. But they weren't really, kept up to date, kept abreast on everything going on here with this huge, giant Amazon show. I am even more surprised that any agency would have seen this and just shipped it as is, just said, fuck it, do it live. We'll send it out to our streamers to see if they'll accept the $3,000 offer with the 20% ticket sales split or whatever. Because, like, I feel like when you are getting this as, pitched as an Amazon production, you would probably want to confirm if this is actually coming from Amazon. Because if you're going to work at this agency managing these kind of contracts and stuff, but you're working under the impression that no one's going to tell lies on the internet, what's stopping just any old Joe Schmo Dorito dusted fingers from sending you a cold call email saying like, hey, This is me, Amazon, pitching you a $50 quadrillion reality television show. I'll offer like $3,000 with some rev split to your streamers. Do you mind taking this to them? I'd love if they start shouting out goochsweat.org soon. It's a very legitimate reality TV show. We're Amazon, by the way. And you not press that any further, because that's what it feels like. Looking at the offer, there is no actual information about, like, Amazon being behind this. And since this was back in June of 2025, I can understand the absence of a website a little bit more back there, because if this is like an Amazon show, they're probably not going to make the website first and foremost because they don't want to like spoil it or anything. Like, I can kind of understand that. So streamers being left in the dark on, you know, like a website that they can access, like this website, it didn't exist according to the streamer. It just recently popped up, which according to Whois, that does appear to be the case. Even though the domain had been registered for a while, it was updated in like late December. So that's probably when it actually went live, which is when anyone could go on there and see how fraudulent it was with just a single fucking glance. So I do now understand that there were streamers that literally couldn't look up this show because the offer doesn't even have the name of the show and the website didn't exist. What I'm still confused on is like why anyone would still accept that deal. And then I start to understand a bit more that they just have trust in the agency not to be presenting them with a scam. They had trust that the Mythic talent, for example, like in Extra Emily's case, was bringing them something that was legitimate. So they're seeing like, oh, it's an Amazon show that wants to work with me and they're making this offer. Okay, this seems like a big deal. I'll sign up to that and, you know, do the social post or whatever. Also, if you try and look up milliondollarfan.show now, the most recent update to the site was today, because the update was just nuking it, taking it down. But prior to that, it was updated in late December, which is when I imagine this went live. So now it seems like the streamers literally didn't even have access to look up the information themselves on that website, which again, doesn't take a super sleuth, you know, fucking pinky up internet, you know, narwhal baconing at midnight master to see that that is a fucking disaster of a website that is clearly in a shady spot, most likely looking to scam. The streamers didn't know that site was there because the deal was all the way back in June. Though I will say, looking at the offer, this should have been something that I think streamers should have been a little weary of, because it feels like it is very odd just looking at it. But I think that does fall a bit more on the agency than it does the streamer itself, because there is a level of trust from streamers with the person that is like managing their brand deals, that what they are getting is not just fucking toilet paper that's trying to wipe their ass with their fans. And in this case, I am still just shocked that it even made it to the streamers in the first place. This should have been probably caught far earlier. I imagine they could have confirmed well beyond this, like almost a year later, that this wasn't Amazon behind it. If they had like, you know, maybe set up like calls or something, or looked for any level of proof of this being Amazon, like even just questioning, where is this money coming from? Who else are we working with? What is the actual production timeline and all that looking like? I feel like there was definitely a way like Mythic Talent could have caught this and then never even had to get to this point where there were real victims, where based on what I've read, there were people that put in like hundreds of dollars, which again, I know you have to take it with a grain of salt because there's no like evidence to support those claims that people lost a ton of money, since now everything is scrubbed. But I'm inclined to believe them because the audience has a level of trust in the streamer that what they are pitching is not just a scam that's going to just rob their fucking piggy banks. So I do think that there were real victims here, and I think it was just so easily avoidable. This shit is just fucking wild that it even happened. R.I.P. $1 Million Show. Definitely feels like it was a scam from the get-go, considering they have just vanished, poofed out of existence, and erased every trace that they were ever even here to begin with. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. Are you happy? If the answer to that question is yes, then stay far away from Pokemon tournaments. You turn the cheek, run the other direction as quickly as you can, Buster, because that is an environment where joy and whimsy goes to die. It has now been confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt that the biggest dweebs on this planet are Pokemon judges, and they are like Dementors. They will suck the happiness out and will punish you for even the slightest signs of happiness. If you celebrate, I hope you're ready to go to jail, because Pokemon competition is more joyless than an active war zone. It is cutthroat. 2 weeks ago, I made a video covering a situation where a Pokemon Go player won a tournament, but because he celebrated, they punished him by taking the win away, thus his opponent ended up winning the tournament because of it. It was an automatic loss, which gave his opponent the win. Because of excessive celebration, deeming it unsportsmanlike. Just as a reminder, this is the celebration they punished.
Now on his 11th one, he is the first-time champion for himself and your 2026 Orlando champion!
Incredible series from Firestar, pulling out all the stops, all the Pokemon, taking us to a decisive Game 5. Could not have asked for anything else.
Pokemon judges are literally the fun police. That is the entirety of his celebration after winning this tournament. He sets his headset down and gives one pump, then shakes his opponent's hand. I get more animated when my Uber Eats gets here. Like, that is about as tame a celebration as you can possibly fucking find. That is the epitome of sportsmanship. He's happy, he's emotionally won, but he doesn't become, over the top with it. He doesn't stand on the chair and slam 2 beers together like Stone Cold Steve Austin or start butt-chugging brewskis or something, saying fuck you to his opponent and say, get out of here, pussy, lean over, give him a wet willy and an atomic wedgie on the way out. Nothing. It is pathetic that these dorks, these greasy, stinky losers, punished him for that. But what's even more pathetic is that they're standing by it, and that's why I'm talking about it again today. They released an official statement where they've all come together in their fucking stink cloud, their fucking fart fumes, and decided that the Council of Judges was correct in this punishment here. And then they also reinforced another ruling where they punished another Pokemon player, this time in the TCG, who celebrated early, maintaining that they did deserve to lose that as well. These fucking Pokemon judges suck major ass. I think it is irrefutable. This evidence confirms that there are no bigger twerps on this planet than Pokemon judges. If you want to avoid a fate like that, you right now need to fix the stink, so go to usecheeky.com and get the best soap in the universe. The queso bar just launched as well, by the way. It's coconut. Like, we've got the best soap out there, and you need to take your hygiene seriously, or else you might just end up like a Pokemon judge. Here's the Pokemon Play Team's official toilet paper. At the recent Pokemon Orlando Regionals, 2 instances of penalties being issued during streamed matches have created questions within the community about celebrations. They're illegal. You're going to jail if you show any emotion at an official Play Pokemon event. I'll sum it up for you. Spoiler alert. Play Pokemon has reviewed each instance and would like to provide more information. In the first, during the Pokemon TCG Swiss Round 13 match, the tournament headphones were removed and were thrown onto the table on top of cards and damage counters, putting the TCG game state in disarray before additional game action could be taken to complete the game. A match loss was issued for the disruption to the game state and not playing out the final sequence to the game. I didn't cover that one, but I'll briefly show you what they're referring to there.
Wow! 2 cards! Rips it off the 6 cards! Are you kidding me here? Makani!
Basically what happened is he drew the win condition. It was checkmate at that moment, but he celebrated before finishing the game, so he put his headphones down and it moves the cards around. So they viewed that as throwing the game into disarray. It fucking annihilated the game state. It was all ruined. It's completely kaput. So they issued a game loss for it. This one was a bit more divisive. Some people think that this is an outrageous ruling. Others think it makes sense because he didn't actually finish the game before doing that. I personally think this one has the most wiggle room to be justified because he didn't finish it out. It would be like in chess, if you have the checkmate, but then you fucking slap the chessboard before you actually finish the checkmate. That would be improper. So I do understand that to a certain degree, but I think a match loss is a bit overkill. I feel like this could have been the first warning because it didn't ruin the game. The game literally is over from that moment. There is nothing that can be done, as I understand it, in the current meta there. So it was over. He just needed to finish out the sequence. So I think a game loss is a little extreme. That could have been the first warning there. And according to the player, 2 separate head judges told him that he was given a match loss for throwing his headset down and being dangerous. Not a single judge told him that he was given the game loss for disrupting the board state, and then wasn't given the chance to appeal the ruling either. So to me, it does feel far more cutthroat than it should. And then the most egregious is obviously what happened with the Pokemon Go celebration, where the game was completely over, and then a very mild celebration, which I wouldn't even use the word celebration. To me, a celebration is like what you see in the end zone in the NFL or in the college football, where you get a touchdown, you spike the ball, you hit some of these maneuvers right here, like the "Where's my hug at" or something like that, bust out the fucking Gangnam Style maybe. That's a celebration. What he did was the most, like, normal, like, oh, I'm happy moment doing this. Like, even Pokemon characters do that. They do more than that, mind you, but that's like literally the bare minimum of being like, oh, whoopee, I won. And they're calling it excessive and unsportsmanlike. And they're standing by that decision. So going back to their official statement, in the second instance, during Pokemon Go Grand Finals, we would like to share some information which may not be known to the broader community. Prior to the final game incident, during Game 1 of the Bracket Reset series, a player was issued a warning for the action of hitting and shaking the table during gameplay. Actions such as these can have a negative impact on the experience of participants and disturb the match in progress. Then, during Game 5, this same player's behavior continued to be disruptive, including shaking the table to the point that there was a disruption to the broadcast experience. These repeated infractions resulted in a penalty that was escalated to game loss. If that isn't the biggest load of hooey I've ever heard, you can watch the footage yourself. There was nothing disruptive happening, not from what I went through and re-watched. And plus, the game loss came after the celebration. Like, unsportsmanlike, I believe, is what was being tossed around. But now they're saying it was actually because he was shaking the table. It was a fucking earthquake he was having go on over there. We couldn't even get the broadcast going. It was so all over the place. It was a natural disaster, a fucking calamity. We will uphold the decisions made by the judges at this event. Pokemon judges are committed to bringing the best possible experience to our players by preserving the competitive integrity of our events. Yeah, it's in the shitter. It has completely been flushed down the tubes with this, by the way, because you could win grand finals, but you best be completely fucking stoic and silent. Even the slightest iota of a smirk will have that title stripped from your fucking cold, dead paws. They will rip that W from your hands if they see you happy. What do you mean preserving the competitive integrity? You took away the winner's win and gave it to someone who lost. All over them celebrating slightly. Without them and their commitment to play Pokemon, we would not be able to hold events, and it is our expectation that they are treated with the same respect as all people in the community. In the moment of a win, emotions are high, and we recognize that these emotions can lead to energetic reactions celebrating a win, which, by the way, didn't really happen here. It wasn't that energetic. My fucking grandfather, I saw him get more animated when the mailman would show up than I saw from this guy winning the fucking grand finals of this tournament. It wasn't that energetic, mind you. We want to support this authentic positive reaction and not discourage this excitement. Celebrations are not an issue, but actions that disrupt or negatively impact competitive integrity can be. We will continue to listen to the community of players and our judges on how best to evolve our tournament system rules and how penalties are enforced. The Play Pokemon team, they sign it off. Now, Firestar73, the player who had his title ripped from him for his celebration, did make a statement after this official Play Pokemon piece and said, "The incident you are now for the first time claiming was the basis of the decision did not affect the gameplay at all, yet decided the whole tournament. That is 100% correct. It had no impact on the game at all, even if he was shaking the table, which I don't see any strong evidence of him being over there like, the waves of the ocean, moving the table back and forth all wobbly. I don't see anything like that. But none of it affected the gameplay, no matter how you spin it. Section 2.1 requires a clear explanation of any infraction and its penalty, and I was never given this as the basis at all." That is also true. Apparently that was never relayed. There's even a community note that talks about this. Firestar wasn't given an initial warning for shaking the table. This is a major infraction under Section 5.1 of the penalty guidelines, and then it also has something about Makani, who received a game loss for a headset throw and wasn't able to appeal. And Section 433 of the Tournament Rule Handbook allows for an appeal. So they're not following their own guidelines, basically. Which doesn't come as a surprise to me, because it feels like these are complete losers that are power tripping and looking for any excuse to exert their authority here. Did I just catch you showing emotion? You lost now, Buster. Ha! Give that back. Don't you ever show me a smile again. And I mean it. I'm a Pokemon professor, by the way. So cringe, man. Actually so cringe. So they're standing by the decision. Firestar 73 does not get the win that he earned. Also in the TCG space, Makani does not get that win either. They're standing by both decisions there. I think the most egregious is the case with Firestar 73. I think there are no grounds for that. I think that is a complete sham. And I think the community should be very alarmed that this is who controls the events. You best be on your most emotionless behavior in the future of this competitive scene here. The competitive environment of play Pokemon events from this point forward better be quieter than a fucking library. It's going to be like a funeral in there, not an ounce of joy. So, I guess that's what they're looking for. That's what they're trying to cultivate. This shit's so stupid, man. It's so embarrassing. It's so shameful. Had to yap about it. I had to give you the follow-up. That's really about it. So, yeah. This evening, I was cruising numerous streaming platforms to take a peek at what interesting, riveting, scary films they had available for me to put my peepers on to celebrate this Halloween, and I was checking them all. Lord help us, I'm ashamed to admit it, but I even checked Peacock. I know, even just hearing that name is enough to send shivers down your spine. That'll give you the heebie-jeebies in and of itself. In my defense, I don't have that subscription on purpose. I just have forgotten to cancel it many, many times. I got it a long time ago to watch the Halo TV series, and what a tragic sin that was. Holy Toledo. A catastrophic television series so bad that it's completely contaminated that entire platform for me. Anyway, though, point is, I even checked Peacock. Of course, I found nothing. You're more likely to find a gold nugget in your fucking toilet after taking a shit than you are to find something worth watching on Peacock. But I was cruising all these streaming platforms, and eventually I went to Paramount, which another platform I never really go to. But there was a new film that was plastered on there that caught my eye. It came out like 2 weeks ago. It's called Vicious, and it stars Dakota Fanning, who I think is a very talented actress, but has been on a real cold streak here with the projects she's choosing, like The Watchers from a year or two ago, which was some horror slop, the likes of which still stains my eyes. But this new one that she's starring in really caught my eye because the premise had me hooked. It has a lot going for it. It was fucking Opposite Day. It's about as generic as it gets. It's about a haunted box. And I just looked it up on a whim to see what people were saying about it. No one was saying anything about it. Complete crickets. When I was trying to look up any information or any discussion on it, it was like locking myself in a sensory deprivation tank. It seems like nobody's heard of this movie before. I found like 3 reviews on YouTube, and 2 of the 5 videos covering this were AI giving you a synopsis of what happens in the film. And then there's like 1 Reddit thread of people talking about it. And overall, the reception from the few that have seen it is pretty negative. Most people kind of hate it. There's a couple positive reviews sprinkled in there with people having their pinky out saying, you just didn't understand it. But outside of those fringe outliers, it's mainly negative, which is my cup of tea. This is exactly what I was looking for here. So, I watched Vicious, and I feel like it's my duty to give you a review on this movie that you've never heard of and were never going to see. So, as advertised, this film is indeed about a haunted box. No tomfoolery there. An old lady randomly knocks on Dakota Fanning's door one night after Dakota Fanning was talking to her mother and stressing out about an upcoming interview, and things just haven't really been going her way. Then all of a sudden, this random lady's acting all weird and sketchy, and she invites her in because it seems like she needs help. And while the lady's sitting there, she sets a box down and says, "This is yours now. You're going to die." And then she leaves. And then the box, it starts talking to her. She learns that she needs to give something she hates, something she loves, and something she needs to this box. And maybe that'll prevent her from dying. There's an hourglass ticking down, and as the sand is pouring, the clock is running. So, that's basically the entire movie. From that point, it is now her trying to figure out, well, what do I hate, what do I love, and what do I need? What do I have to sacrifice to this box to survive? And the whole time, the box is calling her on her phone and making her see a bunch of horrifying mirages, basically. It's like a genjutsu she gets trapped in because of this box, and there's this entity, I guess, that is possessing the form of her mother that's jump scaring her. And also just 1,000 jump scares, really. This movie is almost entirely jump scares. I'm actually kind of impressed that they didn't even try to build tension. They just tried to scare you with loud noises. And I feel like it's because they wanted to make sure you were still awake. Because without the jump scares, there is nothing happening. And even with them, there is nothing happening in this movie. It really feels like you, the viewer, are trapped in a genjutsu with Dakota Fanning here. Because nothing progresses, nothing moves forward, and every time it seems like she's going to do something or accomplish something, turns out it was all make-believe, it was all an illusion. So, like, it's just actually a movie of nothing happening besides loud noises and, like, blood sometimes. So, like, I think Dakota Fanning did her damnedest to carry this. Like, she actually is acting her ass off in this film, but it is futile because the writing is so weak. And there is just so little to appreciate about what's happening on screen. But there's a couple of moments in here I thought were kind of cool. So, like, when she initially gets this box, she starts panicking. She wants to call the police. She also wants to talk to her mother, whom she was talking to before the lady arrived. And as she's talking to her mom starts sounding a little weird, saying some weird things. And it turns out that's not her mom. It's the demon of the box or something, I guess. We never really fully know. But it can imitate the ones that she loves, make her believe that the ones that she loves are dead or dying or in pain. So, like, one of the scenes that I thought was actually pretty good, she's randomly knocking on neighbors' doors, begging for help, and one of her neighbors opens. She goes inside, and that neighbor's on the phone. And then, while talking on the phone to her husband, she then gets a call from the demon that now takes control of her, and in front of Dakota Fanning, she starts, like, stabbing her face with a knife and then stabbing her neck and then blaming Dakota Fanning for it. You may notice I keep calling her Dakota Fanning. It's because I genuinely cannot remember her name. Polly. Never mind. I scraped the back of my mind there, found it. Her name is Polly. So her neighbor is now stabbing herself with a knife because the entity is controlling her. And then she even gives, like, an "are you not entertained" as she's, like, bleeding out kind of thing and laughing at Polly, blaming her for it. And like I said, like, that's like, it was kind of creative. There are a couple of moments like that where it's like, oh, that could have been interesting in pretty much any other context besides what it's being used for in this movie. There's not a whole lot to really dive into here with the spaghetti and meatballs of the film. Like I said, Polly is going through, like, a rough patch in life where she's, you know, not finding love. She feels pretty numb. She hasn't accomplished a whole lot. Now this box gets there. And the old woman does also kind of say that the box kind of chooses you. It looks for broken people, which Polly is, but she does have a niece who she really loves, and you immediately start to pick up that this box is wanting her to sacrifice, like, parts of herself and parts of people that she loves, kind of wanting to turn her into a killer. Like, how far will she go for self-preservation? It fools her into cutting off her pinky toe under the ruse that it's something she needs, thus one of the 3 requirements to get rid of the curse of the box. But it turns out it wasn't the pinky toe, it actually wanted the pointer finger, as revealed by her mirror image in the reflection, but the reflection shows her that she's missing a finger, so she connects the dots that it actually wanted a finger and it played a trick on her, so then it laughs at her, and then she puts her finger in there, and then it calms everything down. Thus, the requirement is fulfilled, except not really, kinda. She keeps getting all these calls, and they're telling her exactly what to do, and for some reason, she still believes them, even after they knowingly fucking mislead her multiple times. She still just keeps kind of following through with what they're doing, with, like, the hints that they're dropping. After finally doing all 3 of the tasks, hitting the hokey pokey, she sees that the sand is still falling. She's still running out of time, so she desperately tries to figure out, well, what else is left? And then she remembers, well, the old lady knocked on her door and gave her the box, so she assumes that that's what she needs to do next to finally free herself from this agony. So she knocks on doors, and then eventually another woman answers. Her name is Tara, and she passes the box on to Tara the same way that woman did previously. Then, well, the old woman pays her a visit, and she's, like, even more fucked up than the last time we saw her, and she reveals that you're never fully done with the box, and the box wants her to kill Polly. Polly fights back against this older woman, killing the older woman, and she reveals that the box needs fear. So don't be afraid of dying. So, in that moment, Polly stops being afraid of dying. The sand runs out. She wakes up. Everything's normal. Everyone's alive. Even the neighbor that stabbed herself in front of her, turns out that all wasn't real either. She then goes over to the woman's house that she dropped the box off at, but Tara doesn't recognize her, so that must not have been real either, huh? Well, the big surprise ending is that was real. She did have the box. And written on the wall says, tell no one, don't listen to her, she lies. She was going to tell Tara that the only way to win is not to play. A lesson the old War Games movie taught us. And we see that Tara has already killed her parents, and then the box asks her to drop something that she wants into it. So she gets different things here in this box. So that's kind of like the whole plot of the movie in a nutshell. Like I said, it is basically only jump scares from start to finish and nothing else. There's no real substance to this film. It's just one jump scare to the next, one bloody scene of her cutting a finger off to the next, and that's it. I've seen a lot of people say the movie makes no sense, but I actually have to disagree with that. I think it does make sense. Like, I get what the movie's trying to convey to the audience. It's just not very good at it. I think it is far simpler than people think. It's about the mental health struggle of these broken people that are getting this box, and how, like, this self-sabotage is this cycle, and that the only way to get through it is to not give in to those kind of things. Those, in this film, they portray it through the phone call. Well, at the end of the film, when she's finally free from all this, she's getting a call. You are under the impression it's going to be the demon box again, and you're thinking she's going to answer it and it's going to end right there with a very sour ending, but she doesn't answer it because she's no longer afraid of these things. She is now more content and ready to move forward with her life with a different outlook on everything, and now she's fully free from this box, and the box obviously knows that that's how you win, so it's trying to tell Tara, no, you have to keep doing these things. You have to stay locked in this cycle. So I think the message is pretty clear with the movie, unless I'm totally misinterpreting it. Like I said, this movie's extremely dull. Maybe I cooked up my own fan fiction here and are seeing things that aren't actually in the film. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that's what it wants to say. It's just not very good at saying it, and it's not very entertaining regardless. But yeah, I don't think the movie's shitty because it doesn't make sense. It's shitty because it's all very just one tone. And that tone is, flat. It is very flat. It is like the most cliche horror movie formula here of just giving you haunted box, which is just a convenient tool to show you jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, and that's it. There's nothing else to it. It's just like genuinely a waste of time. Like, it's not so bad that I can sit here and shoot spitballs and yap about it for like 30, 40 minutes like I could a masterpiece like Moonfall. It's just like really a waste of time. I can see why this didn't go to theaters. Apparently, from what I was reading, this was slated to go to theaters because this isn't the cheapest horror movie ever made. Like, there was some real elbow grease put into this. And instead of going to theaters, I guess they didn't really believe in it, so they just immediately straight to streaming on Paramount. So it doesn't even feel like they had faith in it, and it's pretty clear why. There's just no reason to have even made this movie in the first place. It doesn't try and do anything interesting. It's just very content being a very standard, throwaway, forgettable horror movie that I know everyone who sees it has probably already forgotten that they watched it. It's just, I don't know, not very good, but it's not like the worst horror movie I've seen, and it's definitely not even the worst horror movie I've seen this year. It's just another generic, forgettable one. So yeah, I know not a single soul on the planet was chomping at their nails waiting for someone to review Vicious, but when you needed it least, I came and delivered. A Vicious review, baby, so now you know. I don't really think it's worth watching. It's just not very good. But there's definitely worse movies to watch, so if you really just need something to put on, this exists. It is something that is able to be put on the television screen. Just don't really know why you'd want to do that. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I don't think there is a loser more degenerate, more pathetic than Johnny Somali. His lore is sadder than the ending to Marley and Me, and it's entirely by his own doing and his insatiable appetite to be famous. Like, his clout obsession has created a terminal illness that has led him down this path that will most likely see him behind bars. And I say most likely, even though from everything I've read, it is guaranteed he is going to jail for his new charge that he is now facing. It seems there's no wiggle room for him to squeak his way out of this one. His newest charge carries a mandatory prison sentence of up to 7 years in the slammer. It also happens to be like his 150th charge that he's currently facing in Korea right now. It's because every time he goes live, he asks for $5 donations to commit a new crime. So he is constantly just getting more. We're going to dive into this new charge in just a moment, but I just want to make a strong argument that Johnny Somali is the most pitiful soul that has ever entered the streaming space, period. He is the GOAT of cringe in streaming. He has one goal in life, one purpose, and he's not shy about it. All he wants is to be famous and rich through streaming. He is neither. He is only famous to people that like lolcows and love to make fun of him and throw, tomatoes at him and cover all of his degeneracy. His own community doesn't actually like him. They just really like the idea that they get to control this man's life and send it down the shitter. It's like when you're playing Sims and you tell your Sim to put their hand on a hot stove and it catches them on fire. That's what his community does. They'll put $5 donation there in order for him to break a law so they can watch him get arrested and ruin his life, or have him harass someone in public so that way he'll get his ass beat and they get to laugh at it. So that's his whole legacy. He's also not rich from it. He doesn't make much money through streaming. He makes just enough to survive and also travel to more places for the global ass-beating world tour that he goes on. But the people who cover him, like all of the streamers and YouTubers that make videos about him, they make thousands of dollars. He is actually a golden loot box. He is leading people to a treasure he himself cannot possess. It's almost poetic. He has thrown his whole life away, willingly just sacrificing his freedom for nothing. But it has helped all the people that make fun of him. He provides them with basically an endless source of content, endless source of revenue, because who doesn't want to tune in to the pathetic story of this wild specimen of degeneracy, while he himself gets nothing. He doesn't even get morsels, crumbs, nothing. No attention, no money from it. It's unbelievable. You cannot write someone more pathetic than Johnny Somali. But anyway, let's go over his most recent charge here. Yep, he's guaranteed prison time. That's the good news. It's big, very big. I tried to refrain from diving too deep into it on my own so we could learn together on stream. But this is for the AI deepfakes he was making. This is the mandatory prison sentence, which I recall people were saying would likely be the case because of how seriously they take it. The controversial American live streamer notorious for his brazen antics and public disruptions is guaranteed to face prison time in South Korea. A fifth and most severe charge violating the country's Special Act on Sexual Violence Crimes has obliterated any remaining hope for leniency. The days of online infamy are over. For Somali, the virtual stage that once gave him global attention has been replaced by the harsh reality of legal consequences. They make it sound like he was actually popular. He never has been. The only people who know about him are people like me who follow lolcows. Almost nobody, as a stream watcher, a viewer, will have ever heard of his name. He never even got global attention. The attention he got was the locals of the countries he would visit beating his ass because he would constantly be disrespecting them and making a huge scene every time he went out. This is kind of just going over a lot of what we've already gone over. Here we go. This goes more into the deepfakes. Prosecutors revealed that Somali is now facing charges violating the South Korea Special Act on Sexual Violence Crimes. The charges stem from an AI-generated deepfake video that depicted popular Korean streamer Bong Bong in fabricated intimate scenes with Somali. That's something we talked about as well, and a lot of people mentioned that they take that shit very, very seriously, and that seems to be the case. Under South Korean law, the creation, distribution, or possession of non-consensual AI-generated explicit content is classified as sexual crime. Woof! Legal experts have confirmed that this offense carries a mandatory prison sentence up to 7 years. Unlike the previous charges, which allowed for financial penalties, this particular crime eliminates the possibility of a mere fine. This is not simply an issue of digital mischief, explained a legal analyst, Legal Mindset. This is a serious sexual offense, and South Korea's court will treat it as such. When deepfakes are weaponized to humiliate or defame, the legal system responds with severe consequences. What a fucking W. Oh, what a W. And again, another thing to make big mention of, this is one charge. Keep in mind, he has also pled guilty to other charges carrying a minimum of 5 to 10 years. But this one is a guaranteed prison sentence up to 7 years. I guess we don't know exactly how long it'll be. And he still has more charges to come. He just got new charges when he got arrested on stream the other day. So he is still collecting these puppies like the Infinity Stones. When it's all said and done, this guy actually could end up with like 30, 35 years in the slammer. All for like a crumb. A tiny tiddlywink of internet attention. It's unbelievable. It's a bold statement, but I'm gonna make it. I think he is probably the most degenerate lolcow, at least in terms of like the consequences he's facing for being the lolcow, you know what I mean? Chris Chan is inarguably the GOAT of lolcows. No one will ever beat that. But not even Chris Chan received punishment to this level that Johnny Somali is. He's also going to get tried as a repeat offender with all the recent stuff too. I keep seeing that, but I don't know if that's confirmed. It sounds reasonable, like that sounds right. South Korea has cemented its reputation as a global leader in combating digital sex crimes. The country's strict laws were forfeited following a series of high-profile cases involving sexually explicit deepfakes and online harassment. In 2024, lawmakers passed legislation criminalizing the possession and viewing of non-consensual deepfake content. The penalties are unyielding. Offenders face up to 3 years in prison or fines reaching 30 million won, or 22.6k. Distributing or profiting from such content carries even harsher consequences, with sentences up to 7 years behind bars, which is what Johnny Somali's facing. South Korean society, still healing from past cases of cyber exploitation, has shown little patience for perpetrators like Somali. That is an understatement. They beat his ass every single time he goes live. They literally had a UAV online where they'd track him, follow him, and beat him. Oh yeah, they were fucking spawn camping him. In one of his streams, I already showed the clip multiple times, but in one of his streams, he literally leaves his hotel, and right after he gets out of his hotel, he just gets his ass beat. It's like GTA RP when you leave the hospital, but your ops are still waiting. It was so good. And this is just going over what we already talked about when he went to court. He went to court beyond hungover and just being extremely disrespectful. He was over an hour late. Yeah, we already went over all that. Also, we're coming up on his next appearance in court. It's next week, I believe. What would this guy even do? You're probably not familiar with his face because usually it's face down in some concrete after getting his ass beat. But he's an IRL streamer whose entire content was just breaking laws on stream for like donations and just being racist to everyone in every country he'd visit, trying to provoke them into a confrontation, and then he'd get his ass beat and cry about it. He did this in many places. Most notably before Korea was Japan. And that's just been his whole content. His viewers goad him into breaking more laws for their own entertainment, their own amusement, watching him throw away his life. And he does it with a big smile on his face, drinking himself into a coma every night on stream. It's fascinating. He doesn't stream on Kick. Kick doesn't even let him on there. He streams on Party. And even Party fucking banned him. I think they took the ban back, like he's allowed to stream again, but even Party, which I didn't even know they had ban features over there, they banned him for a little bit. There are few things in life as pathetic as being a proud Reddit moderator. It's a position that attracts the most insufferable hoity-toity dweebs like moths to a flame, and it bestows upon them the tiniest sliver of power, just barely above like a middle school hall monitor, and somehow that immediately goes to their heads and corrupts their already ugly soul, leading to the most embarrassing meltdowns and just outrageous power trips over nothing. And this is a stereotype that's existed for a while, and it seems like it's just the truth of being a Reddit mod. Like, this is just the sad reality of the people that take up that mantle. They think of themselves as fucking Batman, but what they actually are is the goddamn box ghost from Danny Phantom. Anyway, though, I'm blasting that ass with some new hotness here. A brand new mod meltdown courtesy of r/art. It is a pretty fascinating one, and also not its first rodeo. The r/art subreddit's got some hostile mods. So I'm going to go over the most recent one from, I think it was yesterday. And then I also want to give you a little, blast from the past from a previous instance where one of these mods went nuts. But this one I think is quite special. So what happened is there's an artist named Hayden Clay who posted his art on the subreddit. It got very popular, and in the comments he was replying to somebody asking for more information about his work, and he mentioned that, you can find my work here, and there's also some prints available too. Just a very quick reply to a nice comment. And one of the rules of the subreddit is you can't be self-promoting your work, so you can't be advertising prints or anything. So because he used the word prints, it got the whole post removed. Just blasted to the shadow realm. They smited it. So Hayden Clay was pretty upset, so he messaged the mod about it, trying to get further clarity, and maybe he could try and find a way out of this pickle here because he felt it was unjust. There you can see the comment that got him banned. I have a whole mini-series called Clear Boundaries with Prints Available. Just a very offhanded remark about having prints available, and it was removed because of that. So he said, "Are you seriously banning me for giving more information on my work? No, I banned you for breaking our rules. But I can also remove all your old posts as well if you'd like." Oh man. This guy's no nonsense, tough as nails. You don't tussle with the muscle. r/art mod. Oh, brother, watch out. He's coming down with the iron fist. This is so fucking silly. So, like I said, the rule is no self-promoing or whatever. Can't be mentioning where they can purchase your art or anything like that. Which he wasn't really doing. It's an offhanded reply to someone that was saying they'd like to have the art in their office or whatever. It's such a stretch to even have that be a violation of their rule in the first place. It is solely because the word print is there. What an unbelievably stinky loser. This guy is working for free as the moderator of a subreddit, and he thinks he's doing the Lord's work here. He's treating himself like he's fucking Jason Bourne or something. Oh my god, it's so sad. I can literally smell this guy through his messaging. I already know when he typed, "But I can delete your old posts as well if you'd like." I can see him doing this with his hands like some kind of fucking anime supervillain. Oh, he's such a worm. Hayden Clay responds saying, "Just delete the comment and move on. Sorry I mentioned the word print." And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. He said, "Your history has been removed. You're welcome." He laid the smackdown on him. He just poofed away all of his post history. And then he replied again saying, "At this point, this isn't about breaking the rules. This is you having some sort of vendetta against me. My comment broke Rule 9. I get that, and apologize. This reaction is overstepping boundaries." Which it definitely is. Worth mentioning, Hayden Clay had some posts that were extremely popular, some older posts in his history. I think one of them, according to Dolan Darkus, was even in the top 250 of all time for the subreddit. So having his entire history removed actually is somewhat of a big deal to an artist who has this as a means of showcasing their talent. This, also, just to be clear, I think this rule somewhat makes sense to avoid exploitation for people coming in there solely to astroturf it for their own gain or whatever. But when it comes to an individual artist, having this kind of eyes on their art, this visibility is very helpful to them. So I feel like it shouldn't be something that you destroy them for solely because they mention that they could be found elsewhere. I feel like that's something you should want to help these artists that are very talented. But on r/art, it's run like some kind of fucking cult, I suppose. And if you step out of line, well, I hope you're ready to take the big beat down that the mods will give you. They'll take you behind the back of the bar and break your kneecaps. Metaphorically speaking, of course. I don't think they even know how to throw a punch. They'd probably break their own fucking wrist if they even tried to hit a heavy bag, I would imagine. But this shit is just so unbelievably foul. He has done nothing wrong. He reached out asking, what's going on? What's the deal here? He even, apologized and said, "Can you just delete the comment and we can move on?" And that was enough to make the Reddit mod go even more insano style. Jesus Christ. Just check yourself into an institution, buddy. Oh my lord. I don't even know who the fuck you are. He thought that line went so hard when he thought of it. That's some major main character energy there. Oh. Yeah, Hayden Clay's the one with main character energy. Certainly not the r/art mod who's gone through and deleted every single one of his posts, all because he had the gall, the audacity to talk to him in DMs. He dared try and speak to a mod. Don't you know they are holy, sacred icons of the Church of r/art? You can't just speak to them and question their decisions. And then he replies saying, the power-hungry mod who deleted all my posts because I asked the question. True. You've been reported for harassment. Have a wonderful day. Nice job making this sub a worse place for artists and those who enjoy it. Yeah, the mod reported him for harassment all because he was asking a question in DMs and then just responding to having all of his shit just wiped out in the extinction event of r/art. And now he's been reported for harassment. I already know this mod. His heart was beating so fast. This was probably the most excitement he'd had since the last time he had done this. Like, I bet he was cracking open 4 Mountain Dews, like cracking his knuckles. Time to get to business. He talked to me. Time to remove all of his posts. Also, that report for harassment led to Hayden Clay being banned site-wide on Reddit for 3 days. Pretty cool system they have over there at Reddit where one angry mod can make a complete fraudulent, bogus report of harassment and it immediately leads to a ban for the recipient there. What should have happened is this report goes through, someone takes a look at it, they immediately recognize that this mod is unstable and should not have that position in the first place, so they strip him of his mod privileges. That's what should have happened. And if that did, I bet that guy's life would have felt like it was crumbling down around him. Because if he can't enact his power on strangers on r/art, then his life has no meaning. But that is just not how Reddit functions over there at all. I remember over the years it's been kind of revealed that a large part of Reddit is controlled by a handful of these turbo losers, where it's like this tight-knit club of people that have absolutely nothing going on with their life, so their whole existence is dedicated to power tripping on Reddit and like controlling it like they're the puppet masters. And I imagine this is one of those kind of people, because it's pretty clear that he can just report someone and immediately they're banned for it. So I have to guess that this mod is part of that group, especially when you consider that his appeal was also denied with the admins siding with the mod's harassment theory here, believing that that was the correct course of action. He needed to be banned for 3 days, all because he decided to try and ask a question to an r/art moderator. That's a sin punishable by death on Reddit. But anyway, as a result of all of this, r/art went into like a pseudo lockdown where you couldn't submit new posts or make comments. They have since soft reopened it so you can make comments again. And of course, all the comments are probably what you're expecting, where everyone is mentioning Hayden Clay and how unfair this is, and basically calling for the resignation of this mod as if it's some kind of like legitimate position. It's not, and it's also never going to happen. He is never going to relinquish his mod privileges. It is literally what he lives for, I bet. And you can kind of see that because he still replies to people that reach out about this. Like, even outside of Hayden Clay, there's people expressing their concern. So here's another r/art mod classic. We ban people who don't follow our rules, for sure. Cool, but I'm more talking about the way the mod spoke to the person. They just asked a question and they got their history wiped. Not sure what you mean. If you look at the link I provided, you can see the conversation they showed between themselves and the mod. Or they refused to follow our rules and were removed. Okay, but like I said, their history was wiped for asking a question. Is that what you do here? I'm not clicking on your link. It's a Twitter link. I'm not sure how this can be a productive conversation if we aren't looking at the same information. And then they got muted. Pretty cool. I'm not clicking on any of your links that maybe go against what I'm trying to express here. You're out of line, Buster. Get muted. Goodbye with you. You're not welcome on r/art anymore for asking us questions and trying to bring up concerns. We don't do that around here. So that's kind of the state of r/art mod team. And I think it's important that you know that this isn't an isolated incident. A few years back, something kind of similar happened where one of the mods went on a bit of a wacky power trip where they had removed a post from an artist claiming that it was AI art. That artist reached out to prove that it wasn't to try and get their post reinstated. I'm the artist of a painting, A Muse in Warzone. I'm here for complaining about the unfair ban, but I can give you guys the process or the PSD file of that painting. I'm not using any AI support and that punishment is not right. Sorry for my bad English and thank you for your time. Here's my portfolio. Take a look. The r/art mod replies, I don't believe you. even if you did paint it yourself, it's so obviously an AI prompted design that it doesn't matter. If you really are a serious artist, then you need to find a different style because A, no one is going to believe when you say it's not AI, and B, the AI can do better in seconds what might take you hours. Sorry, it's the way of the world. You've been temporarily muted from r/art. Yes, very classy r/art mod. I can hear your pinky was up when you wrote that reply there. So he struck the post down believing it was AI art. When reached out to and challenged with proof that it wasn't AI, he instead goes, okay, so even if you did paint it, and even if you are a serious artist, I still don't like it. Also, AI can do what you did much better in a matter of minutes, what might take you hours. Sorry, bub, that's the way of the world. Also, you're muted. This happened a couple years ago, and when it happened, this was also a pretty big deal to the r/art community, but nothing happened. This mod, as far as I know, is still currently a moderator on the subreddit. Who's to say it's not the same mod that just had this meltdown with Hayden Clay? I think there's a very real possibility, especially judging by the cringe way that they communicate with other people. So, I think it's very possible it's the same culprit. Regardless, though, it is so pathetic, whoever is responsible for this shit here. It is unbelievable to me how often this seems to happen with Reddit mods. Like, this stereotype has existed for a long time about being like this sad, lonely loser who power trips as a Reddit mod, and yet it keeps happening over and over and over again. There is no self-awareness and no fucking shame from some of these Reddit mods. It's tragic. It's just so stupid, man. Unreal. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Staying on theme of horrible drivers making terrible decisions, yesterday I talked about the lady who wouldn't stop texting and driving and then crashed the rented vehicle. Today I want to talk about Jeffrey, the boy wonder who won't stop drinking and driving.
Did you just get into an accident? No, I need to stay over here. Nope, you can't go back in your car right now. Because it's not safe for you to go in your car. Nope, you can't go in your car.
Oh, I can't.
Nope. No, you can't.
Oh, I can't.
No, you can't. You're just in an accident. Nope.
When I saw this Midwest safety clip for the first 2 seconds, I thought for a second that it was Jokic. I thought he went from buckets to brewskis here. It turns out it is a gentle sir named Jeffrey. And the way he is holding that case of beer, it's like a precious artifact to him. He's holding it like a running back holds a football. Now, Jeffrey's already been in one accident here. His car is smoking, and now he's got a brand new case of beer because he's ready to really get this farty sharded. He very much already seems sloshed, and an officer's like, don't get into the car, Jeffrey. You've been in an accident. You can't do that. And he's like, no, I'm good. I'm getting in the car. You can't stop me. This is my beer and this is my car. You do the math.
I can't go. Nope. Do not go. Do not go. Get out of your car. Get out of your car, sir. Get out of your car. You're being detained. I need you to get out of your car. Get out of your car. Get out of your car. Because you ran into a different car. Stop recording.
The suspect is able to turn the officer's body camera off. When the officer is able to reactivate her body camera, the suspect has violently backed up and then takes off, prompting the officer to initiate a pursuit.
I don't know if this was a calculated move from Jeffrey here. Maybe he's a high-tech hacker and just went into the mainframe here, scrubbing the body camera footage, getting rid of the evidence, or if he was just fighting back and just started poking at the body camera and happened to turn it off. But regardless, the footage is gone from the archives here, and he was able to punch it in reverse and then just peel out. So then it was time for a moderate speed pursuit.
Just 1 minute before this interaction, another officer in the area is interviewing the victim, whose vehicle was hit by the same suspect just minutes earlier.
They're pursuing southbound on Abbey. There's 3 Sheffield. I'm just staying back, blocking traffic. Slow speeds, 30 miles an hour. Almost hit one of the units.
Continue. Most of this chase happens at approximately 30 miles per hour, so my little game theory here is that he activated cruise control and just started fucking pounding those voodoo rangers in the passenger seat. This man was probably butt-chugging as much as he could, knowing full well this was probably the last time he'd have the chance to do that for a while.
Possibly .19, speeds are 32. Alright, we're calling up the Gulf.
A big sigh from the officer here. So you can see Jeffrey's not exactly staying in the lane. He is swerving all over the place, dreadfully. The man is hammered, and he is only continuing to get more and more inebriated, because you'll see here towards the end, he is actively drinking during the chase. Like, I don't even think he recognizes that he's being chased. I really think in his world, he's right now in like the fucking battle bus partying.
Golf. Speed's 32. Coming up to Antoinette. He's all over the road, definitely .19, I'd say.
He comes dangerously close to head-on collisions with cars multiple times. I can only imagine what it was like to see this unfolding as you're just like driving home at night, and there's this fucking lunatic just going like this with the steering wheel coming right at you. That must be terrifying. Also, I tell you what, those mailbox must have been sweating seeing this douchebag coming through. The amount of times he gets close to kissing those mailboxes is astounding. He is like right next to them, shaving them with his car so many times on this chase here.
Still northbound, passing Hemlock. Speeds are 29. We're passing Hemlock, speeds are 30. Alright, he's getting on, going the wrong way on 90 here. We're going the wrong way.
After a slow stroll around the area, taking us on a bit of a tour, he finally decides to just go the wrong way on the highway, and that's when the officers decide, we've got to do something about this. Now it's even more dangerous, so now they're readying the pit maneuver.
If you can, be very careful on this.
After some bumping and grinding, they do get him to drive into a ditch. I guess it's not really a pit maneuver. They're looking more just to like bump him off the road to get him away from the cars, it seems, and get like a, I don't know, maybe like box him in or something. Because they didn't really go for like the big time pit maneuver where they swing out wide and fucking blast the butt cheeks on the car or anything. It was more so like they were almost kind of like shielding the road from this car, like trying to just like grind him off to the side, which eventually does work.
I already at best to the ditch, and I'm gonna need sugar for my car.
Get on the ground now! Put your hands behind your back right now, you're gonna get tased again! Don't f***ing move, you understand?
I can't stand up.
Stand up.
I can't.
Why not?
With your legs.
Stand the f*** up. I cannot stand up!
Slim Shady goes on about how he can't stand up here after they've tased him, so he crashes his car into the ditch, and then he immediately tries to run through the forest there. He does not get far. I don't think he knows where he is, so this man was probably just like running into like a tree like an NPC stuck on a wall. He actually only made it like maybe a foot or two, despite bailing out of his car pretty early.
They caught me. Okay, so they caught you, you're driving, you drove down the ditch?
What the f*** up, you motherfuckers?
Come on, brother.
Nah, bro. Nah.
Listen,
you guys are nothing.
Listen, we've dealt with
you
each
guys
other
are
before,
nothing.
man.
I live in America. I live in America.
So do we.
Well, so do we, yeah, right? So do we. I live in America,
You gotta
right?
stop drinking, Jeff.
No, I live in America just as you do.
You gotta stop
Just
drinking.
as you do. What if I leave this goddamn forsaken country, bro? Okay.
Best of luck to you. Wish you nothing but the best.
Now that was hard from Jeffrey right there. I live in America. What if I left this country, huh? I don't know what he was expecting the response to be like. No, wait, Jeff, don't make that threat. Don't leave. America needs you, Jeff. You're a hero. You're a real patriot. But no, Jeff, you can't leave. Don't say things you're gonna regret. We can't lose you, Jeff. Who's gonna drink all our Voodoo Rangers? I recognize Jeffrey's completely gone right now, but I find it fascinating how common this dialogue option is with drunk drivers. I have seen this exact statement from so many other drunk drivers in these body cams and shit, where they all go like, I live in America! I'm an American, goddammit! You're infringing on my rights! Wait, I thought this was a free country! Since when can I not drink beer while driving the wrong way on the highway? What? This country's gone to the birds. This is ridiculous.
Hey, sit back, man. Do you want to go to the hospital or do you want to go to jail? Hospital. That's where we're going, but if you act like this, you go to jail. You go to jail. Jeff, stop. Relax. We'll be there in probably approximately 10 minutes.
An officer finds open alcohol cans in the suspect's vehicle.
Got 2 open Voodoo Rangers.
This happens to be the exact same brand of beer the suspect was holding a case of at the beginning of this incident, indicating he was likely drinking multiple cans of beer during the vehicle pursuit.
In the ambulance, he kept, lunging forward as if he was trying to jump scare officers or something, like it was Five Nights at Freddy's. And then eventually they concluded with, a little high five. He's like, okay, high five. Give me some skin. So anyway, they find some open Voodoo Rangers in his car, which is the same case he had in the very beginning of the video. I think we've got some real strong evidence to prove that he was probably drunk driving here, I would say. I think that one's kind of locked in. He's been charged with quite a few things. I don't think he's been sentenced or anything yet. But yeah, Jeffrey, not good, man. A big frown from me on this one, brother. Drunk driving, little PSA. Don't do it. Not good. That's about it. See ya. When I first heard of the conspiracy theory that there is a secret Stranger Things episode 9 airing on the 7th of January, I thought it was a joke, like a meme. Haha, everyone was so disappointed with the finale that they've deluded themselves into thinking that there's a new secret one that's actually coming and the one we watched was fake. I thought it was just taking the piss because so many people were extremely disappointed with how the series ended. And now today, it's all I'm seeing. I am inundated with these unhinged explanations for why there is actually a secret 9th episode that's airing in less than 24 hours. And it's coming from a place of, genuine belief, it feels like. This is earnest. It's called Conformity. Fuck! Conformity Gate confirmed by me accidentally! I knew it! Conformity Gate. That's the name of this movement. And they're using pieces of evidence like this. This was on the Stranger Things TikTok, and you'll notice behind our character there, on the clock, it's 1:07. 1:07? That's January 7th. Coinky dink? Perhaps. But I think not. I'd be a fool to believe in coincidences when it comes to Stranger Things. Much like Joyce with the lights, the community is putting together the pieces of this puzzle, the breadcrumbs the genius Duffer Brothers have laid out. They wanted you to believe that the finale was underwhelming. They wanted to tank the reputation of one of the most powerful IPs in Netflix history in order to get you all with the bait and switch that the good episode is actually airing tomorrow, and a huge surprise. The whole concept of that is just wild to me. Why would they even have a fake episode? The idea being that Vecna... this is all part of his illusion, so the ending we got, the epilogue, all of that stuff never actually happened. This is Vecna projecting this to us, and it's not real. The real ending is on the 7th. That is a dumber idea than NFTs. That shit is poop. Because at best, with this concept, it means that the 2 hours you spent on the fake finale was 2 hours just wasted. It doesn't do anything to elevate that. If there was a secret finale that's good, all it means is that there is an episode before it, the penultimate episode, is just not good on purpose. So it's a waste of your time. It just doesn't pass the smell test. There would be no reason why they would intentionally give their community that's waited a decade for the ending something less than great on purpose for the sake of getting them with the surprise, here's the actual finale. There's nothing positive about that. Yeah, so I just don't see that coming, especially not from Netflix of all places. And it makes even less sense when you consider the press tour that the Duffer Brothers are going on right now with the Orb of Confusion in their possession, where anytime they're asked questions about the show, they're like, Oh yeah, I don't know. I guess. Possibly. Them trying to answer questions about their own series is like you trying to remember a fever dream you had after chugging NyQuil. Like, they're having a hard time even remembering half the shit that fans are even asking them. So I don't think that's them trying to, cover for this secret grand scheme of a episode 9 finale. I think they just really got lost in the sauce and forgot a lot of things along the way, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. As it stands, the finale isn't the worst ending to a show in the world, but the fact that it is so disappointing to so many people, it's led to them having this mass hypnosis where they're in this trance state, Vecna is controlling them now, where they're projecting these ideas that it can't be, less than stellar. There must be something more. So now they've cooked this up and they're using just nonsensical explanations for why Conformity Gate is real. And like I said, I thought this was just a meme at first, like a joke. And if you're the Duffer Brothers, this has to be the ultimate insult that your series finale is so not amazing and flat to so many people that they actually cannot believe that this is the end, that they think there must be more to it. That's gotta feel like shit for them. More so than people just outright insulting it or picking apart the numerous glaring plot holes and inconsistencies. The fact that your most diehard fans and Stranger Things enthusiasts are the ones that are there must be more, this can't be actually how it ends, that has to be just the ultimate insult. If I was the Duffer Brothers, I would actually just get right back in the lab again, talking to Netflix. Brother, we're doing another season or something, or a special coming up, next November or something. We've got to do something. Holy shit, this is hurting our feelings a lot. It would actually be motivating me to be okay, I'm doing something. I'm going to try and play into this. Yep, we fooled you. The real finale is end of 2026. But anyway, though, back to Conformity Gate. The evidence they use is just grasping at straws, like a Twitter user going on Netflix, typing in season 5, episode 9, and Stranger Things and House pops up, using that as evidence, because when you type in episode 10 for season 5, episode 10, Stranger Things and House don't pop up, but you know what does? Emily in Paris. Wow. That's awfully thought-provoking. That is an eyebrow-raising observation. If you've been hit in the head with a hammer, you can't be serious. Do you want to know why that's most likely the case? Because Netflix's search function isn't amazing. In this example here, Emily in Paris didn't show up for season 5, episode 9, but it did for episode 10. There is an episode 9 of Emily in Paris for season 5. Why wasn't it present? Because Netflix isn't great at that kind of thing. Just because Stranger Things popped up for season 5, episode 9 doesn't mean there is one. There is, however, an additional Stranger Things piece of content dropping, which is the behind the scenes stuff, but it is not season 5 episode 9 the secret finale, and that's not evidence of it. And I've seen other people using the search function for their strong points for conformity gate, such as typing in fake ending, having Stranger Things pop up, which it does. I tried it myself. You know what else Stranger Things pops up for? Bad ending, and also, most notably, big fart. Wow. Now we're getting somewhere. I gotta be honest with you, sports fans, the longer I spend diving in this rabbit hole, the more convinced I become that there might really be something of substance here to this Conformity Gate conspiracy. You can't argue with big fart. Just like you can't argue with a complete misunderstanding of Morse code. So this user looked at the cassette tapes and came up with Morse code that spells out "did not stop me." But that only works if you have no fucking clue about Morse code, which, admittedly, I'm in that camp, but you can look it up. The unlimited information is at your fingertips, should you choose to look into it. So first of all, you can't really have Morse code work without some variations in the lines. You need short and long elements, typically dots, that you'll see in Morse code. And if you pull up the actual Morse code here and try and somehow stretch it to fit the fucking Twitter post here for the Stranger Things message, it doesn't even come fucking close at all. So first of all, in the cassette tapes, there's clearly no variation in size or anything, so there's no dots, there's no long lines, but even just using the long lines that they have listed here doesn't work at all, because the first one doesn't even exist. There is no 4 just long. But let's just go ahead and assume that the last one is a small. That would mean it's 9. Not you, it would be 9. And then the second one, let's assume the empty spaces there in the cassettes are dots and the cassette is long. Then what you have is dot, long, dot, dot, which is not D, that is an L. So you have 9L, and then underneath that, it's not I. Long dot long is Y. So you get 9LY, and then underneath that, you don't even get L again. So even if you just look at the Morse code they put on Twitter here, it can't be did, because the D pattern is not even repeated there. So how the fuck could it possibly be did? That wouldn't work. The whole thing crumbles. It is a complete sham. And yet people are believing that. There are so many people that looked at that and like, holy shit, the proof is right there in the pudding, and they're using ChatGPT to confirm it. Grok, are we right about this Vecna theory here? Does this Morse code confirm it? Well, darn tootin', looks like you cracked the code. You're a real smart cookie. Thanks, Grok. Can you put me in a bikini? It's just so fucking absurd. That is not even close to being anything substantial or even remotely correct, yet people are willing to run with it so they can continue to believe in conformity gate. Like, ultimately it's harmless, but it's just so ridiculous that I can't help but make fun of it and get, like, somewhat heated about it. Like, I actually cannot wrap my mind around people that are really believing in it. Like, it's shocking to me. And they're using things like the marketing material where they're saying it's going to be a dark Christmas as more proof that this is accurate. Since it wasn't a dark Christmas, fucking nobody dies in season 5 at all. Huge spoiler alert. Literally nobody but one character who you don't know anything about, can't care about because she's only there for like 4 seconds of screen time across the whole season, across the whole series really. Outside of that, there's no character death, so it wasn't a dark Christmas. They're using that to say the dark Christmas they meant was Orthodox Christmas, which is January 7th. Come on! Goodness gracious, come on! Snap back to reality, I'm begging. Again, it's ultimately harmless, but holy shit, it is crazy. It is actually unbelievable that there are people out there that truly are, like, believing in this. Like to a degree where I saw people trying to book tickets to the secret the secret finale at their movie theater, because another big conformity gate evidence piece is that some people's movie theaters on the 8th aren't doing a ton of showings for other movies. So they believe the reason for that is because the theaters are occupied showing Stranger Things finale. So they're trying to book tickets to those imaginary make-believe showings for the secret 9th episode. It's so weird. Now, at the end of the day, if I'm wrong and this is all by design, that'd be something special. I think it'd be extremely fucking stupid. That'd be a terrible, terrible, terrible decision. Like, it'd be something I'd never seen before, and there's merit in that. This would definitely be creative to intentionally fumble your finale, but it actually was you faking it the whole time. You didn't fumble it. You have a secret episode in the tank. That would be interesting, but still extremely stupid. I'd love to be, like, wrong about, conformity gate. I'd love if it's real. That would be, like, entertainingly disastrous as a concept, but I am just 100% certain that's not the case here. I do know that there will be the behind the scenes for Stranger Things that comes out. That is on its way, but it's not the secret 9th episode finale, I don't think, I'm sorry to say. Anyway, let me show you some clips from last night when I was learning more about conformity gate. There's actually a decent amount of evidence, but I think it's mostly writing mistakes. I can't imagine there's a decent amount of evidence to suggest a secret 9th episode. I think what they're probably looking at is fucking plot holes that this whole season was filled to the brim with. That doesn't mean that the Duffer Bros have secretly cooked up a plan that erases those, and it was actually all part of their master scheme to make everyone think that they fumbled. That would be the stupidest idea ever. What is this? X a lie. Wow. Now that's compelling evidence. Oh god. While both Susie and Vicky were absent from the epilogue, some theorists believe Vecna left them out entirely because he didn't know who they were and therefore couldn't include them in the ending he allegedly constructed. Oh, that's so sad. It wasn't Vecna who forgot who they were, I'm sorry to tell you. According to Conformity Gate theorists, the final episode of Stranger Things could be released January 7th. Why that date? Netflix previously shared a cryptic post reading, "Your future is on the way," accompanied by a January 7th tag, leading some members of the fandom to speculate it could be connected to the theory. It also is significant in general because it marks Orthodox Christmas, which aligns with Season 5's release pattern of dropping episodes on major holidays including Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's Eve. Every Insta account of Netflix in different regions changed their bio to relating of Stranger Things. No shit, it's their flagship series that just ended. Of course everything's going to be relating to Stranger Things. They want as many people as possible to watch it. Let bro believe in the whimsical. I don't care, ultimately, it's fine. It's a harmless cope. Hey, it'd be great to eat my own words. Maybe January 7th rolls around and they're like, gotcha, it's actually, here's the real ending. Hey there. Just wanted to share the latest in the David murder case. This has been something I've been actively following. I know I've already made 2 videos about the case since his arrest, and, well, time to make it a trilogy because I think it's important to cover this. There were a lot of people, and still, even in the face of everything I'm about to tell you that was brought up today from the prosecution, there are still a lot of people that are fighting tooth and nail, raising their shield to defend David, still believing with their whole heart and 2 neurons that he was framed and is actually a victim in all of this as well because he had nothing to do with the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a child whom David was dating, by the way. And the Dummies for David movement always likes to, bury that one as quickly as possible. He's homeschooled, so he didn't know. And he's just a little zany. He's a little quirky. He had no idea. That's bad. It's fucking lunacy to be acting like he's some blameless angel in all of this, in spite of all of the evidence that the public has access to. If you bother to do any amount of research on this case with just the information that is readily available to you right at your fingertips right now, all of it points to only one person who is most likely responsible for her murder, and that person is David. And now, as of today, we're getting even more new information, and it is fucking disgusting. They already mentioned a couple days ago that the prosecution has 40 terabytes here in this case against David. 40 fucking terabytes is an unfathomable amount of anything. And just a moment ago, they dropped like their first teaser as to what some of this new information looks like. The prosecution alleges that they found a significant amount of child porn on David's phone.
Story number 2. A hearing just wrapped up for singer David in his first-degree murder case.
The prosecution revealed details about disturbing digital evidence. Let's get to CBS LA's Rick Montanez with what we learned in court today. Rick, what are you hearing?
Amy, Chris, the hearing just wrapped up within the half hour here, and cameras were not allowed in court, but I can tell you that the defendant, David Burke, was in court today in shackles and wearing that orange jumpsuit. The biggest new piece of evidence revealed, prosecutors say a significant amount of child porn found on Burke's cell phone.
Now, I imagine that isn't just some baseless claim from the prosecution. They probably have all of that evidence as part of their 40 terabytes here that they will be providing to the court. There's still a lot of processing that they are going through right now because there is so much that they have gathered in this case over the last 7 months. But now they are stating they have evidence that there was a significant amount of child porn on David's device.
We also want to point out that this all happens one day after the medical examiner's report became public. That is the report on the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. The report says, or I should say the family of Rivas Hernandez is absolutely devastated to learn the gruesome details contained in that write-up. That's according to a family statement. So this report says the 14-year-old girl died of sharp force trauma, but the autopsy was difficult because of the severe decomposition of her dismembered body when it was found in the singer's abandoned Tesla last September.
The autopsy revealed the grisly nature of her killing. It being sharp objects, and then it was mentioned why it was so difficult for them to figure out what actually killed her. It's because her body was chopped up and decomposing in the fucking trunk of this monster's car. So it made it difficult for the autopsy to definitively say what the cause of death was. And since the autopsy brought this information to light, people have been going through David's music and music videos, and noticing some really fucking haunting shit in there. Most notably with the anime video he made for his song Rehab, where there is a character in there that bears a lot of similarity to Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Now, the music video came out in 2023, but David met Celeste as early as 2022, and in this music video, David cuts off that character's arm and then throws a sword which stabs her in the stomach, killing her. In real life, Celeste had her body chopped into pieces and stuffed into bags, thrown in a trunk, and the autopsy revealed that her cause of death was sharp objects through the torso, notably her upper abdomen and hitting her liver. Now, of course, I have no doubt that none of that is going to be used in court in any way, shape, or form by the prosecution. I imagine they have far more solid evidence to be bringing to court in that 40 terabytes. I don't think they'll be using, like, similarities from the music video versus what actually happened, or, you know, video clips that exist where he's saying some crazy shit. I imagine they're going to be going for, like, completely irrefutable things that you can't just write off as a coinky-dink or something like that. But I wanted to mention it because it really does feel like David was just leaving breadcrumbs in his music to the sick and twisted person that he is, and that he had this, like, murderous intent. It's fucking sickening stuff.
On Monday, he pled not guilty to the capital murder charges. We spoke with a former federal prosecutor just a short time ago here on CBS LA Mornings about this new evidence revealed in today's hearing and the fact that David's phone, according to prosecutors, contains child porn.
And obviously, we don't know if it's Celeste Rivas's images and videos or something else, but that is a significant offense. Obviously, it helps prosecutors prove the sex crimes, the lewd and lascivious, Penal Code Section 288, but it's also a separate crime in and of itself. And it's certainly the possibility that the feds even step into this case because they typically will prosecute these types of child pornography cases.
It is extremely serious, and this is new information that's been brought forth from the prosecution here. And the fact that they are bringing this as evidence in this case must mean that they have irrefutable proof that on David's device, he had that material. I have no idea how the David defenders will even begin to wrestle with that in mental gymnastics, some kind of excuse there, like, he was just holding it for somebody else. He's been framed again. They put it there. They framed him for the murder, now they're framing him with child porn. I have no idea how they could even begin to tackle that one, because even though it hasn't been proven yet, the fact that the prosecution is even putting this forward means they must be able to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that, yeah, his phone had child porn on it. So that's the newest piece of information that's been brought up. Now, as mentioned, they are still going through a lot of processing for a lot of digital evidence that they have compiled. So in a week, I believe about a week, it's going to go back with both sides, and they're going to discuss if they need even more time about, going to a capital murder trial. So as of right now, we don't have everything being brought forth yet, but it is beginning and it's moving fast. The process is underway and it is moving very quickly. So I guess we'll know more in a week, but I just wanted to give you this update here because that new allegation coming to light here is once again another disgusting development here in the David case. Anyway, praying for justice for Celeste here. I truly don't see a world where David is innocent at all. And anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, I've got to yap about two freaks today, and I want to start with the wackiest one. RFK Jr. and a dead raccoon's penis. That is a match made in heaven right there. That is peanut butter and jelly. Vultures don't get as excited about roadkill as RFK Jr. does. This guy loves it. And he brags about having like a freezer full of roadkill that he studies and like feeds to his hawk. I had no idea this guy was a cock scientist. I didn't know that. But in his new book, he just openly talks about the time that he pulled over with his family in the car, mind you, his kids in the car, pulled over in order to cut the penis off of a dead raccoon so he could bring it back and analyze it. As if he's some kind of, like, archaeologist. Like he's, fucking Evie from The Mummy going through, like, the Book of the Dead trying to research it and learn about it as if he's some kind of scholar for Dick. Animal Dick. It's all documented in his new book, RFK Jr., The Fall and Rise. I don't know when the rise is happening. It hasn't happened yet. He's still in that fall. This dude looks like he's housing every single plague that the world has ever seen in his body right now. Every image and video I see of him, he looks like he's deteriorating further and further and just devolving into a fucking ghoul from Fallout. This is the experience here that he pinned. I was standing in front of my parked car on I-684, cutting the penis out of a road-killed raccoon, thinking about how weird some of my family members have turned out to be. A surreal passage indeed. I like how he's cutting the penis off of a roadkill raccoon in front of his probably horrified children in the car, and he's like, God, my family is so peculiar. They're such odd goofballs. They're so weird. Over there with the fucking hacksaw on the raccoon's cock. If only they could be more like me, just normal and well-adjusted. There we go. And then he holds it up like a trophy. We're celebrating, family. Quick, get some ice out. I gotta put this on ice. I need to study it when we get home. My kids waited patiently in the car, he noted, as he collected the raccoon's genitals so he could study them later. Finally, a man brave enough to go where science fears. He was willing to do the dirty work of snipping a raccoon's dick so he could take it home and really find out what makes it tick. Like, I'm curious, what is there to study with a raccoon penis? Like, what is there to do with that? What was he doing, just over there, like, playing with it? Stretching it like a penny whistle? Write it down. Interesting. These are the notes that will, no doubt, propel our species into the next scientific age, the final frontier of science. Raccoon genitals. Excellent, yes. I just have to wonder what he was doing with it. Like, was he trying to, like, fashion some kind of necklace out of it, like Ringar out of League of Legends, but instead of bone tooth, it's just raccoon penis? Or, like, was he trying to make a stew out of it? Maybe he was, like, crafting Saradomin brews out of RuneScape, just dumping the raccoon penis in there with some colloidal silver, just like this disgusting concoction, this witch's brew, this potion. Like, what was he doing with it? Genuinely, like, what was he doing? Because he traveled all the way home with it. So this was like an important thing that he did. And this is apparently something that he made a habit out of doing with dead animals. Dude pillages roadkill like he's Indiana Jones looting a tomb full of treasure. Just imagine hunting with RFK Jr. Dude probably doesn't even bring a gun. He just sits there in the bush waiting for the animal to get hit by like a bus or a train. And then he leaps into action. Yes! Yanks the wiener off of it. According to his daughter, this obsession with dead animals also put a damper on vacations. Apparently there was an incident where a whale carcass washed ashore, and so RFK made a beeline for the beach and decapitated it with a chainsaw and strapped the whale's head to the roof of the family minivan with a bungee cord, intending once again to bring it home to study. Every time we accelerated on the highway, whale juice would pour into the windows of the car, and it was the rankest thing on the planet. Sounds like hell on earth. He's out here torturing his family on this vacation. We all had plastic bags over our heads with mouth holes cut out, and people on the highway were giving us the finger, but that was just normal day-to-day stuff for us. Sounds healthy. And then, of course, there's the infamous one where he dumped a dead bear cub in Central Park after a botched attempt to skin it. That one's been talked about a lot. I'm pretty sure all of you have already heard of that before, but the whale and raccoon penis, I think, are new revelations here from the bizarre adventures of RFK Jr. and his fascination with dead animals. Bro thinks he's the villain from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Like, what is he doing? Is he trying to, like, breathe life back into it, like Frankenstein style? Like, what is he studying? Actually, what is he possibly studying there? Holy shit, the worm in his brain must be giving him some odd directives here, forcing him to get all of this roadkill like treasure so he can squat on it at his house like Smog. That's his gold. All of this roadkill, all this dead animal penis and heads all over the place in his secret villain lair. What a wacko. But don't worry. Some highly intellectual people are out there defending this as just a lame media hit piece. The raccoon was already dead. Find a new slant. Typical lamestream media hit piece. Yawn. Oh, raccoon was already dead. Penis was up for grabs. I pull over all the time when I see a dead animal. I make sure to take that cock and balls right off of there. Normal activity. Wasn't alive, so it's not weird. If it was alive and he chased it down in order to yank that puppy off, then I might raise an eyebrow, but this is just lamestream media. Who doesn't cut off a dead animal's cock on the side of the road while their family watches mortified?
Secretary, what did you do with the raccoon's dead penis? Where is it now?
That little giggle he does there, that laugh, that was some demonic sounding shit right there. That sounds like a man who can't wait to get back to that raccoon's penis that's rotting somewhere in his abode. I bet he's got that raccoon penis in like an IV drip or something that he's mainlining or some shit. This is actually the secret to keep me looking so young.
I just got one question. In all seriousness, what is your fascination with roadkill and dead animals? I know you've done a few things, notably with a whale, with a bear, with a raccoon more recently. I just want to know what the fascination is, sir. Anything? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There goes a hero right there. Not many men are courageous enough to pull over to the side of the road and cut a raccoon's penis off after it's deceased. It wasn't using it anymore, and RFK Jr. had a need for it. And he's a man of action, so he went out there and he claimed that. Same with the whale head. And the bear cub, I suppose. We may never know exactly what he's learned through his research, but one day it may be the key to the future of our species. Or he's using it for some kind of satanic rituals or some shit that he's conducting. Could be either or. There's really no telling with this guy. But anyway, speaking of penis, we gotta talk about a penis that's alive, and one that's on a human being. And from the sound of things, he can't stop using it for evil. I'm talking about Eric Swalwell. This is a congressman who was also running for governor of California, and this week numerous women came forward accusing him of inappropriate things as well as genuinely evil, awful things, including allegations of sexual assault. Initially, Eric denied it, saying that it was all false and that he was going to do everything fighting it tooth and nail. He has since stepped down from the race for governor as well as his position in Congress. He has resigned. And the allegations are only having more and more evidence to support the victims and their claims against him. That includes a video of him with supposedly a prostitute that he was in a hotel room with. On the video, you can see him making out with her, and things start to progress. Now, if you don't know the lore, Eric is married. Eric has been married for a decade. Now, in the video he made denying the very serious allegations, he did make a mention of mistakes in his judgment, as well as mentioning that a lot of it's between him and his wife, and he has to accept the responsibility for mistakes he made, seemingly corroborating the extramarital affairs while denying the sexual assault allegations. All of this is still pretty new, and from what I've read, there is an investigation taking place because he might be facing criminal charges if these allegations are proven true, which he 1000% should. This is vile shit here, and from everything that I've read about it, from what's available, it's not looking like this is just some innocent guy here. There's quite a lot of meat behind these claims. Personally, I think Eric's guilty as a motherfucker here. Based on all of the available evidence here, I don't see any world where he could weasel out, just squeak out some kind of excuse like, oh, it was all just a big misunderstanding. I was just cheating on my wife a lot. Come on, it's not that big of a deal. Just come on, the sexual assault stuff. No. We don't need to get into the weeds of that. Like, based on everything I think that's out there, there is so much evidence, and I think it should 1000% warrant a further investigation into Eric and hopefully some subsequent charges based on whatever they find there. So anyway, I found that to be extremely disgusting. I was reading about that earlier, so I wanted to yap about that as well. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.